Chapter 351, Selling Prisoners. The chase ended in the evening, and the Third Army, Eagle Legion, and Clan Cavalry escorted a surprisingly large number of prisoners back triumphantly. After eating the defeated side, the cavalry flees quickly. But the infantry is miserable. Two-legged horses can't run with four-legged horses. If they don't surrender on the knees and raise their hands, their swords will be directly slashed and their heads will fall to the ground. Of course, many battle-tested veterans still managed to escape without danger. They would either pretend to be dead or fool the chasing desert cavalry to escape to places with few people. There were just a few deserters, and they didn't bother to escape. If you take care of you, it will be miserable if there are a large number of people. They will chase you to the sky and have no way to enter the ground. They will either be a prisoner or be cut down by a family. The results of the battle are still being counted, and the prisoners are concentrated on the flat ground outside the city, standing in teams according to their nationalities, waiting to be punished. They are miserable. The grief-stricken people greeted the people with rotten eggs, rotten vegetable leaves, mud, and even stones, smashing these captives to their heads, screaming and screaming. Who would let the Japanese pirates and the Styx rob the people of Diezu? It's miserable. There will be a chance for revenge, and people who have a clear love and hate will let it go. Anu, Anu, it was the bastard who killed your mother. Revenge. Someone in the crowd shouted loudly. Without saying anything, the soldier named Anu stabbed his family member. The Japanese pirate soldier, with dozens of swords. If it weren't for the same robe to hold him, I'm afraid it would be chopped into meat. You who killed 1,000 knives, return my daughter. Some women cried out and rushed to a Styx soldier for a burst of random bites, and caught the Styx soldier's face with bloodstains, which was terrible. Some soldiers directly dragged the Styx soldier aside, and the grieving people swarmed up. The stick fell like rain, and they beat them into flesh on the spot. The prisoners who had committed various crimes were recognized by the suffering master, and they were picked out one by one. They were either chopped into flesh by the soldiers' chaotic knives, or were beaten to death by the people, because Mu Yunfeng, the famous general of the Chu country, administers the army strictly. These Chu soldiers are relatively better in terms of treatment, and they have not received a warm welcome from the people. Quite a few rotten eggs and rotten vegetable leaves hit the wrong target and hit them. That's it. Before, they were envious of how much gold and silver jewels were robbed by soldiers from other countries, etc. At this time, they were fortunate that they had not participated in it, and they were grateful to Mu Yunfeng, the commander who had died in battle. The scene was a bit out of control. There were many criminal prisoners recognized by the suffering master. Nearly 100 were beheaded by soldiers, and nearly 200 were beaten to death by the people. However, the public outrage was still hard to quell, and the officer in charge of detaining the prisoners hurriedly reported. It was Gong Tangfing's Flying Eagle Legion who saw the captives. When something happened to him, Gong Tangfing said calmly, "Good is rewarded for good, and evil is rewarded for evil." The Lord Commander meant that it was up to the people to vent. Who made these bastards do evil? Now it's a retribution. The meaning was conveyed. The soldiers who took the prisoners simply asked all the prisoners to stand in line and let the people recognize them one by one. The result of being recognized was that they died very horribly. The captives of the nobles were selected and detained. According to the practice of the Wild Continent, the defeated countries can be redeemed with a ransom. Even if the king refuses to spend the money, the families of those nobles will raise a sum of money on their own and redeem them. The nobles of both Chu and Yan were treated kindly, and the places where they were detained were fairly good. As for the nobles of the Japanese pirates and the Styx, they were not treated as well. They walked a little bit slower, and were beaten and kicked directly by the soldiers, screaming and screaming. The reason why the soldiers are so presumptuous is because they heard that the emperor was particularly unhappy with the people of the Korean Empire and the Yanri Empire, so they gave them the nicknames Bangtsai and Japanese pirates. Although they don't understand the meaning, they will never. It's a good thing. I am a nobleman. Wow! A stick officer yelled loudly, but he was beaten to the blood by the soldiers. milk or milk a bear, great aristocracy. Great money, I still beat you, hum. The guard soldier kicked a few times before he stopped. Some soldiers sneered and sneered, how good is it to be your noble in the country? It's cool to come here to suffer, right? Several veterans stared at a delicate-skinned prisoner and swallowed. The wolf's gaze was like a hungry beast staring at its prey fiercely, as scary as it was. Don't guess, these veterans must have a glass complex, otherwise, they would not stare at a man with such wolfish eyes and swallow. Brothers, please help me, let the masters have a good time. The veterans smiled evilly and dragged the handsome prisoner to the next room. The stern and miserable howl sounded. Not only the noble prisoners were scared to death, but they instinctively covered the back, and even the soldiers who watched the prisoners shuddered with fright. When there is war, there is death. Most of the deaths are young men, widows or women. As long as you have money, you can marry as many as you want. These uncles like this tune, which is really impressive. The chicken skin burst. In the dead of night, the soldiers and people celebrating the victory have fallen asleep peacefully, but Yi Daishan's temporary residence is still brightly lit. There were only two people in the hall. One was Yi Daishanzi, who was sitting leisurely on a soft chair. This guy was over energy and didn't feel tired at all. The other chief military division Y was at a loss. At this time, he was busy dialing the abacus and statistics, using his cloth towel from time to time to wipe the beads of sweat on his forehead. The emperor is waiting for his data to come out. Can he not work hard? The emperor, the statistics are done. Wai Wuji gave the calculated data to Danzi Yi, then wiped his sweat with a cloth towel, and then took a few mouthfuls of cold tea from the porcelain pot. So little? Yi Daishan frowned, with an expression of dissatisfaction. Emperor, a lot. Wai Wuji answered cautiously. He counted how many nobles were among the captives tonight. Among them, there were 221 in Chu State, 253 in Yan State, and the Korean Empire. There are 107 people, and the Yanri Empire has 214 people. Among them, there are 11 dukes, 54 marquis, and 98 viscounts. According to the practice of the wild continent, it costs 500 tals of silver to redeem an ordinary nobleman, and as much as 5,000 tals for a noble with a background. The nobles with titles are doubled, 10,000 viscounts, 50,000 marquises, and 100,000 dukes. Even as high as 200,000. This account is calculated, has exceeded the mark of 10 million liang. After selling these noble prisoners, there were 10 million tals of silver in the account, which greatly eased the financial tension, but the Emperor Yi Da was still at a loss, and the lifeguard had no plan to interrogate the prisoners personally to see if there was any missing money. Fish. A fish is worth at least 500 tals of white money. Of course, it is a very valuable fish. Why is Yi Daishan willing to miss one? Why was he can only smile bitterly? The emperor, it's really not ordinary greed. Chapter 352. At dawn, a clerk submitted statistical materials. In this battle, nearly 250,000 enemies were wiped out and 630,000 enemies were captured. The seized weapons, armors, grain and grass and other trophies were astonishing, and gold, silver, and jewelry were discounted to silver 100,000. This data caused Yi Daishan to cross out a zero. Almost 50,000 soldiers have been damaged in the battle, and 70,000 people have been injured. This is a perfect victory. The number of prisoners was astonishing. How to deal with it was a headache. In the end, according to Wai Wush's intention, Yi Daishan selected the old, weak, sick and disabled prisoners, distributed a small amount of dry food, and sent an army to escort them to drive into Chu Yan's borders. As to how the two countries' monarchs should be settled, that is their problem. The 630,000 prisoners of war were reduced by 300,000 at once, and the remaining 330,000 young men were distributed across the country to serve as free labor. These young people who have been on the battlefield, if they go back, they can be regarded as veterans if they take up their weapons. Even the kings of the countries are willing to spend money to redeem them. But the Emperor Yi Darking will not. He would rather spend more money in food than put them back. In the war and the hinterland of the empire, hundreds of people have their homes destroyed or displaced. When rebuilding their homes, these prisoners of war can come in handy. How to resettle them in the future will not be considered for the time being, and all the lost land will be regained. After a rest night, Yi Daishanzi continued to lead the Flying Eagle Legion, the 3rd Legion, and a large number of tribal coalition forces out of camp. The soldiers lost in the battle between the two major legions were added from the tribes who came to Dazu, and they were broken up and integrated into the troops. This was also one of the methods by Yi Daishan to reduce the power of the tribe. At this time, the 100,000 coalition forces who were responsible for leaving Linzhang city had heard that the coalition forces had been defeated, and they had retreated overnight. Yi Daishanzi led a huge army group all the way forward, and the momentum was greater than the original 1 million coalition invasion. The morale of the remaining coalition forces fell to freezing point before the army arrived. They retreated after looting in the occupied area. During the retreat of the remnants of the coalition forces, they were penetrated into the enemy-occupied area, and the Fox Xion, who specially attacked the coalition logistics supply line, led the Tiger and Leopard cavalry in an ambush, causing heavy losses, throwing down their luggage and looting all the Dongdong warehouses and fled for their lives. Yi Daishanzi led the group army to advance all the way until all the lost places were recovered. At present, the group army is stationed in Pingtung at Yulingguan to deter the two empires of Yan and Chu. Wei had no plan to use any more tricks and sent people to let out the wind. The emperor of the Great Zhu led a million army to attack the Chu state, or the Yan state, in order to avenge his revenge. The Chu and Yan government shook, and the two kings hurriedly ordered a national mobilization and hurriedly prepared for the war, causing the whole country to jump around, and everyone was panicked. Although the morale of the army was like a rainbow, the Emperor Yi Jian did not dare to start the war again at this time and conquer the Golden Kingdom. He has exhausted all the power of the country. Millions of coalition forces invaded and entered the hinterland of Dazu. Countless homes were destroyed and many cities were burned. The people have suffered huge losses. Dazu is already badly injured and needs time to recuperate. Moreover, the Black Wolf army led by Mu Chunfing is still far away from the Great Wall, trapping Shengjing to death and besieging but not attacking. It was a protracted siege, requiring a lot of grain and grass support, and the logistics supply line was too long, and the transportation of materials was very long. Inconvenient. This is an astronomical expenditure, and Dazu can't afford it. Both Pingtung Pass and Yulin City are under reconstruction. The envoys of the two sides have negotiated on the issue of noble prisoners. The envoys of the Great Zhu dynasty are asking for prices, and the envoys of the four empires are bargaining desperately. Wei Wuji is the negotiating ambassador appointed by the Emperor Yi Dai. This is a shame. Lord Yan has a headache. Anyway, I am not in a hurry. Everyone sits down and talks slowly. If you can't agree, then continue tomorrow. There is always agreement. One day. However, the personal safety of the noble prisoners of war, we cannot guarantee 100%. In case of illness or something, we are not responsible. A small cold can kill people. Also, every day for those noble prisoners of war, big fish and big meat, wearing glamorous new clothes. These costs, but they have to be counted inside, and labor costs, service costs, entertainment expenses, etc. Yes, certain identities. The extremely high aristocratic master also requires beauty to serve, oil pressure, nails, foot baths, bubble baths, etc. These must also be counted as drops. Not much, 1,000 lls a day. It is cheap enough. It is still a friendly price. Fold in half, so. It's 500 or 600 lls. Sir, am I good enough to talk? Time is money. It's just a day's worth of money. Uncle, I still have a conscience, and interest is not included. This money rolls out, it's profitable. and it can kill people. This guy put on a face like a victory over the country. I'm busy today. I'll talk about it tomorrow. I'll have something to do tomorrow. Let's change the day after tomorrow. Don't be in a hurry. Have you been here for the Great Week? Or, let's surrender our status and be a tour guide in person, take you for a few laps, and buy some local specialties to return home, so it's okay to pay for the family. The beauties of Diezu, you haven't paid for it, right? There are many brothels, and they are all big-name red girls, beautiful people, water spirit, good kung fu, better service attitude, and Baojun satisfied. However, there is no after-sales service. In case of flowers and willows, I will not be responsible for them. Everyone is talking about it for N days. Those rich and powerful nobles can't wait for this torture. They would rather redeem people for 2 or 3 times the price through relationships. When Wai Wuji was arguing with the messengers of the 4 empires and asking for prices, the Emperor Yi Daishan had led his army back to the court. Walking slowly all the way, there are villages burned by Zhengjun everywhere. The people who fled to escape the war have returned one after another. The homes they have lived in for several lifetimes have been completely destroyed, and their relatives are gone. It is inevitable that sadness will come from it and weep in tears. Fortunately, 330,000 young and strong prisoners of war have been escorted over, and began to clear the ruins, cut down trees, and build new city houses. These prisoners of war had to be told that people could not be put back. They wanted to escape, kill without mercy, and did 3 or 5 years of hard labor. They performed well, and they could be exempted from slavery, and they would become citizens of the Great Zhou Empire. Obligations. During the period of hard labor, if there is a Diezu woman who is attracted to them, they will be allowed to marry and have children. Change from hard labor to hard labor. After 3 years, they will be exempted from slavery and become citizens of Diezu. Seeing hope in despair, these prisoners of war finally worked very hard. Of course, these treatments were only for prisoners of Yan and Chu. The prisoners of the Korean Empire and the Yanri Empire were not so lucky. The desert control and protection of the prairie beyond the Great Wall requires a lot of hard labor. The digging of rivers and the construction of water conservancy also require a lot of manpower. Hundreds of thousands of sticks and prisoners of Japanese pirates are free labor. Get rid of slave status and become a citizen of the Great Zhou Empire. Anyway, Yi Daishanzi was unhappy with the prisoners of these 2 empires, protesting. Prisoners of war have no human rights. Chapter 353 Fairy Beware. On the way back to Beijing by the Emperor Yi Dazu, the good news had already spread throughout Dazu. The people beat gongs and drums to welcome the soldiers who returned triumphantly. Approaching the imperial city, Emperor Yi Daishan stayed in Zhou County for 2 more days, until the local craftsman rushed to build a super-large carriage. The servant continued his journey. Lying in the spacious carriage, talking about the ideals of life with her arms around the beauties, drinking fine wine, it is 100 times more comfortable than riding on a war horse. Enjoyment is only the second thing. The most important thing is to prevent assassins from assassins. Although the blackguards try to clean those enemy assassins who are trying to assassinate for a lot of money, there are always fish that slip through the net. These fish that slip through the net are all famous in the rivers and lakes. Lust, desperado, it's better to be careful. Yi Daishanzi has always cherished his own life, and the beauties in the harem began to increase. In case of losing their life, wouldn't all the women of his daughter-in-law become widow women? This, he absolutely does not allow drops. As the saying goes, there is only 1 day to catch thieves. There is no 1,000 days to guard against thieves. According to the strategy that Wai Wuji has devised, Yi Daishan uses himself as a literally assassin into the assassin, and then kill it all in one swoop. When the good news came to the palace, Queen Jin cried bitterly with excitement. When someone was away, she struggled to support the crisis. She was already exhausted and unable to support it. Now that the emperor returns triumphantly, she should have led the harem concubine and the Manchu civil and military officials out of the city to welcome the holy driver. However, the special envoy rushed in a few days ago and presented the emperor's personal letter, and Queen Jin had to let the cabinet. The first assistant Dan Jiangmin led hundreds of civil and military officials out of the city to welcome the holy driver. Queen Jin and the concubines of the harem are happily busy showering and changing clothes, dressing up carefully, waiting for the emperor to return to the palace. We are getting closer and closer to the imperial city, and we have seen hundreds of civil and military officials waiting outside the city. Yi Daishan asked Fairy Liaoyun to invite her to enter the carriage to discuss important matters. Yan Ayu's jade cheeks were reddish. After a little thought, she boarded the car and entered the carriage. The width of the carriage was exaggerated, and a dozen people did not appear to be crowded. There were Feng Nishang, Tan Junqi, and 3 pretty young palace ladies in the carriage. She was not very worried, but a little unnatural. However, when someone regards the carriage as a bedroom, it is also used as a mobile office. Some senior generals, Bolinxian and other tribal chiefs have been summoned to go in. Now that someone wants to discuss business matters, there is nothing wrong with it. There are several thick layers of brocade cushions inside the car, and people sit on it as if sitting on a pile of cotton flowers, soft and comfortable. Sitting cross-legged, Yi Daishan looked like a very serious gentleman. He coughed lightly and said, "That's it. I know that the disciples of the profound clan are very poor. Therefore, I want to reward some gold and silver brocades." "What does the fairy feel?" Yan Ailu frowned, and Sumyeon's reward seemed normal, but, for some reason, she felt a little weird, as if someone had nothing to ask for. Xi Emperor. Although she felt a little uneasy, she thanked her politely. In fact, the Xuanmen has its own property, and the court dispatches offerings on time every month. The disciples in the door are not separated, but some disciples. Fasting is nothing more than a vegetarian diet. The emperor, Deputy Superintendent Feng sent someone to send a letter, and they are all ready. Xiao Luzi's feminine and harsh voice came from outside the car. He was sitting on the side of the shaft. Xiao Wuzi had just been sitting at the rear of the car to protect the emperor's safety. At this time, 10 miles away from the imperial city, the gongs and drums were noisy, and the civil and military forces of the Manchu dynasty were standing on tiptoes looking at the approaching triumphal army. On both sides were the people. The city guards formed a tall-layered human wall to block the people from the outer layer. In one man's eager anticipation, the first is the appearance of 1,000 distinctive armored habayashi, and in the middle is a terrifyingly large supercar, that is, the emperor's carriage. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Chisu, 100 officials of civil and military affairs, knelt down, and the welcoming people also knelt on the ground. Flat body, flat body. Yi Daishanzi leaned out half of his body from the carriage, with his right hand emptied. He showed his face, and quickly retracted. The supercarriage drove slowly into the city, and the people who greeted the road cheered in unison, and the guards who accompanied the guards held their heads up and looked vigorous. Nothing can be more proud than such a warm welcome. This is glory, the supreme glory to be proud to show off. The emperor's wise martial arts. God bless my big week. The emperor's wise martial arts. The sound of cheering has been cracking the clouds, and the emperor Yi Daishan had to show once again, and the sensation it caused can be imagined. The emperor of the true dragon. Ordinary officials are not qualified to see it, let alone the common people, and now that he can see the true face of the emperor, it is considered that his life has not been in vain. The car battle marched from South Street. When passing by the Shuayu Tower, the onlookers upstairs suddenly took out their long-hidden longbows, and the supercarriage directed at Yi Daishanzi was a chaotic shoot. There is an assassin, protect the emperor. The little six sitting on the cowl roared, leapt up, and swept the dust in his hands, already sweeping away the shot of the powerful arrow. However, these few powerful arrows are all consistent with 10 successful powers. Although Xiao Luzi swept down the first wave, they also shook the fierce force to the ground. The second wave of powerful arrows that followed, he couldn't stop it. Grid. Yi Daishanzi is no longer what it used to be. Outside the car, Jinshi screamed through the air, and he yelled, "Fairy, be careful." He hugged Fairy Yan abruptly, and fell on the soft brocade. A heroic spirit that would rather die than protect the flowers. Bang 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 bang. With 4 harsh and unpleasant tremors, the 4 powerful arrows shot through the carriage, but failed to penetrate, and then shot in. Yi Daishan's super large carriage is specially made. The entire carriage is made of high-quality steel, and it has 3 thick layers. Unless it is an enchanting master such as Fairy Yan and Leaf who commits 10 successes, power can only shoot through. However, the skill of these assassins is indeed very shocking, at least reaching the realm of supermasters. The whole street was in chaos. The people fled in panic. The screams of horror, the roar of protecting the emperor, and the roar of arresting the assassin, and the running sound of AI chaos. All the swift guards of the inner palace were dismounted, surrounding the emperor's super carriage for N levels inside and outside. Habayashi wanted to rush up to hunt for the assassin, but was blocked by the people vying for their lives. Yanayu is speechless for Sumion's heroic flower protection behavior. Is this guy really doing everything to eat tofu? Fortunately, Feng Nishang and Dan Junki stretched out their hands at the same time and pushed up the thick iron plate. As soon as the windows on both sides closed, the car suddenly became pitch black, and it just concealed the embarrassment. Yanayu could feel her cheeks burning like fire, and her heart was jumping fiercely. This person really dare, and is not afraid of being annoyed by others? However, that feeling was a little weird, and the strange breath made her a little flustered. Chapter 354 I Want to Die for You. A large number of black-clothed secret spies were mixed in the crowd of people who welcomed the road. The 4 assassins upstairs in Shuayu were immediately locked up, only having time to shoot 3 rounds of arrows, and immediately fell into the siege. The 4 major assassins are all ancient-level demons. As soon as they played against each other, the spy in black lost 6 good players, but their deaths also successfully bought time for their own masters. Several masters in black guards joined the battle circle, and the city guards even surrounded the entire street including the Shuayu Tower. Although the 4 demon heads are powerful, it is impossible to kill the Blackguard Master who wanted to stop them in a short time. Feng Fu and Leaf, who were mixed in the crowd, almost jumped to the Shuayu Tower at the same time. The red light flashed, Leaf was in the air, 10 feet of soft red, she had already put the 2 fierce circles into the battle circle. Feng Fu locked one, and the remaining one was beaten by the Blackguards. Leaf alone fought the 2 fierce demons alone. Shizhang Ruanhong flew up and down, steadily gaining the upper hand. Feng Fu's skill was slightly inferior to the opponent, but relying on the flexible and flamboyant body to fight, it would be difficult to tell the winner for a while. 5 or 6 masters in black guards beat one of the fierce demon in a group. In front of the master guard, even if his skill is not good, he would rather die than retreat. Everyone is a frantic attack with life and death. No matter how high the martial arts is, it will be great. Feeling a headache, unless you are also desperate, otherwise, the hands and feet can only be tied. Danzi ordered the carriage to stop and watched through the gap in the window. The 2 future concubines were fighting the assassin, so how could he leave without worry? Little Wu, go up and help. He was worried that Feng Fu had accidentally made a mistake, and ordered Xiao Wuzi to play. The little 5 had just leapt up, and there was an exclamation from upstairs. Feng Fu was in danger when he was in a fierce battle with his opponent. He took the opponent's palm and at the same time pierced the left thigh of the strong enemy with a sword. She was draped with several layers of inner armor, and the vital parts of her chest were protected by iron mirrors. However, the opponent's blow was extremely fierce, and the powerful and unmatched internal force shocked her blood and was thrown away. Fell from midair. Yi Daishan was taken aback. He yanked the iron plate of the driving window, got out with a whir, and hugged the Feng Fu who had fallen from midair in time. How dare you take risks with your body? I want to punish you and punish you heavily. Yi D8 Danzi looked fierce, gritted his teeth and stared at the phoenix with red cheeks full of red clouds. The emperor suddenly rushed out of the protected carriage, but the Xiao Luzi, Dragon Tiger Guard and others were taken aback. They rushed forward in a panic. and surrounded the emperor 3 levels inside and outside with a sudden sound. It seems that at the same time, 3 black shadows burst out of the chaotic group of people, volleyed towards Yi Daishanzi, and the 3 different weapons issued chilling screams. "Bold, dare to assassinate the emperor?" Xiao Luzi yelled sharply, and whisked in his palm to pick up an assassin, and the 4 dragon and tiger guards also stopped 2 assassins. 2 more black shadows exploded at the same time, taking the chaos to pounce on Yi Daishanzi, who had just landed. The window flipped, Yanayu shot out of the car, stretched her sleeves, and stopped an assassin. Another assassin was a hidden weapon master. She shot nearly 100 shots with the technique of dispersing flowers by the goddess. Concealed weapon. Several inner palace guards who rushed up were caught off guard and screamed and fell down. The whole scene was in chaos. The assassin rushed towards him in chaos. Yi Daishanzi held Feng Fu in his left hand, and was too late to dodge. Out of self-preservation instinct, he yelled and struck out his right palm desperately. The assassin held a blue barking steel needle in his palm. Experts knew the liquid had been poisoned at a glance. The sound of wind and thunder suddenly exploded, and a fierce and domineering energy that ruined the sky and the earth was pressed down like a mountain and a sea, causing the assassin's face to change suddenly, and a desperate color flashed in his eyes. The inner strength of this palm is extremely fierce and domineering, enough to destroy the world, and it is not what he can bear. Before he even had time to let out a scream, he felt a sudden shock in his chest, and then he didn't know anything. "You don't want to kill you?" Leaf, who had cleaned up the 2 fierce demons, fell angrily from the Shuayu tower, glared at someone fiercely, still feeling her hatred, and pointed her finger at Sumion's fleshy place. The pinch. "Wow!" Yi Daishanzi let out a miserable cry of pain, and Feng Fu, whose jade cheeks were full of red clouds, took the opportunity to break free from his embrace, and when he was about to make a move, he didn't know that a hand was firmly grasped by someone. The guards crowded around to the guard wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh. Under the world, only this neophyte concubine dared to be so presumptuous. However, the emperor's heart of pity, sweetness and jade, I am afraid it is also the best in the world, right? For Feng Duwei, all dare to take this risk and admire it. Yi Daishan gave Feng Fu a vicious look, full of warning, and if you dare to take risks, I will. Feng Fu dared not touch his eyes, lowered his head and let out a faint sigh. This heart was a bit chaotic. "Get in the car." Leaf glared at someone. There were too many assassins, and the crowd suddenly made a move. Such a chaotic scene, no matter how many guards there are, it is inevitable to make a mess, in case something happens. What's wrong? Isn't it troublesome? It was extremely dangerous just now. Fortunately, Sumion's emperor's heart has broken through the 7th level, otherwise, I can't imagine it. Yi Daishanzi felt cold and swish all over at this time. It was indeed extremely dangerous just now. Fortunately, the power of the 7th emperor's heart was so terrifying that it saved his life. I didn't expect that the 7th layer emperor's heart had such power. It seems that brother had better work harder to break through the 8th layer. He shouted loudly, "Come here, protect concubine Feng." A group of guards suddenly came up and surrounded the phoenix flying tightly. Feng Fu was speechless by that sentence of Sumion's concubine Feng. "When did this young lady become your concubine?" Yi Daishanzi pretended not to see her embarrassed gaze, and got into the car. Feng Fu took charge of the black guard. There were too many things to deal with, and it was impossible to drag her in, so he could only send more. The guards kept her safe. Those assassins were all trapped in the siege. In addition, Leaf and Yan made their moves, and they quickly restrained the people. Yan was a whole, while Leaf directly abolished the people, and the attack was so cruel that even the guards can't help but shudder. All the exposed assassins died. Those who were caught were arrested. As for whether there are any hidden assassins, it is not known at this time. Habayashi guarding the emperor's car, hurriedly left until it rushed into the palace, All the guards just breathed a sigh of relief. Empress Jin led the harem concubine to wait at the gate of the palace to welcome the holy driver. He heard that assassins were assassinating on the road. They were very nervous. Seeing the emperor got out of the car, they patted their chests and panted. "I am back." Yi Daishanzi had already recovered his composure, and he opened his arms with a smile. "My concubines, do you miss me? But I think every day, every night, I want to die for you." Chapter 355 Celebration Party. The concubines are speechless if they are in the palace, or when they are alone. Of course, it is very happy, sweet and happy, but there are many people around, and a large group of court ladies and eunuchs. How embarrassing is it? Even if they were happy in their hearts, they would only pretend not to hear them, put on a dignified lady posture, and observe court etiquette carefully. The Emperor. Empress Jin gave a light cough, trying to remind someone to have the majesty of an emperor. She is very speechless for someone. Even if you miss someone very much, you don't need to say it in front of so many people. Come out. If she can tell it in the bedroom, she doesn't know how happy she is. It's so good. It really makes her helpless. Yi Daishan looked very righteous and confident. "I miss my concubine, can't you?" Queen Jin was both annoyed and happy, worried and nonsense, and hurriedly stepped forward to bless her. The concubine welcomes Her Majesty to return in triumph. The concubines also bowed to their blessings. For a moment, Yin and Yang were dazzling chaos, and their souls were given color. Flat body, flat body. I have said that this must be the case, you guys. It's really. Yi Daishanzi smiled and stretched out his hand. Empress Jin's jade cheeks soared to Hongxia, hurried back 2 steps, and gave him a shameful glance. "The concubine understands your intentions, but there is no need to be in front of so many people." Familiar, right? Shame to death. She is the empress of the mother's ritual world, the lord of the harem, and all the concubines are watching. Even if she is willing, she has to set an example. Yi Daishanzi grinned and scratched the back of his head habitually. This action looked a bit silly, but it made the harem concubine's heart jump, and his eyes showed warmth. This accustomed sex action looks a bit silly, but in the eyes of the concubines, it is so cute and attractive, making people swing and uncontrollable. I have usually been used to being petted by someone, coaxing, being absurd with someone's imperial conquest. For months after going there, there is no shortage of everything in the palace, but it seems that something important is missing. It makes people feel uncomfortable. It's true to say it, and it's a good thing that you want to go by yourself. Don't you know that the sword has no eyes? I don't know if people are very worried. Do they have to worry about falling asleep all day? All the grievances, all the faint grievances, broke out in a moment. I really want to rush forward, pinch some people fiercely, bite a few bites, and relieve the hatred in my heart. However, this is not the time when you are strong and I am strong. The Emperor himself will conquer the invading millions of coalition forces and return in triumph. Today, we will host a banquet in the palace to celebrate. Before Yi Daishanzi came back, Empress Jin had already ordered her to go down and let the royal cook prepare all kinds of delicacies, and set a celebration and wedding banquet in the palace. Yi Daishanzi smiled and said, "Which concubines will accompany Lian to take a shower?" The jade cheeks of the concubines were soaring red, all shook their heads, and served the emperor to take a shower, which would definitely evolve into mandarin ducks playing in the water. The celebration banquet has been set, and the civil and military officials are all waiting. How can this be delayed? There were no mandarin ducks playing in the water, so Yi Daishan had to be served by a few court ladies, hurriedly showered and changed clothes, put on dragon robes, and headed to the hall. Queen Jin led the harem concubines to follow with a smile. In the spacious hall, there is a square, long and short table, on which is placed a variety of exquisite and attractive dishes and fine wines. Mantuman and martial artists knelt and waited in the morning. As soon as Yi Daishanzi appeared, he stood up, as if he had specially rehearsed 10,000 times, and his movements were very neat and uniform. Long live the emperor! The emperor is wise and martial. The emperor has inherited martial virtues and has ruled the world for thousands of years. Emperor! The civil and military officials sang their praises and flattered wildly, while desperately gnawing the delicious food in front of them, as if they hadn't eaten meat in N days. In fact, these ministers are not rich in wealth, fat rich men, and the delicacies of the mountains and seas, have long been tired of eating, and now so desperately devouring them. It is just psychological troubles. The emperor, that is a famous iron cock. Even if you are in a good mood, hosting a banquet is just an ordinary meal, 3 dishes and 1 soup. This is a rare opportunity. Don't eat for nothing. I'm afraid there will not be another one in the future. This kind of opportunity. All the ministers all came up with the same thoughts. The Empress is much more generous than the emperor. Yi Shanzi is indeed a bit iron cock. How much money does it cost for such a sumptuous cuisine? This money, it hurts to get it out of his pocket. But think about it, defeating the invading million coalition army and regaining all the lost ground. It is indeed time to celebrate. If you lose it, you will lose some money. Anyway, the dog's head soldier Y has no plan to ask the messengers of the 4 empires. With this the guy's ability, how can he get more money for him? The great kings of the Uli herdsmen, Bowling and his sons, and the patriarchs of all tribes all participated in the celebration banquet, and they were placed at the bottom right of the Emperor Yi, which made the patriarchs of all tribes flattered. This time, with the exception of Queen Jin, who is with the left head of the seat, the Emperor Yi Dacian arranged for Rong Hao to sit on the left head, which made Bolingxian's hanging heart relaxed for most. At least, the emperor did not dislike that Rong Hao was once Nush's beloved concubine. Spoiled it. There are people in the harem, so it's so much better. His only worry is how the emperor will put himself and his sons together. When the class teacher returned to court, the Emperor Yi Dacian ordered Gong Tangfeng to sit at the borders of Pingtung and Yulin. The Flying Eagle Corps naturally stayed behind, accompanied by tens of thousands of tribal warriors. Zheng Zixia led half of the Third Army to Jining to reinforce Dugakangsu. At the same time, he also brought nearly 100,000 tribal fighters. Many tribal fighters were assigned to stay in the cities of various continents. Only 50,000 tribal fighters accompanied the imperial capital, people, and half of the Third Army's troops were temporarily stationed outside the city. Bowling knew the tricks Yi Dacian had played, but he was helpless. If he refused, he was afraid that he would immediately fall to the ground and rebel. The clan chiefs who followed were frightened by the power of the Great Zhu, and they had gained a lot of benefits, and they were not necessarily willing to respond. The patriarchs of the tribes and the forces in his hands have been scattered, which is equivalent to being deprived of military power and becoming a polished commander. He can only take one step and count as one step. I only hope that Rong can blow some pillow winds. When father and daughter meet, naturally there is a lot to say, but this is not a time to talk. You have to wait for the banquet to disperse. Leaf and Fairy Yan did not attend the celebration banquet, and they didn't like this kind of occasion, and they stayed in their own bedroom for dinner. With enough wine and food, and enough flattery, the celebration and wedding banquets naturally ended. The patriarchs of the tribes had their own special personnel to entertain and arrange them. The first father and son of Bowling stayed in the palace to talk to Rongru, while the Emperor Yi Dacian was busy rushing to the scene. Comfort the concubines of the harem. Chapter 356. In the early dynasty the next day, the chiefs of the tribes such as Bolingxian were lucky enough to enter the Jinyuan temple, and the generals of the tribes such as Tunis stayed outside the temple, waiting for the summons. There were too many things to be dealt with after the war, but after the Emperor Yi Dacian first suppressed these, the soldiers waiting for the award for meritorious service could not wait any longer. Furthermore, first discuss meritorious rewards so that people can be more motivated and do things. Come, get twice the result with half the effort. The commanders of the three major legions were all promoted to generals. They were already generals. They were promoted to viscounts and inherited from generation to generation. This is the supreme glory. Mu Chunfing was still far away from the Great Wall. He commanded the Black Wolf Legion to trap Shenjing to death and engaged in a protracted siege. Duga Kangxu also led his troops into the hinterland of Bangtsai country. There are eunuchs who hold the imperial decree to grant rewards. The king of the stick has sent envoys to ask for peace. This is in the arms of the Emperor Yi. The two countries are fighting, and the party who proposes to ask for peace is almost as if the defeated country has no human rights. I am really sorry that I will not be ruthlessly squeezed. Duga Kangxu and his 150,000 bloody soldiers. It's not that Yi Daishan didn't want to destroy the Bangtsai nation, but based on the current situation, occupying the Bangtsai nation would do more harm than good. So let this Martian people live for a few more years. The Bangtsai country was originally poor, with the Yan Empire on the left and the Endless Sea on the right. It was constantly being harassed by Japanese pirates. How much force would it take to stabilize the frontier? How to deal with the livelihood of the people? Therefore, it is easy to conquer a city, but it is very difficult to manage one side. Furthermore, the Imperial Army has just smashed the prairie outside the Great Wall, and hasn't had time to digest it. The millions of coalition forces invaded, and the people of Great Zoo suffered heavy losses. They all needed to invest a lot of manpower, material resources and money. Even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you can still live and die. All soldiers who have made military merits receive awards, promotion, and silver rewards, and Yi Daishan tries his best to distinguish between rewards and punishments. The head of the Wulai herdsmen, Bo Ling, was first given the title of Wulihu and granted to Wulihu Mansion. He had a place in the court. His 2 sons, Doloyan and Tunis, were respectively named General Longwai and General Tiger Cavalry, and 1 expatriate, guarding one side, one holding the East City Guards. Regarding this result, Bo Linxian was also relieved. Wulihu, who is also the head of the country, is already very good, but Yi Daishanzi has given enough face. Even if he is dissatisfied, what can he do? The military power is gone, and the prairie can't go back. It's not bad to be Axioyu with peace of mind. At least, both of his sons are appointed generals and hold military power. He is also quite satisfied. The heads of the tribes all have rewards. Most of them are based on Bo Ling, but the horse is June. Bo Ling has no objection, and they have no objection. Moreover, they have also reaped a lot of benefits, and the tribes have their own arrangements. In the future, he will migrate into the territory of the Great Zoo, and life will be better than before. Only fools have opinions. The heroic and martyred general of Zhugo, Yu Tongliuo, pursued the title of first-class loyal prince, and Ning Zongyan as the brave general. The heroes and a group of prefects who stood by the city and died in the country were all given titles. Their children and grandchildren, they were all given official titles, even if it was just a false position. They gave them great comfort, and of course, there were many rewards. The ministers of the central government also have rewards, even if you do nothing, as long as you are loyal to the Great Zoo Empire and loyal to the Emperor Yi Da, you will have hard work without merit. It will not matter if you appoint a few fictitious officials, so as to calm people's hearts. Emperor Yi Da. It has always been generous in this regard. Why Wuji was still in charge of negotiations and failed to return to Beijing. This servant also had a reward. The official position was terrifying. The military teacher offered wine. The dignified third-rank officer, 2,000 stone salaries. This servant jumped straight to the Dragon Gate. Glorious ancestors, raised eyebrows and exasperated. Up. As for the traitors who surrendered to the city, some fled quickly and fled abroad with the defeated coalition forces. This account will be calculated later, and the traitors who were caught will have a very miserable end. All family wealth was confiscated and put into the national treasury. The whole family paraded the streets for 7 days and announced various crimes. After being scolded and blooded by the people, they beheaded to show the public and the corpses were thrown into the chaotic grave to feed the wolves. Regarding the traitors, Yi Shanzi was not merciful at all. Before, Empress Jin was purged of the imperial capital and arrested many officials and large families involved. After the public trial, these people were also taken to the execution ground to have their heads cut. King Liu can be regarded as a very famous writer. This time, it is really discredited and stinking for thousands of years. During this period, I was mainly busy with the compensation for the soldiers who died, the placement of the disabled soldiers, and at the same time, the construction work was carried out to help the people rebuild their homes. The destroyed crops were no longer able to be cultivated. Only when the spring came in the coming year, there was no harvest, and a lot of adjustments had to be made to ensure that all places affected by the war will not go hungry and cause disturbances. It is inevitable that food prices will skyrocket. Fortunately, the Emperor Yi Dai has issued an imperial decree to suppress the price increase. Otherwise, the increase will be even more outrageous. The Emperor Yi Daishan repeats the same plan and once again sells officials for food. As long as there is food, no silver, no more than tens of thousands of tons, he will immediately be a court official. This is a large sum of money for the rich, but low-status businessman. Why don't you find a great thing that you can't find if you have money to find a relationship? Although it was just a vacant position, it was also the imperial court commander anyway. This status skyrocketed, and there was glory in front of the ancestors and N generations. For Shilin, this is an insult to gentleness, but Yi Daishan's arbitrary expertise, who would dare to offend? Of course, Yi Daishan had to spend some words to persuade the conservatives headed by Cabinet Chief Tan Jiangman that Tan Jiangman is conservative, but it is not staid and flexible. If the people's food and clothing problem cannot be solved, it will trigger a democratic upheaval. A good official is not enough to be an upright official. You have to ensure that the people under the rule can solve the problem of food and clothing. This is a real good official. Sometimes, an upright official who can't manage a locality may not be comparable to a corrupt official. The empire has entered a period of recuperation. A month later, under the escort of the army, Wei Wuji returned to the palace with up to 1,500 tals of gold and silver. Earlier, the eunuch had gone to give a reward with the imperial decree, and he could not sleep for several days and nights. Sergeant Chijiu, a senior member of the third rank, with a salary of 2,000 stones, finally exulted, and now it is time to consider starting a family, marrying a wife and having children. Although this servant looks scary, there are many family members who come to propose marriage. It is not for him. As far as he is the official position of the military master offering wine, not to mention the third grade, it is the first favorite of the emperor. It is good, naturally indispensable. There are a lot of beautiful and dignified family daughters, but this one has chosen a family daughter who is quite a bit more than 60 points. For nothing else, the first condition for choosing a daughter-in-law is to look at the pelvis. The pelvic bones are big. If you want to rejuvenate the Wei family, if you want to rejuvenate the Wei clan, you will have to live your life. The more sons the better. In ancient marriages, whether you like it or not, you have to listen to the arrangements of your elders. The Wei Junshai's wedding can be said to be lightning fast. The Emperor Yi Daishan personally came to congratulate him and gave a lot of rewards and gave enough face. This lightning-like ceremony, the wedding of the city, can be regarded as infinitely beautiful. It once made a sensation in the imperial city and became a topic that people talked about after dinner. Chapter 357. The last battle won in late autumn. The Great Zhou Empire reached a peace agreement with the Greater South Korea, and Duga Kangxu was ordered to lead the army to withdraw from the territory of Bangtsai. Before reaching an agreement, Zheng Zixia led the Third Army and 100,000 tribal fighters into the territory of the Korean Empire in the name of reinforcements, and carried out large-scale sweeps of some cities and towns. The places that were swept almost became primitive society. In the words of Yi Daishanzi, this is a punishment for the intruder. The weaker continent is on the weaker side and has to compensate for the various losses of the strong. Yi Daishanzi, but the unceremonious lion opened his mouth, Bingjin, Pinayuan and other cities originally belonged to the territory of the Great Zhuami Empire. The border of the country is redivided, with Yalujiang as the boundary. The compensation is 10 million taels of silver. If there is no cash, please use sticks of ginseng and other valuable things to compensate. The price must be less than a half of the market price. Who will let you have no cash compensation? Not convinced? Then continue to fight. The income from the sale of captives from the nobles, together with the indemnity from the Bangtsai country, greatly eased the financial tensions of the Great Zhou Empire. After Zheng Zixia's department withdrew back into the pass, he moved outside the Great Wall to reinforce the Mu Chunfing department. The two legions surrounded Shengjing city for N levels inside and outside, backed by trenches and other fortifications, and equipped with thunder chariots and bombing thunders. No matter how powerful and terrifying weapons Nerchi had, he couldn't return to heaven. It was only a matter of time before the defeat of the once invincible Daijin Empire. An army of more than 500,000 people besieged Shengjing, and the daily consumption of food and grass was astonishing. In addition to the long transportation lines, this expenditure alone would make Daishan cry without tears. Fortunately, all the tribes in the grassland were swept, frightened by the imperial power, either surrendered, or migrated, and fled into the vast desert. There was no problem with the logistics supply line, which ensured the normal supply of materials for the two legions. In Shengjing city, a lot of food and grass were accumulated, but before the Black Wolf army was besieging the city, it carried out a large-scale sweep of the surrounding area and drove many tribes into the city. The number of people in this city has exploded, although it has doubled. The troops have been increased, but the daily consumption has also become alarming. Nerchi has ordered the collection of grain and unified distribution. He knows that this will cause strong dissatisfaction among the tribes and nobles, but there is no way. If there is no strict restriction, within 3 months, there will be no food in the city. At that time, there will be no need for weeks. The army raided the city, and the whole army collapsed without fighting. There is no food and grass inside and no reinforcements outside. Could it be that God wants my Dakin to perish? Nerchi lay desperately on the pile of brocade, coughing violently, coughing out a mouthful of blood, and frightened the concubine and the eunuch who served in the dormitory into a mess. Now, the only vitality is to break through the encirclement, retreat into the vast desert to recuperate, and make a comeback. However, he led the army to break through the encirclement nearly 20 times, but he was unable to break through the defense line of the Black Wolf Legion. The sneak attack in the middle of the night also failed, dug a tunnel, and was also seen through by Zijun. He used heavy smoke to backfire, and was smoked to death for hundreds of soldiers. He had no choice now, but he was reconciled, but he couldn't think of a good way. In the city, the military's mind has been chaotic, and the tribes are becoming more and more dissatisfied. Every day, some soldiers are on duty in the middle of the night, secretly lowering the city wall with a long rope, surrendering to the Zhou army, and having a good meal. Father Khan, can't you go on like this? The elder brothers yelled anxiously. They are all fierce generals charging and fighting. Don't expect them to come up with a good way. Nerchi coughed violently again. Why didn't he know that if this continued, Dakin would die? He tried all the methods he could think of, and he couldn't break through the defense line of the Great Zhou army. Father Khan, it's all dead anyway. It's better to break the boat and fight back. An elder brother yelled loudly. This elder brother is standard with well-developed limbs, simple in mind, and does not speak through the brain, causing all the elder brothers to roll their eyes. Nerchi's eyes brightened, and he was right. If this goes on, it will be death. Anyway, it will be death. It would be better to break the cauldron and set the boat to death, and then resurrect. It can really stand out from the encirclement. Okay. He stood up abruptly. A series of orders were issued from the palace, and the elder brothers, princes, and generals all left the palace to prepare for the war tomorrow. The next day, when the sky was grey, all the young people who could fight in the city had assembled. They had a good meal, and there were big fish and meat, and even good wine. For this final battle, Nurchi ordered the last food to be taken out to feed the soldiers. The Zhou army's defense line was as calm as it used to be, and the guards on duty were facing the gate, closely monitoring the closed gate. This long siege has already caused grievances to the soldiers. Fortunately, many tribal fighters descended from the city and surrendered. In other words, the lack of food in the city has been serious. The army will collapse without fighting. Seeing the opening of the city gate, the soldiers on duty immediately issued a signal. A large group of people from Diezi who were clothed without covering their bodies and were as thin as dry wood rushed out of the city, followed by groups of tribal cavalry, gathered in open fields. As soon as Mu Chunfeng got up, he was notified by the soldiers, and he immediately left the camp and stood outside the east city to observe. What tricks does Nurchi want to play? A soldier hurried to report to your lord, the three gates of the north, south and west are all open, and the enemy is in an offensive formation. Mu Chunfeng was startled. Could it be that Niu Kai dog jumped the wall in a hurry? In the midst of his thoughts, he issued an emergency order to prepare all soldiers and soldiers. At the same time, he sent people to inform Zheng Zixia's ministry, who was guarding the gates of the two northwestern cities, to be careful. With the sound of rumbling battle drums, the Jinjun drove the humiliated and dehumanized Daza people into the trenches. These people were all carrying sandbags and struggling forward. These unsexy bastards. The soldier gritted his teeth and cursed, watching the people get closer and closer, and they had entered the effective shoot range of the Thunder Chariot, but no one dared to shoot. Then but they are all the people of Diezu. Mu Chunfeng hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and shouted loudly, people, I will personally offer incense for you in the coming year. After he roared, the long sword was unsheathed sharply, pointed forward, and shouted, Thunder Chariot, shoot. The military order was like a mountain. Even if the soldiers couldn't bear it, they did not hesitate to pull the trigger. A giant arrow with a thick arm whizzed out, penetrating into the crowd, bringing out a smog of blood, and a broken limb. Chapter 358. The last battle. The soldiers mechanically loaded the giant arrows, endured tears and squeezed the trigger, shooting waves of giant arrows, and the people who were driven away by the Golden Army were killed or injured. Charge! The Jinjun general shouted with a knife, and dashed forward, overturning several people. The Golden Cavalry behind him roared and charged, and in the blink of an eye they drowned the thousands of people in front of them. The general of the Black Wolf Legion fired waves of giant arrows, tearing the charging Gold Army to pieces, but still could not stop the crazy attack of the Gold Army. Arrow formation, send a shoot. The officer slashed with his long sword. Thousands of archers who were already ready to send shoot at the same time. Under the intensive rain of arrows, a large number of golden cavalry screamed and fell, but they were left. The charge is still crazy. Under 3 waves of arrow rain, golden soldiers screamed and fell down, but more golden soldiers came out of the city. They roared and frantically launched their bravery on the soldiers of the Black Wolf Legion behind the trench. The charge. The drapery is ready, the cavalry is ready, all armies line up. Mu Chunfeng frowned, and he issued one after another to prepare for the battle. This time Nushi launched this crazy attack that does not count the loss. Could it be that the dog is really going to jump off the wall and fight with his back? Question mark. Hold my arrow to inform the guards of the gates, and be careful. He issued the military order again, and ordered the messengers to go to inform the guards guarding the other 3 gates. This is most likely the last crazy breakout of Nurchi. They must be careful and never let the enemy force break through the encirclement. Zheng Zixia and his Third Army were responsible for guarding the 2 gates in the southwest. His rank was lower than Mu Chunfeng's rank. Moreover, Mu Chunfeng was the commander-in-chief of the besieged city appointed by the emperor. He was the deputy commander, and everything had to obey the commander. Command. Jin Jun's frantic attack regardless of the cost has made him confused, and the soldiers brought Mu Chunfeng's words to him, and he also strengthened the suspicion in his heart. Nurchi really killed his life this time. He immediately ordered the troops to assemble and line up to prevent the Golden Army from desperately breaking through. At the East City Gate, after paying a heavy price, the Golden Army rushed to the trench and threw bags of sandbags into the trench. However, most of these golden soldiers did not have a chance to run back. They were all shot by dense arrows. The rain shoots into big hedgehogs. Shield soldiers to cover. Nushi gave the order calmly. If the breakthrough is unsuccessful and Darjin is heartbroken, he has already seen that no matter how heavy the loss is, he must break through. 1, 2, 3, the slinger, send a shoot. The officer checked the distance visually and confirmed that the Golden Army shield soldiers had entered the shoot range of the spelter, and immediately ordered a shoot. Logistically, a large number of stone dump trucks were brought in. Mu Chunfing did not use it to bomb Shengjing City, but lay out a little far behind the formation, only to bombard the enemy forces rushing out of the city in an attempt to break through. What the rappeller fired was not a large stone bomb, but an explosive package that ignited the fuse. Nearly 100 explosive packages fell into the dense crowd, and then bursts of flames and billows, thick smoke, and countless stumps and broken arms. But Jin Jun seemed to have been beaten in blood, still charging forward frantically, filling the trenches regardless of the cost. The golden soldiers who approached were either shot by the rain of arrows, or they were blown to the ground by the bombardment thunder thrown by the soldiers of the Shenji battalion, and the grass was full of dead bodies. Drive the cows and fill the ditch. Above the city, Nushi gave an order through gritted teeth. This is the last battle concerning the survival of Dakin. He has already spared it. Any preservation of strength is fought, and there is only a line of protruding and strong encirclement. Vitality. Mu Chunfing, who came to the front line commander, saw the cows rushing out of the city gate. His face changed slightly, and knew she was really dying. The corners of these hairy cows were all tied with sharp spikes, daggers and other weapons. Because the cloth strips tied to their tails burned, they rushed frantically towards the soldiers of the Black Wolf Legion behind the trench. Behind the herd was the Golden Army cavalry crushed by howling. Thousands of horses galloped, and the earth shook violently. In the face of the madly rushing cattle, the soldiers of the Black Wolf Legion showed an uneasy expression on their faces. For the mad herd, humans cannot stop them. Stay steady, hold steady. Mu Chunfing shouted loudly, and gave orders calmly. The spearman, the spear, and the archer freely shoot with a piercing cone. The cattle were still rushing frantically, and the intensive rain of arrows shot, and some hairy cows were stuck with arrows all over their bodies, and they still ran forward 10 steps before they crashed down. Bombardier, drop bomb. The soldiers of the Shenji camp immediately threw thunders into the sky, exploded in the approaching cattle, and knocked down many hairy cows. The violent explosion also shocked the cattle, jumping wildly, but there were also many hairy cows that could not stop due to their inertia. One end was cut into the trench, and some jumped over the trench, and the other rammed into the forest like gun array, and was pierced by a sharp spear, but also crushed and wounded many pikemen. The long spear formation was in chaos for a while, but the soldiers were already veterans with many battles. The dead and wounded were quickly taken away, and the spearmen behind renewed their formation. Some frightened Mao cows turned around and recoiled, knocking the rumbled Golden Army cavalry into their backs, and then they were chopped down by chaotic knives. Taking this opportunity of chaos, a large group of golden cavalry rushed in, and the knights immediately jumped off their horses, drove the horses away, and fell into the trenches. Some tribal warriors jumped off their horses before they had time, and they all fell into the trenches with their horses. Fill the trenches with oxen and war horses. Nurchi is really crazy. Mu Chunfing once again sent the soldiers to pass the orders, and ordered the guards of the gates to be careful. It didn't take long for a personal soldier to report that the North Gate trench was filled by the Golden Army, and the battle was once chaotic by the crazy cattle. The two sides have entered a hand-to-hand battle of handoffs, facing the Golden Army's madness regardless of the cost. Offensive. the war is a bit tight. It's Lao Tzu. Mu Chunfing cursed, assigned a general to command the battle, and hurried to Nanxing with his personal guards. The battle at the North City Gate was indeed as reported by the soldiers. The trenches had been filled by the Golden Soldiers. The two sides had entered a hand-to-hand battle of handover. They already formed a dense defensive formation to stop the crazy attack of the Golden Army. Although the enemy had a weapon of horror such as the Thunderbolt, the Golden Army had desperately made a desperate attack. Although the losses were heavy, the casualties were not small. Mu Chunfing, who rushed to the front of the formation, could not scold the generals for improper guarding, and ordered the archers to maintain long-range coverage, as far as possible to block the Gold Army behind from rushing up, and at the same time ordered the bomber desperately to throw the thunder and the stone car throwing shooting explosives drugs. This is Nurture's last crazy battle, and there is no need to save firearms such as the bombing of the sky. The general responsible for guarding the North City Gate is called Fang Hongda, with a look of shame on his face. My lord, the command is not good. Please condemn him. Mu Chunfing patted him on the shoulder, and comforted, the first time I met Jin Jun's Mad Cow formation, it was inevitable that I was in a hurry, so he'll be in command. Fang Hongda is his deputy. He has good ability and calm mind. In time, he will become the commander in charge of the army alone. Nurchi's Mad Bull formation is indeed powerful. He is also the first time he has seen him. Fortunately, he has dealt with it properly and he has not succeeded in making trouble. With his feet in chaos, Fang Hongda still needs a certain amount of experience to be truly mature. My lord, even if the subordinates died in battle, they will never let a tart break out. Fang Hongda knelt down fiercely. Chapter 359 The Last Battle 3 Long-range bombardment by Drappers, long-range coverage of arrows, successfully blocked the rush of the Gold Army behind, and the pressure on the frontal defenders was slightly reduced. After the thunder of thunder, the Gold Army was killed and wounded. However, the Gold Army was in despair. In order to seek a ray of vitality, Zong has already killed his madness, and continues to attack madly regardless of the cost. Although the trench outside the North City Gate was filled, there was still a mud wall over 1 meter high as a fortification. The soldiers of the Black Wolf Legion stood behind the mud wall and stubbornly arrived at the crazy attack of the Royal Golden Army. The battle outside the Nanxing Gate was also fierce. The trenches were filled with hairy bulls, horses, and sandbags by the Golden Soldiers. The mud walls collapsed under the crazy attack of the Golden Soldiers. The soldiers blocked by a dense defensive phalanx, intersected short-term soldiers, and fought hand-to-hand. The soldiers of the Third Army also suffered a lot of casualties. Under a wooden high platform later in the forward position, Zheng Zixia looked at the entire battlefield with a calm face. He was originally commanding operations at the West Gate, but he rushed over when he heard that the South Gate was in a hurry. The situation on the southern front is a bit tight, but it is not serious enough to put the reserve team into the battle, and the defensive phalanx built with dense soldiers. Looking at the entire continent, even the most famous commander in history can't do it. From the front, forcibly breaking through, the emperor did it, but the prerequisite was to bury a large number of explosive barrels underground to blow up the coalition's heavy infantry. Even with the use of explosives, the method is not fair enough. But the emperor still set a precedent in the history of the mainland to break through the defensive phalanx from the front. But the current Golden Soldiers are definitely not good. Although they attacked frantically regardless of the cost, they also just relying on the spirit of desperately breaking through to survive. The art of war is repeated, decayed, and exhausted. Morale is strange. If you can't attack for a long time, your spirit will be reduced. When casualties reach a certain level, morale will develop a mentality of not wanting to fight again, which will affect morale and attack. The momentum will be reduced. The battle was still fierce. The Golden Army's crazy offensive was blocked in front of the dense defensive phalanx of the Third Army. Soldiers on both sides fought bravely until they died. The front fell and the back comrades topped. Above, even if you are a murderous madman, there are times when you are reluctant to kill and fear. Catapult, prepare. Zheng Zixia, who stood on the high platform and looked at the entire southern front battlefield, suddenly said, and the soldiers of the Xinjiang battalion were ready to shoot explosives and drug packets. A group of cavalry surged out from the opening of the city gate. Although the distance was far away, it could be distinguished from the colorful feathers on the helmet that there were many high-ranking generals in this cavalry group. The emperor said that if you want to fight a snake, you need to hit 7 inches, you must first capture the king, kill the officers, and the soldiers have no command, you must chaos. Kill an army commander, and the whole army will collapse, regardless of the one that just rushed out of the city. How high is the leader of the Golden Army cavalry? In short, it is either the prince level or the elder brother level. Moreover, there are still a lot of people. I only hope that a round of catapult bombardment can accurately hit the target. This time, Zheng Zixia guessed more than half of it. It was the Yulin Guards, the strongest in the Golden Army, surrounded by the great Khan Nurchi, and a group of princes and elders went out of the city, intending to use Yulin's personal guards to rush into the battle and kill a bloody way. Successfully broke through and withdrew into the depths of the desert and then made a comeback in another picture. Habayashi guards 10,000 people. They are all veteran soldiers selected from 10,000. They have good weapons and equipment. Moreover, there are 1,000 horses that are heavily loaded iron cavalry. The terrifying impact of heavy iron cavalry is recognized by the mainland, and it is a dense infantry. Under the full impact of the heavy cavalry, the phalanx was like a paper tie, and only heavy infantry could barely support it. However, while the 10,000 Yilin was still in line, the 3rd Legion's stone dumplings had already launched a bombardment. Packs of explosive medicine bursting with blue smoke smashed down, blowing up groups of flames into the sky. Billowing gunsmoke, covering the sky and the sun. The guards of Habayashi were blown into blood, and the frightened warhorse broke and jumped and overturned the knight on the horse. Success or failure is in this one move. Everyone hides and stays steady. Nurchi brandished his sweaty sword, shouting loudly, desperately stabilizing the military's mind. The lethality of Zhejian's firearms was too terrifying, but at this moment of life and death, he didn't care about any loss. As long as he could break through the Zhejian's defensive phalanx, he would be able to break a blood path and highlight the encirclement. Suddenly hearing something smashed off the top of his head, Nukai yelled, swiping the treasured knife in his palm, and picked up the falling explosives. This is his instinctive self-protection reaction. As for where the bag of explosives that was picked up falls, he has no time to think about it. Father Khan. Liu Chibo roared with horror and despair. Tilbo. Nushi cried out mournfully, urging the mount to rush to the side. He did not expect that the dynamite bag he had picked up would fall by his 6th son, Churbo. With a loud bang, Trilbo's huge body was lifted by the airwaves. Amidst the shrapnel fired by several big gold warlords beside him, one by one uttered a stern cry and fell to his back. Old fate matters, Nurchi can take care of so much. He escaped, and he was shocked in a cold sweat. However, the earth-shaking violent explosion shocked the horse, who stepped down, neighing and jumping. Almost jumping. Throw him off horseback. In the panic, he suddenly heard 2 bangs, looked down, and stunned him. On both sides of his side, he dropped 2 packets of explosive medicine with green smoke. Although he was old, his reaction was not slow. He was so frightened that he hurriedly urged his mount and flee to one side desperately. 2 deafening loud noises rang out one after another, exploding 2 fires, and dozens of nearby Habayashi guards screamed and threw away. Nurchi, who was fleeing, suddenly shook his back, and the boundless waves of pain instantly drowned him. Sweat. Several guards with knives let out a miserable cry, hurriedly jumped off their horses, helped Nushi, who had fallen off his horse, and ran towards the door. Unfortunately, another pack of explosives fell from the sky with a bang, and the flames from the explosion enveloped these guards with swords and the unconscious Nushi. The drapery car fired 3 rounds of fire, and the assembled Habayashi guards suffered heavy casualties. Nushi, Several princes, and more than a dozen Darjan fierce generals were killed on the spot. The soldiers of the Black Wolf Legion and the Third Legion were fighting bloody battles, desperately blocking the crazy attack of the Golden Army. Outside the North City Gate, several rounds of violent explosions caused the entire field to be enveloped by billowing gunpowder. After most of the dispersal, the soldiers of the Black Wolf Legion who were fighting in the front suddenly felt the pressure lightened, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The remaining golden soldiers outside the city were retreating into the city in embarrassment. The uneven ground was full of dead people and horses, weapons, armors, and battle flags all over the ground. Jinping finally retreated. Thousands of soldiers couldn't help but erupt with a loud roar, and once again they repelled the crazy attack of the golden soldiers. Chapter 360 The Emperor is ridiculous again. Although the battle was over, Mu Chunfing and Zheng Zixia did not dare to be careless. They sent additional posts to closely monitor any changes in the Jin army. Today's blockade is fiercer than any battle after the siege. The Golden Army's frenzied offensive at any cost once caused a lot of pressure on the side. This should be Nurchi's dying counterattack, and the food in the city. The rarer it is, the more desperate Nurchi will be. In the future, it will be necessary to strengthen surveillance to guard against the dying struggle of the Golden Army. For 2 days in a row, the Golden Army in the city did not change anything, but there was a roar and killing sound that shook the sky, and the model lasted for an hour or so to stop. Rebellion in Taz's nest. Regardless of anti or not, the food in this Shengjing city could not last for a few days. Sooner or later, she was defeated. Mu Chunfing just ordered the soldiers to strengthen their guard to prevent the Golden Army from breaking through again. In the early morning of the third day, in Dongqingmen, a golden envoy came over with a white cloth and presented a letter. Accompanied by nearly 100 unarmed tribal youths, brought nearly 40 corpses and placed them outside the trenches. According to believers, the great Khan Nushi was shot and killed during the breakout. At the same time, the few remaining princes and a dozen high-ranking generals were killed. Their bodies have been carried, waiting to be verified. Upright. There was no leader in the city, and the commander of the Golden Army with military power wanted to break through again, but the warriors of the various tribes were already desperate, and no one responded. The result of the coercion was to trigger a mutiny. The tribes united and killed the golden generals and many golden soldiers. Control the city. The patriarchs of the tribes discussed it all night before sending envoys to request surrender, requesting the preservation of the power and interests of the tribes. Mu Chunfing said flatly, You can only surrender unconditionally. After the death of Shengjing city, the emperor told him privately that the Tartars in the city could only surrender unconditionally. Nushi and his sons, princes, and all the senior generals of the kingdom of Jin, these repeat offenders do not need to be escorted back to Beijing. Click away, so as not to have long nights and dreams. He had a list of important figures that the emperor wanted to snap off. At this meeting, the patriarchs of various tribes personally verified their bodies and confirmed that Nurchi and others had been killed. Looking at the once invincible king of the grassland, the patriarchs of these tribes couldn't help sighing and booing for a while. Fortunately, they took refuge in Diezu. Otherwise, I am afraid that this will be a miserable end. At noon, the 4 gates of Shengjing city opened wide, and groups of tribal warriors came out of the city with their heads down, threw down their weapons, and lined up on the grass. There were nearly 300,000 people. They were anxiously waiting for the Zhou army disposal. Afterwards, Mu Chunfing sent an army to guard these prisoners of war, and the army marched into the city. The double dragon flag of the Great Zhou Empire was raised at the head of Shengjing city, and the death of the Daijin Empire was also declared. The good news was passed to the Great Zhou Palace, and the Emperor Yi Daishan was so happy that he rubbed his hands and finally eliminated the biggest foreign aggression. Now he can sit back and relax. Congratulations to the Emperor, Hexi Emperor. The Emperor has inherited martial virtues, and will dominate the world forever. Why Washu, who is already the 3rd-grade military master, sacrifices the wine and misses the opportunity to flatter. Yi Daishanzi laughed and cursed, Get out of your bastard. Xi Emperor Wai Wuji was happy to disappear immediately, rushed home excitedly, put his arms around his wife, and went to make a villain. The reason why Yi Daishanzi gave him a big vacation is because the war is over and he is not needed for the time being. This squat of bad water, playing intrigue and tricks, is definitely a top master. So he has to talk about the governance of one party's political affairs. The servant is incompetent at all. If it is released outside, it will definitely be a corrupt official who bullies men and women. He has sent a messenger and ordered Mu Chunfing to raid the Black Wolf army to stay in Shenjing. The Kingdom of Kings has just been destroyed, and the situation is not very stable. The guerrillas have taken the opportunity to rob and need to leave a large army to deter the tribal prairie. Guan Zixia led the Third Army to retreat to Shiga City, echoing with the Black Wolf army. It not only serves as a deterrent, but also protects the citizens of Dazu who are about to relocate outside the Great Wall. At the same time, tens of thousands of sticks and Japanese prisoners of war will serve as the construction outside the Great Wall. Free labor. As for how many people can survive, it depends on their luck. At the same time that the people of Dazu moved to the outside of the Great Wall, some tribes also moved into the pass and settled in a scattered way. This was a major move by the Emperor Yi to divide the outsiders of Serbia and assimilate them. Rivers outside the Great Wall are scarce. Excavation of rivers and control of the desert are the top priorities. The Bureau of Mechanical Engineering has developed a large-scale water wheel and successfully tested it. It will be erected next to the Datakan River to introduce the river water into the artificial river channel to solve the problem of some places, drinking water problems. As a traveler, Tanzi knows how serious the desert is. Therefore, the vegetation of the prairie cannot be destroyed, and the wasteland cannot be cultivated without a plan. For this reason, he issued a holy order that every acre of wasteland must be reclaimed. After approval by the government, 2 or 3 acres of woods must be planted in the designated place to ensure survival. He divided the vast grassland into 3 major towns, Chengbai, Shenjing, and Zanmu. According to the current system of the Great Zhou dynasty, he set up a chief executive, namely the governor, and set up the commander of the army to control the army, with a ratio of 2 to 1. Resident 20,000 Zhou army, 10,000 tribal fighters. Each county and town under the jurisdiction of the city and town has a county magistrate. The commanding army lieutenant controls the 2,000 Zhou army, and 1,000 tribal fighters. The imperial court releases outside, suppresses the ministers who defend one side, even in poor areas. It is a big fat difference with the power and authority. The candidates are recommended by the ministers, the cabinet deliberated, and finally decided by the Emperor Yi Daishan. The Emperor Yi Daishan is quite discerning, like war generals, and the governor of one party can't do it, so he has to escape the election cautiously. Eliminating the confidant Golden State and unifying the prairie have great benefits. The best horses in the world all come from the prairie. If the empires want to buy horses, they have to buy horses from him. The price is different. Too expensive? That's it. I don't want to sell it yet. You have a monopoly on resources. Yi Daishanzi has always been a treasurer, except for the people in the 3 major cities and towns. Everything else is basically handed over to the cabinet chief assistant Dan Jiangman to make decisions. The prime minister is the prime minister for national affairs. Every department was so busy that it was a mess, but the Emperor Yi Da was busy comforting the concubines in the harem, and the little couple won the newlyweds. Besides, after leaving the palace for so long, it was naturally like a glue. This guy didn't think it was troublesome to rush to the place, so he simply drew up drawings and designs on his own, and ordered the carpenter to build according to the drawings, and make a king-size bed. There was no problem with more than 10 people rolling on it. This time, he designed it in a Western style. The color tone was mainly pink and color, emphasizing the warm, romantic, and very tantalizing atmosphere. This super-large bed occupies a quarter of the entire bedroom. There is a thick blanket on the floor. People step on it, like stepping on a bale of cotton. It is soft and uncomfortable. It is in the closet in the corner, pretending to be all kinds of props. This palace is naturally the main battlefield of the Emperor Yi, and he personally named it Palace of Ecstasy. Hearing that the Emperor invented and created a super big bed again, the concubines were both curious and ashamed. Who didn't know what the Emperor meant? It's just too ridiculous and evil. Chapter 361 Queen of the Three Palaces. The posture is wrong. Raise your arms higher. Hey, lower. Yanayu corrected Yi Daishan's posture tirelessly, and she was helpless. For Sumyone's very humbly asking for advice. Fairy, can't you just correct it directly? Yi Daishanzi was rather impatient. You know, time is money, and God is. I am so busy with everything. There is no time to sleep. It's rare to take time to practice martial arts. Yanayu is speechless. Is she really that busy? Why do I see you staying with your concubines all day long? These were all told by Dan Junki, but, to be honest, the first poem written by someone is a masterpiece, and there are several sentimental love poems, not to mention the concubines of the harem, but the women they don't know. But also to be overwhelmed by his amazing talents, it is difficult to hold on to himself. Of course she knew Sumyone's intentions, but she couldn't evade her. She turned over her wrist and she already had a wooden ruler in her hand. Wow! Yi Daishanzi screamed, folded his hands on his chest. The expression on his face was as if the women of the Liang family had encountered a rapist and evil prostitute thief. Yanayu didn't expect his reaction to be so big. She was shocked for a while, and asked inexplicably, "The Emperor?" Yi Daishan squeezed out a pitiful expression. "Fairy, you threw the wooden ruler? Okay. When I see it, I can't help but think of our emperor. The emperor is naturally the teacher of the emperor of the dynasty. Every prince is taught by a respected teacher. Who dares to be naughty? The teacher's wooden ruler is correct. Yi Daishanzi is a person who travels through the crowd. Naturally, he doesn't know what his teacher's name is and what he looks like. For Fairy Payoyan, he uses all means." Feeling helpless, Yanayu took the wooden ruler, and was about to speak. Xiao Luzi hurried in. "The Emperor, Empress Li is gone." "What?" Yi Daishanzi jumped up in shock, and ran out, asking as he ran, "What's the matter?" "In which direction?" "I don't know how much effort I took, and there are countless saliva. I finally soaked Leaf. The raw ice has not been cooked. Wouldn't it be a pity if she left?" "The Emperor, the Emperor." The little six hurriedly followed. The Lady of Leaf just moved to the Golden House for a small stay. The servants and maids have already sent some people to wait on her. Yi Daishan was so angry that he knocked him out of horror, gritted his teeth and said, "Next time I talk halfway, I will cut you off." "The Emperor forgive me." Xiao Luzi couldn't help wiping a handful of cold sweat beads on his forehead. The slave and maid had no such thing for a long time, so there is no harm in cutting one more time, just for fear that the emperor would chop off the slave's head. Danzi turned around. Fairy Yan had already left. He thought for a while and said, "Call Ywazi." Leaf suddenly moved to the Golden House where Bai Ling, Yunayu and other women lived. Naturally, this was to remind him not to forget the previous promise. Now, it's Leaf's affairs that are easy to handle, and the headache is on Queen Jin's side. Even if she doesn't taste it, she will definitely feel uncomfortable. Think about it, they are the lord of the harem, commanding the concubines of the harem. They are ridiculous, accepting concubines, and they didn't make any trouble. But they also generously helped you take care of your concubine without interfering in the affairs of the court. Now that he wants to place another queen of the palace, no one feels good about it. Yi Daishanzi couldn't think of a proper way, so he had to summon his cool-headed sergeant Ywushu to come up with a proper way to solve this headache. Ywuji was busy making a villain. Hearing the emperor's call, he immediately jumped up and rushed to the palace at the fastest speed. When he came to Yashushu to ask for peace, Yi Daishan didn't know how many laps he had made in the study. "The Emperor," Ywuji cautiously asked for peace. This servant is no weaker than Suzilun in observing the appearance and color. Just looking at the Emperor's expression, He knew that there was a headache. Think of a way for me. Yi Daishan went straight to the subject. Wai Wuji carefully asked the reason. His eyes rolled and he had an idea in his mind. He chuckled lightly. The Emperor, you are a mystery of the authorities, and the minister is a bystander. This is easy to handle. Knowing that he had thought of a solution, Yi Daishan said impatiently, say it. Wai Wuji said, the Emperor, you have named Empress Jin as the Empress of the palace. Isn't the seat of these two palaces vacated? The Emperor's thoughts, he was very clear, the seat of the two palaces. The Empress Li had to sit at least one. As for the other, it should be the otherworldly fairy Yanai who does not eat the incense of the world. Queen of the three palaces, Queen Jin is the main palace. The first position remains the same. Fairy Yan has a sex indifferent. Even if she occupies the first house in the future, she won't value these things. Leaf, initiate be a lie, that is killing without blinking. The Lord, but she is also indifferent to fame and fortune. As long as you don't provoke her, isn't she a transcendent existence like Fairy Yanai? To put it bluntly, although Queen Jin has the temperance of the Empress of the two palaces, in fact, the jade of the harem still belongs to her. As long as she can maintain the Empress of the palace, in the words of the Emperor, the harem still has a crab. Yi Daishan patted him on the shoulder and laughed. Ashamed of my military strategist, the stick has recently sent a compensation, and there are several stick beauties. You can pick one. Thank you, the Emperor. Wai Wuji's saliva came out with joy. The Emperor had previously rewarded a stick beauty. The water was tight. Although the language was not clear, she was quite understanding. He served him crookedly. Now there is another stick beauty. Left hugs, right hugs. He wants to learn from the Emperor who flies. It must be so cool. When he was so proud, he did not forget to remind him, my lord, you'd better coax Empress Jin into a happy heart before mentioning this matter. Well, I know, get out. Yi Daishan was in a good mood, waved his big sleeve, and drove people away. The minister retire. Wai Wuji ran to pick the stick beauties. Yi Daishanzi thought for a while, had an idea in his mind, and he moved to King Palace near the dinner time. Long ago, the lady of the palace reported it first, and Empress Jin heard that the Emperor was about to come, and she was pleased to order the lady of the court eunuch to set up a banquet, elaborately decorated, and welcomed the Emperor's arrival. Tsk tusk, Jaina, you are so beautiful today. Yi Daishanzi smiled and flattered as soon as he entered the bedroom. Nothing to offer courtesy, not to treat or steal, but Empress Jin thought he thought of some absurd trick to toss people. Smooth jade cheeks flew red. Zhao Zhao said, the Emperor, are you complimenting the concubine? Still ridicule the concubines? Heaven and earth conscience, I am a heartfelt word, sincere praise. Jaina, if you don't believe it, touch or touch to see. Yi Daishanzi slapped his chest with a vow, holding Queen Jin's small hands on his chest. Go up, smile and say, you touch or touch, if my heart doesn't beat, it's a lie. Queen Jin couldn't laugh or cry. The heart of a dead person wouldn't beat, a big living person, how could this heart not beat? What is this fallacy? However, she has learned a lot about Sumion's absurdity and evil, and she has long been accustomed to seeing it. Chapter 362 Queen Jin leaned in Yi Daishanzi, and whispered, the concubine let Xia come and serve. The Emperor usually comes over for dinner, and most of the time he will stay overnight, but it may not be necessary every time. She asks like this, but it is also a temptation. Of course, she hopes the Emperor will stay overnight. Also, the Emperor's combat power is so fierce that she is definitely not the only one who can parry Xia, but Xia can't bear it either. However, if she can't bear it, Xia will help him, so as not to get out of bed tomorrow and he will be crazy. After enough, she didn't bother to pay attention to which concubine she ran to toss with. No, I just want to speak with Jaina today. Yi Daishanzi smiled and waved his hand, blasting the maids and eunuchs waiting for dispatch in the corner of Shili. Empress Jin was a little disappointed in her heart, but when the Emperor came over to dine with her, talk and chat with her, she was content. At least, the emperor still spoiled her. There are many concubines in the harem. The emperor likes the new, but does not tire of the old. Every concubine loves her. She is definitely not alone, as long as the emperor does not neglect her. Yi Daishanzi sat down with Diema Jindao, then patted his thigh. Jaina, come, I will hold you for dinner. This time, Empress Jin didn't feel a little bit coy about it. She sat generously on Yi Daishanzi's lap. She hadn't experienced the ridiculous evil of the emperor. She sat on his lap and asked him to hug the meal. It's just pediatrics. This meal was eaten until the sky was completely dark, and the palace lanterns were lit in the palace at some time. Under the soft lighting, the whole palace was filled with a warm and romantic atmosphere. Satiated with wine and food, Yi Daishanzi smiled and held Queen Jin's little hand. Go, let's learn from Guangong, and flood the seventh army. The flooding of the seven armies is a story in the romance of the three kingdoms that someone told her. To put it bluntly, it is a mandarin duck playing in the water, which means that the emperor will stay overnight tonight. Queen Jin was ashamed and happy, and a little bit scared. However, she died when she died. The feeling of ecstasy is unforgettable, and death is also worth it. At most 5 or 6 days of sore waist and leg pain make you happy. I just laughed. After the 7 armies were flooded, the next step was to explore the true meaning of life. Queen Jin was tossed to the death, repeatedly begging for mercy. Yi Daishanzi paused the expedition and exclaimed, Jaina, I want to enshrine you as the main palace. Empress Jin gasped and groaned. Her scarlet jade cheeks suddenly turned pale, and she said nervously, the emperor. She is now the empress of the mother's ritual world, and the emperor wants to canonize her as the main palace. Isn't there still something about the empress of the two palaces? It's no wonder that you have been so desperately dedicated just now. It turns out that there has been premeditated. Things are abnormal, and there must be demons. Empress Jin felt a little miserable in her heart. The emperor, are the concubines doing a bad job? If I, the queen, does not do well or has any fault, I can change it, learn it, and try my best to do it well. Why bother to get the empress of the two palaces to restrain me? Yi Daishan hurriedly coaxed, Jaina, I didn't mean that. You did a good job. What I meant was yes. Well, you know, Fairy Yan has a special status, so I have to give someone a maiden prestige, right? He flipped his 3-inch tongue, explained desperately, and coaxed. You also know that Fairy Yan's heart is indifferent, and only pursues the highest state of martial arts, and will definitely not fight with you. This, you can rest assured. Besides, you are the palace. Why do you all overwhelm her? Only you bully her, right? Empress Jin's heart is a little wider. Fairy Yan's sex is exactly as the emperor said. Even if the empress of Donggong is sealed, she will definitely not fight with her. Forget it. Fairy Yan is a sent of the Xuanman. If you have the skills, hook her up. What can I say? She is very clear about someone's sex personality. She is definitely a sage king who is rare in a century, a good friend, but has a bad problem. That is, she can't see a beautiful woman, and she is particularly good. Fortunately, it's not like the new and the old. The new and the old are pampered. Ah! The emperor. Forgive the concubine. The concubine really eats. It won't help. Yi Daishanzi didn't dare to give her a chance to think, and when she was speaking, she fought desperately until Queen Jin uttered a violent scream, convulsed all over, and fainted. After confirming that she was only temporarily dizzy, Yi Daishan slapped his fingers triumphantly. Finally, I've gotten through it. Tomorrow, when Queen Jin regains his senses and courage, he must see through his mind. But it is already done. This is a bit of a trick. But there is no other way. He felt a little sorry for Queen Jin in his heart, so he had to make up for it later and stay with her a lot. In the early dynasty the next day, after dealing with some things, Emperor Yi Daishan decreed that Empress Jin was appointed as the Empress of the palace. Duga Jin, the Shangxiu of the Ministry of War, could only sigh helplessly, and canonized his daughter as the Empress of the palace. leaving behind it to help Leaf canonize the Empress of the East Palace, which Linu once assassinated. But the emperor did not hold her accountable and still spoiled her. Such a result, as early as he had expected. Fortunately, his daughter was still the imperial empress. After leaving the dynasty, Jin returned home and immediately ordered his wife to enter the palace immediately to comfort her daughter. He was able to understand everything about Leaf in the palace. She had ambitions before. It was because of Kuji. After Kuji died, Leaf committed a murder and avenged her master. After that, except for the pursuit of martial arts at the highest level, there seems to be no change. If she still had ambitions, she would secretly buy people's hearts in the palace, cultivate cronies, win over ministers, and compete with her daughter for the queen's throne. Based on the collected data, Jin judged that there was also a gambling element. He bet that Leaf was obsessed with pursuing the highest state of martial arts, and had no interest in the struggle for power. Regardless of whether his judgment is correct or not, the emperor has always acted arbitrarily. Who dares to touch his dragon scales? It is imperative to canonize Leaf as the Empress of the East Palace. The wisest choice is to acquiesce. The emperor has always been pitying and cherishing Jade, and may feel sad. As long as the daughter has no major mistakes, the emperor can't find a reason even if she wants to abandon it. As for Leaf, try to exercise restraint. Don't provoke her, deal with it carefully. There shouldn't be any major trouble. But if Leaf takes the initiative to provoke, it means that she is ambitious. At that time, he will kiss Xiniuwu and persuade Xiniuwu, King Xuanman and the power of the major families to take a risk and get rid of Leaf. After Yi Shanzi left the court, he changed into plain clothes, took the little 5, little 6 and the 4 dragons and tigers guards, slipped out of the palace and happily went to the Golden House Private Association. Before, there were many Jiangyang thieves, desperados, and old fierce demons who sneaked into the imperial capital of the Great Zhou for a lot of money. They decided to assassinate Yi Shanzi. They were first cleaned by Feng Fu and killed many of them. The remaining few were again by Yi Shanzi. When the class teacher returned to the court, he planned to kill more than a dozen people, and the remaining individuals had dispelled the idea of risking their lives to make a fortune and left the imperial capital of the Great Zhou dynasty. The emperor lives in the imperial palace. The imperial scholars are like forests, the masters are like clouds, and are heavily guarded. Who dares to touch in and assassinate? Wait, does the ghost know that the Monkey King will go out of the palace every year? Furthermore, the imperial city is full of black-clothed secret spies. If you accidentally miss the Xingzing, you will definitely die. Another thing, the uncle himself is a top martial arts expert, and no one has the confidence to kill with one blow. He drags on for 2 or 3 rounds. The Garde siege is not a dead end. Chapter 363 Leaf moved out from the palace and temporarily lived in the mansion where the 5 women, such as Beiling and Yunayu, had lived before. Empress Jin called the 5 women into the palace and asked them to stay in the palace. I also forgot that there is such a mansion. The house is so empty. The black-clothed secret spy who was originally sent to protect the 5 women has returned to the office and redistributed work, but Feng Fu still sends people to check it out from time to time, and leaves 2 old servants women to look at the house. Clean up. Leaf originally planned to move out of the palace and rent a house temporarily, but Xiao Luzi told her that she knew that there was such an idle mansion under Sun Yun's name, so she naturally took it up. The little 6 sent many guards and eunuchs in the palace to protect and serve Leaf, while Leaf waited for someone to fulfill her promise. However, she is an orphan and does not have a predecessor. It is really a headache to mention the bride price or something. Just having a headache over this problem. Someone is coming. AI concubine, I want to die. Come and hug me with a mouth. Yi Shanzi smiled and stretched out his hand, eager to hug. Li Fei's jade cheeks were red, and she took a sip, and patted the stretched wolf paws. This person, who has never been in good shape, is still a dignified emperor. It is simply a rascal. Yi Shanzi smiled and leaned close, holding her waistline. I have chosen an auspicious day, and I will marry you into the palace in 3 days. So fast, Li Fei's heart jumped. Although this is what she expected, she just moved in and she didn't have the slightest preparation yet. Besides, the issue of hiring her has not been resolved yet. Yi Daishan laughed. This matter is easy to handle. The servant released Leaf, and knelt down on one knee, with a golden ruby ring in his hand. My dearest Leaf, I now formally propose to you, marry me. Leaf hadn't seen such a posture. She couldn't help but opened her plump mouth, and she was stunned for a long time without responding. Regardless of whether she said yes or not, Yi Daishanzi grabbed her left hand and put the ring on her ring finger, hugged her into his arms, and said with a smile, "No sound. I assume it is the default no regrets." Leaf only reacted this time, "Is this okay?" Even if it works, it's too simple, right? What's more, how crazy is it to eat fruit like this? However, it feels very fresh and exciting, and it makes people want to cry. Okay, let's be acquiescence. The man has a daughter under his knees. He kneels to heaven, kneels down to the emperor's parents. The dignified emperor kneels down for her, and proposes to her face to face. This face is too much for her. What reason does she have? Refuse? Li Fei's jade cheeks were flushed, and she asked in shame, how did you come up with this method? She has never heard of such crazy proposal of eating guogo. Isn't it another great invention of someone? Yi Daishanzi laughed, neither admitting nor denying it. In Li Fei's view, it was naturally another great creation and invention of him. With warm fragrant nephrite in his arms, Yi Daishanzi, who has almost zero resistance in a certain aspect, can't help but feel ready to move again. Although Leaf did not have any personnel, King Ju had served her bed for her, and she was regarded as someone who came over. She asked carefully and naturally knew what it was. Well, after 3 days, someone will come to marry her and enter the palace. A woman will pass that level sooner or later, plus the wonderful feeling, King Ju said. She also acquiesced. She grabbed the 2 reckless wolf paws and said in shame, "Let King Ju serve you in the shower." Yi Daishanzi almost slobbered with joy, and the idiot knew what this meant. He grinned and smirked, head desperately, almost falling off and breaking his neck bone. In ancient times, a woman's fame was more important than her sex life. Sex had a small fate but a big loss of fate. First, the raw ice was cooked and matured, and the imprint of his emperor was imprinted. In this way, Leaf would not sprout again. Leaving the palace, the thought of visiting famous masters all over the world, or, let's be together, mandarin ducks playing in the water is pretty fun. Yi Daishanzi smiled and seduced confused. Leaf with red cheeks stretched out her finger and pinched him, and said, "You die? Are you ashamed?" Yi Daishanzi grinned, and no longer tempted confused. Leaf hadn't been human yet. She was thin-skinned. This mandarin duck was playing in the water. Let's talk about it later, hee. When ordered to go down, the palace maid immediately boiled a large bucket of warm water, and the Emperor Yi Daishan comfortably soaked in the warm water, and King Ju stood in the warm water to serve. She had already served the bed and was regarded as someone who came by, but she was still a bit embarrassed. Xiao's eye is also a natural beauty, with a beautiful body. But now it is better to bear it, because she can't run away anyway. Leaf is naturally unbearable without personnel, so she must call King Ju to help her. After the bath, King Ju realized that there was no man's clothes at all, and she couldn't help feeling nervous for fear of the emperor's scolding. Yi Daishanzi didn't have to wait. He wrapped a cloth towel around his waist, and immediately rushed into Li Fei's bedroom murderously. Leaf curled up on the corner of the bed, covering herself tightly with a silk quilt, with a shy expression and a little nervousness. With that look, who would think that she is a great master of martial arts evildoer level, a female murderer who slaughtered hundreds of masters in one breath? It looked like a poor little sheep waiting to be slaughtered. In theory, Leaf knew exactly what was going on, but how could she not be nervous when it happened? Yi Daishanzi smiled and said, "I am a gentleman, and a gentleman is naturally a man." Leaf screamed in fright, and her whole person shrank into the silk quilt. This dead man, unexpectedly untied the cloth towel in front of her. She curled up under the quilt, feeling someone climb up, got into the quilt, and touched the hot skin. She couldn't help but tighten her whole body. Yi Daishanzi hugged her soft and greasy carcass and couldn't help shivering. He restrained it and said softly, "I will tell you a story, the story of Xixian and the White Lady." Leaf replied in a low voice, curling into his arms, her whole body still stretched tightly due to tension. She knows that someone tells the concubines from time to time some ghosts and weird stories. What fox fairies and ghosts are the life-saving graces of the news reporters, and love stories like promises of personal appearance. She has also eavesdropped on the stories told by someone. It's still very touching, and she likes to listen. Yi Daishan cleared his throat and slowly said, "A long time ago, there was an Aladdin. No, a long time ago. The love story between Xixian and the White Lady is very touching." Leaf listened very deeply. The tension has gradually disappeared, and she occasionally asks a few words. What happened later? What happened later? After Yi Daishanzi said that Xixian had rescued the White Lady back home, he stopped. He couldn't help but became anxious, shaking his arm and asking repeatedly. Later Yi Daishan chuckles, "Later, of course it is the love that can't be waited for. You are thicker and I am thicker." Chapter 364 The Surah of the Palace Clan. All the palace maids and eunuchs and guards stood outside the door, waiting for the emperor's summons. The 5 children, the 6 children and the 4 dragon and tiger guards stayed inside and outside the room. King Ja, Leaf's personal servant, stayed alone in the outside room. Enter, listen to the call at any time, go in and serve. All kinds of faint sounds from inside made King Ja's cheeks flushed and her breathing was short of breath. She had been waiting for a few times, and she was already a person who naturally knew what was going on inside. All kinds of noises and sultry reveries. Xiaonis's whole body was soft and feeble, her nose snorted, and her eyes were watery like a deep pool of fascinated dead people do not pay for their lives. The emperor. The slave. The slave can't do it. Please spare the slave. King Ja. Li Fei's panting begging for mercy came from inside. She had just experienced personnel, so she had to call Huan King Ja to come in and rescue her. Up. Looking at the paralyzed concubine Li, the sense of accomplishment in Yi Daishan's heart is particularly strong. Under His Majesty, isn't Leaf, the most powerful martial artist in the world, only asking for mercy? The guardian King Ja with the blushing blush and spring-heartedly, hurried in, with the guardian demeanor of death, and took the emperor's 18 martial arts on behalf of her master. The emperor is concubine, this palace is indispensable and busy. When the emperor Yi Da was preparing for his wedding, several deserted islands loomed on the east and west sides of the vast sea. On an island in the center, dozens of simple wooden houses loomed under dense forests. In the largest wooden house, a glamorous young woman of about 30 years old was kneeling on a brocade mat. Opposite her, sitting on her knees, a young girl looked respectful. The girl has picturesque eyebrows, charming and lovely. The red kimono on her body is like a bride who is about to get married. She is extraordinarily gorgeous, with a bit of purity and warmth in her beauty. Mayan young women smiled and said, "Hangako is worthy of the cherry blossoms of my palace family." The girl who was called Hangako bowed, whispering an incomprehensible bird's language. Her voice was soft, just like a Huang Ying, especially sweet. Mayan young women sank her pretty face and yelled, "Use Chinese." Yes. Hangako panicked, and hurriedly fell down. "Hangako is wrong, please punish Lord King." Mayan young women let out a dang laugh. "I want to punish you, but you are the hope of the Mizang family. It's cheaper than Dia's house." Faint emperor. Mayan young women sighed faintly, then she sank, and said sharply, "Hangako, you shoulder the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the palace clan. You have to learn every moment. The daily life of the daughter of the Han Chinese daughter of Diazu pleases the emperor of Diazu." "Yes, Lord King." Hangako hurriedly bowed down and bowed his salute again, with a very respectful expression. For the people of the Gongzheng family, The lord of the shrine is the head of the family, noble and noble, inviolable and inviolable. The two speak Chinese extremely fluently. If it weren't for the costumes of those from the Yanri Empire, it would be difficult to tell that they were from the Yanri Empire. Mizora, once one of the largest family in the Yanri Empire, stood in the wrong line when he established the heir to the imperial power, and was purged by the newly enthroned emperor. If there is a larger family, only a few dozen people can escape. They fled to live in seclusion on this deserted island. Mayan young women showed extraordinary wit and ability at the critical moment, and was promoted by the family as the head of the family. After years of rest and recuperation, Lord Gingu recruited many loyal Ronin warriors, and the vitality of the Gongzhang family was restored. But it was still far away to repay the blood of this genocide. Although the Gongzhang family lives on a deserted island, they are very concerned about the differences and changes in the mainland. From the war against the kingdom of Jin in the Great Zhou, to the imperial conquest of the emperor of the Great Zhou, the millions of coalition forces invaded the Great Zhou, and finally defeated. Lord Jingwu are watching closely. The Great Zhou Empire, like a divine aid, defeated the millions of coalition forces and annihilated the Golden Kingdom. It has once again demonstrated its strength. When he recuperates and rejuvenates, the remaining 4 empires on the mainland will be irresistible to Di Zhao Xian cavalry. If the Palace clan wants to revive, it must rely on the Great Zhou Empire, and with the help of his powerful strength, there is no hope of revenge. The far-sighted Lord of the Shrine has already set out. Fortunately, the Palace family has an imperial cherry blossom like Hangego. Otherwise, I really don't know how to approach the Emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty. There was a sudden gurgling sound outside the door, but the samurai under his command reported that there was a small fleet sailing on the left side of the island. There were 25 warships and the flaming phoenix battle flag was flying. The shrine greatly decided. Fire Phoenix. Lord Jingong's pretty face showed a thoughtful expression, and she groaned for a while. She said, "Continue to monitor, and don't reveal whereabouts. Wait until their fleet is far from the island, then send people go up and contact." After all, the glamorous girl picked up a pen and wrote a few lines of Chinese characters on the paper. The handwriting is quite beautiful. It can be seen that her brush is quite basic. On this vast sea, there are pirates everywhere, hundreds of them large and small. Most of them are pirates from the Yanri Empire, followed by pirates from the Korean Empire, and there are also pirates from the Great Zhou Empire, but the number is not counted. A lot of these pirates roamed the sea and made a living by looting merchant ships. Sometimes they would risk landing if they could not find their prey. They would rob the villages along the coast and then returned to the sea. In order to survive, these pirates don't care what empire you are. As long as you find prey, you can swallow what you can swallow. If you can't swallow, you can only tolerate it. Waiting for the small prey makes the people who live by the sea miserable and hates them. It's into the bone. Although the sea is endless, there are too many pirates, and the division of this sphere of influence is not clear. It is inevitable that there will be times when they will collide, depending on the strength of the two sides, the weak and the strong. It happens from time to time. After the Mizo family fled to this deserted island, they began to recruit troops. After their strength grew, they began to encircle and suppress all nearby pirates, forcing their surrender, and all those who did not surrender were killed. The Palace clan gathered dozens of small and medium-sized pirate bandits, and its power greatly increased. It became one of the 5 most powerful pirate groups and claimed to be the Black Dragon Association. The Fire Phoenix is one of the 5 great pirate groups. All the people of the Great Zhou Empire. The Fire Phoenix is not only the battle flag of the pirate group, but also the nickname of their great king. A few years ago, a young woman with a big belly might be trying to escape something. She went out on a boat alone and encountered pirate robbery. Who knew her martial arts was terribly high. The pirate robbery failed but became the woman's prey. The woman dignifiedly occupied the pirate's den, and the remaining pirates were frightened by her power, all surrendered and obeyed her orders. A year later, the woman used the Fire Phoenix as the battle flag, and led the pirates to sweep the nearby waters, and beat dozens of large and small pirates to surrender nearby. The power skyrocketed, and the name of the Fire Phoenix spread and became one of the pirate circles. The legendary female leader. This legendary female prince only accepts a single color of desert people, pirates from other countries. No matter how large you are, you will have to leave at least 40% of the goods after passing through her territory. Dissatisfied. In the immediate war, some notorious foreign pirates fell into her hands, and they were said to have died horribly. Chapter 365 Legendary Fire Phoenix. The domineering behavior of the Fire Phoenix aroused the outrage of various pirates. They united and conquered the Fire Phoenix pirate group. As a result, after several naval battles, the coalition forces were beaten and scrambled. The Fire Phoenix is so prestigious that no one dares to perish on their own, and they all avoid her sphere of influence. Many pirates in the Great Zhou dynasty came to cast themselves in order to survive, and the power of the Fire Phoenix grew stronger and stronger. Lord Jingwu has great ambitions. She fell in love with the power of the Fire Phoenix and wanted to form an alliance with her. The two forces united to sweep the entire sea area and dominate the sea. In this way, the more chips she holds, the more favorable the Emperor's house negotiations, the more benefits he could gain as much as possible. The Yanri Empire has been under the influence of the Great Zhou Empire since its founding. They learned from the various advanced cultures and technologies of the Great Zhou Empire, imitated the customs of the Great Zhou Empire, and even copied the official position system, and the family's survival rules were similar to those of the Great Zhou Empire. Like the big clan, the family, the country, and the world, family interests come first. Lord Jingwu was thinking about how to restore the reputation of the family, the interests of the empire. That is shit, not to mention, the misery was almost wiped out by the emperor, and he would not take revenge and vowed not to be human. On the vast sea, 25 warships flying the flaming red Phoenix battle flag were sailing. The pirates on the warships were dressed in different costumes and varied. But every pirate had a murderous aura, only passing blood. The veterans who have been tempered with the fire have such a breathtaking aura. Although these pirates have a variety of equipment, they are definitely experienced veterans, and they are not very good masters. The 8 close guards of the Guardian Queen are among the best. As for their female king, let alone the 8th, the guards were all trained by her personally, and her own cultivation level was naturally terrifyingly high. In several tragic hand-to-hand battles, the female prince took the lead and entered the enemy group with a single-handed sword in the palm of her hand. She showed her might and killed nearly 100 masters and dozens of pirate leaders. The queen, among the Fire Phoenix pirate group, that is a godlike existence, can only look up, worship, and cannot be profaned. At this moment, this mythical queen is sitting in the warehouse of the flagship, looking at the letter written by Lord Jingwu. She wears a black color silk scarf on her face, and only shows a pair of eye-catching eyes. The tailor-made fiery red color armor outlines Mianman's figure, which is stunned. By her side, a 3-year-old boy was earnestly picking up his brush and practicing calligraphy. The warship was washed by the waves and bumped up and down, but he was not affected by the slightest. Those who grow up on the water are much more stable than the average person. What's more, under the strict supervision of his mother, he has begun to practice martial arts, with a solid foundation. Although his internal strength has not reached the realm of Xiaoqing, he has made progress. The speed is astounding, and he is born to practice martial arts. Tana, let's take a break. Fire Phoenix looked lovingly at the child who was seriously practicing calligraphy in front of her. This was her own flesh and blood, but she did not spoil her at all. No. The boy blinked his big bright eyes. Tana has to work hard to read and write, so I can see Dad earlier. The eyes of the Fire Phoenix could not help but a mist of water appeared, and a stalwart figure could not help appearing in his mind, and he sighed faintly in his heart, wondering if he still remembered me. Mother, you can tell Tana about father again. Tana wants to hear it. The child looked expectantly. He didn't know what his father looked like. He could only imagine according to mother's description, let alone mother's. Why did he want to leave his father? He asked. But the mother just sighed, eyes full of helplessness, misery, and resentment. My mother said that as long as he studied hard and practiced martial arts well, he would take him to find his father. In order to meet his father, he studied very hard. He can't remember how many times his mother has said about his father's appearance, but every time he misses him, he wants to hear his mother describe it again. Since childhood, he only knows that his father is very handsome and capable. A man, a hero, in his young and careful mind, Daddy is his idol. Mother, you are crying again. The boy was very sensible and wiped the tears for his mother with his sleeves. He knew that his mother, like him, missed his father. For the sake of his mother, he had to study hard and see you earlier. When it comes to Daddy, make my mother happy and stop crying. The fire phoenix sighed quietly and whispered to the female guard next to Shilly, Ronga, if you go to inform the people of the Black Dragon Association, it means that you will meet at the Full Inn building in Jinghai City at noon. Rong-er left the warehouse with a promise. Life at sea is hard and food is scarce. Pirates who snatch gold and silver jewelry or valuable goods will land in the city in disguise and purchase food and other birthday necessities. The Fire Phoenix pirate group is no exception. This time going to sea, Fire Phoenix is preparing to go to the city to buy a large amount of food to survive the long and cold winter that is coming. All pirates and bandits have reached an unwritten agreement. In the offshore area, even if there is life or death, they will not use force to avoid chaos. The city gates are closed and martial law is closed and the purchase of food becomes very troublesome. Moreover, near the sea, there is a naval camp of the Great Zhou army. There are not many warships and the combat power is not very strong, but who dares to despise it? It's also a big trouble to alarmed as a navy master. When you get to the open sea, you can do whatever you want. It depends on whose strength is strong, the fist is hard, and the force is used to solve all problems, and whose fist is hard, whose words are the truth. After landing, the Fire Phoenix changed his body and turned into a sallow face, a sick-looking Mrs. Kuo, and the master guard who accompanied him was dressed as a black servant. People with status and status. The soldiers interrogating at the gate of the city are extremely polite, and then secretly stuffing a few pieces of silver. It is almost unimpeded. Fire Phoenix entered Jinghai City and settled in Full Inn Tower. Her men were busy shopping for food and other daily necessities, while she waited for the head of the Black Dragon Association to arrive. At noon, Lord Shrine arrived on time. She was dressed in brocade clothes and a paper fan with gold traces in her hand. She was like a personable family elder brother. For the first time the female overlords of the two seas met. It was inevitable that they would cherish each other. After the courtesy, the Lord of the Shrine was straight to the point. Fire Phoenix refused without even thinking about it. As a female pirate, she was forced as a last resort. All she wanted was a shelter for refuge. Now, things are over, and she is tired of this kind of life. She thinks a few times. Jinpan washed his hands, landed in seclusion, and lived a quiet and stable life. But he was reluctant to fight with her brothers who shared life and death. This group of brothers, for various reasons, have a criminal record. Some of them are felons wanted by the court. They want to change their minds and rebehave. They can only rebehave unless they are cleansed first, but it doesn't matter if they suffer, they can only give up. She can't just care about herself, she must think about these nearly 1,000 brothers, and find a way out for them. Chapter 366 New Wolf Officer cannot enter the room. Master Jing-Wu did not expect the other party to even think about it, and then flatly refused, unavoidably showing a disappointed look on her face. This is a good thing for both parties. She couldn't understand why the other party would refuse. After a few words of courtesy, Lord Jingong left the Shinlenlu sadly, and walked slowly on the busy street under the guard of several clan masters. Although the Jinghai area has been harassed by pirates, this important coastal town is still very prosperous. The streets are full of pedestrians and a variety of goods, which is very lively. While walking, a family master came to report that her handwritten letter has been submitted to the city's blackguard office, and there should be a reply soon. In order to wait for the reply from the Emperor of Diezu, Lord Jinghong sent his family cronies to stay in the blackguard office temporarily. The reason why she chose to hand over the autograph to the Haiyuiguan's office was because the Haiyuai was in the hands of the Emperor Diezu. For such an important matter, the uncles who wanted to come to the Haiyuai should report it to the Emperor Diezu by Fakey. The millions of coalition forces invaded Dazu and failed. The emperor of the Yanri Empire also dispatched 300,000 troops. The result was a complete defeat. There were very few samurai who could return to the country alive, and they were all old, weak, sick and disabled. Only when the weak, sick and disabled leave the country, they have a chance to survive. In this battle, although the Great Zhou Empire won a great victory and destroyed the Daijin Empire, it was also severely injured and needed a rest period for 3 to 5 years. Similarly, the four empires were also greatly injured by the battle, and they also needed to recuperate. She knew very well about the situation of the Yanri Empire. After this battle, the vitality of the empire was greatly injured. For their own interests, the clans of the clans must be in trouble. This is a good time for the Meizhang family to regain their lives. Therefore, she must get the support of the Emperor of the Great Zhou as soon as possible. Regardless of whether the Emperor of the Great Zhou is willing to meet, she must go to Beijing. Even if the Emperor of the Great Zhou is making trouble, she has to do it as long as the Emperor of the Great Zhou is willing to meet. Hangako is not only the cherry blossoms of the Gongzheng family, but also the first beauty recognized by the Yanri Empire. It is said that the Emperor of the Great Zhou is very good. As long as she sees Hangako, she will be overwhelmed by her peerless appearance. If Hangako can fascinate the Emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty, it will definitely bring great benefits to the family. If she can pet the harem alone, it will be even more remarkable. The Gongzheng family will be able to rule the Yanri Empire. Huazi's peerless face, the so-called beauties of the Great Zhou Empire who are ashamed of the moon, Shinyu Liu Oyan. I am afraid they are all dwarfed. She has great confidence in Huazi's face, and the little abacus in this heart is also stunned. He was about to set off to the imperial capital of the Great Zhou Empire, and some of his subordinates came to ask for instructions. There was a Diezu Renshai named Li Bo who wanted to take a boat to the empire. He had a lot of valuable things on his body. Is he escorting to the empire, or is it sinking into the sea to feed the fish? What's the origin of that person? Grand Master Liu frowned. Originally, there was no need to ask for such trivial matters. However, she was determined to rejuvenate the Gongzheng family with the powerful power of the Great Zhou Empire. In recent years, she has ordered her men not to be robbed. Kill the people of Dazu again and let them go. According to Fei Daolaoliu, he was originally a well-known talent in Zixiao, but later offended some powerful figures and had to flee abroad. The subordinates whispered, "Keep the people first, and wait for me to come back, so that you can be kind." The lord of the palace confessed and led the crowd to set off. The Great Zhou Empire came out in large numbers, and she needed all kinds of talents. Whether Li Bo had the skills, wait until she comes back to talk about the big things. Great Zhou Empire, imperial capital. The emperor's wedding was celebrated by all the people, and the scene was grand and lively. A large number of brightly armored Habayashi guards the bride's 8-carriage sedan chair into the palace, and all the officials came to congratulate them with their gifts. The emperor's flattery, "You have to shoot," and the flattery of the Lady of Life-Eye, "You have to shoot." The Lady of Life-Eye is different, and is so powerful that even the emperor dared to assassinate the emperor, but the emperor did not blame it at all, and also spoiled it. The emperor is so good. Why do you want to enshrine Queen Jin as the empress of the palace? With your toes, you can guess the deep meaning of it. In the East Palace and the West Palace, Leaf Empress can at least sit in one of them. At night, the hundreds of officials who were drunk all dispersed. Then, the great time of the newcomer's bridal chamber, Chunk Xiao is worth $1,000. And the new wolf officials are generally very exhausted and exhausted. However, as the new wolf official, Yi Deshanzi failed to enter the new house because the bride, Li-Fi, locked the door. "Kiss, open the door, tonight is our great day." The ancients said, Chunk Xiao is worth $1,000. Don't waste the beautiful scenery of this good day. Standing outside the door, Yi Daishan desperately flipped his 3-inch tongue. However, Leaf inside was killed and refused to open the door. The Emperor King Ji leaned closer and whispered. Lady Li said, "Tonight, you can go to the other palace to rest." The Emperor Yi Da was speechless. Usually nothing, but today is their happy day, the bridal night. How can he, the new wolf official, leave the bride behind and run to the other concubine's palace? My dears, be good, obedient, open the door. Yi Daishan didn't give up, and continued to coax, and all the nauseating words that made King A's chicken skin burst out. King Ja blessed again. The Empress said she is uncomfortable. Huh? Yi Daishan was shocked. Quickly pass on Dr. Zhao. King Ja was so scared that she shook her hand quickly. The Emperor, it's not ... it's not like this ... oh ... the mother is not sick ... just ... just ... for you. Afraid of me? Yi Daishan was stunned. Why is she afraid of me? I am not a cannibal tiger. You are not a tiger, you are a super wolf. Not only have you been tossing your mother badly these days, you have also been tossed hard enough to save your car. At this moment, your whole body is weak and weak. Only because of the big marriage. You have to be strong. Keep up your spirits. King Ja sighed helplessly, explained the reason in a small voice, and the whole face was flushed red with an expression of coy. So that's what happened. Yi Daishanzi had an expression of sudden realization. He stayed in the Golden House for 2 consecutive nights, and Leaf was indeed unbearable for conquest. She was so afraid that she would dare not even open the door of her room. He was both proud and a little guilty in his heart, and the man's vanity was greatly satisfied. But it was indeed a bit excessive to toss the beauty so badly. It seems that this door will not open tonight. Yi Daishan squeezed King A's smooth and tender cheeks, patted her attractive plump hips, and said with a low smile, "Then I go. Serve Leaf carefully, serve well, I will have a great reward in the future." The slave servant thanked the Emperor. King A's jade cheeks were full of shame and red clouds. The Emperor's reward made people love and fear. The Emperor Yi Da thought for a while, and went to King Palace. Queen Jin put her cheeks in her forehand, sitting on a soft chair and sighing with self-pity. The palace lady hurriedly reported that the Emperor came up. Empress Jin couldn't help but stunned, thinking that her ears had misheard her. Tonight, the Emperor will take care of the concubine. The bridal chamber Huazu, Chunk Xiao is worth a moment. How come to her bedroom? Oh, you have to hurry up and put on makeup. Empress Jin was stunned for a while before reacting, hurriedly dressing up and changing. This palace costume will not have time to be put on in the future. Yi Daishanzi, who is in the official costume of the groom, has entered with a smile. The Emperor. Empress Jin wanted to salute, but suddenly remembered Sumion's rules. She stopped quickly, and Lian stepped forward. Tonight is the day of the Emperor's great rejoicing. The Emperor must not neglect the bride. Chapter 367 Formation of the Imperial Navy. Yi Daishanzi rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "I miss you, so come and have a look." "Is that true?" "How does the concubine feel that this is false?" Queen Jin said with a low smile. "The Emperor is in this bridal night with flowers and candles." Chunk Xiao can still think of his concubines when Chunk Xiao is worth $1,000. The concubines are very happy. Feeling the grievance in the words, the Emperor Yi Daishan couldn't help coughing lightly, and then said, "Leaf closed the door ... closed." Queen Jin couldn't help but stared, and the bride closed the door tightly at the wedding night to prevent the bridegroom from entering. If this matter is to be spread out, no one will believe it. Moreover, the bridegroom official is still a dignified true dragon emperor, and no one believes it when he is killed. But the facts are right in front of her, making her believe it or not. The Emperor uses tea. Empress Jin smiled bitterly, poured a cup of tea for him, then stood behind him, rubbing his shoulders for him. "That one is amazing." She knows that even the Emperor dared to assassinate, and the bridal chamber was closed tightly at night to prevent entry. It was nothing unusual. Yi Daishanzi drank it all in one breath. He drank some wine before and opened the door to coax Leaf. He didn't know how many saliva he had sprayed. This time, his throat was so dry that smoke would be smoked. The Emperor, Empress Jin exclaimed, not knowing how to comfort her for a while. I will stay here tonight. Yi Daishan stretched his waist. He came tonight to comfort Empress Jin. The Emperor. Queen Jin was both happy, but also a little uneasy. After all, this is the wedding night of the bridal chamber. How can the bridegroom officer leave the bride alone? She was afraid of losing her mind, and she had some scruples about that one in her heart. She was worried that she would be annoyed. Since Suzalan's death, the title of the #1 master in the big family has fallen on that one. Moreover, it is said that her martial arts, even more powerful than Suzalan. Yi Daishanzi stood up, stretched out his arms, and said softly, she made me come over. Queen Jin stayed, who was so kind. She met Sumyeon's eyes. Sumyeon's eyes were so calm, she couldn't help but believe a little bit. Is that person showing her kindness? If so, she was quite relieved. While thinking, she stretched out her hands, took off the Jifuji hat for the Emperor, and put it on the chair lightly. That night, the Emperor Yi Da stayed in the palace of Kian King, enjoying the tenderness of Queen Jin. After the early morning dynasty the next day, Feng Fu entered the palace and presented a letter written by Lord Gingong. The general idea of the letter was to ask the emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty to give some support to help the Mizo family to overthrow the emperor of the Yanri Empire. The people of the Mizo family ascend to the throne of the emperor must give a great thanks, and the two countries will have good relations for generations. Yi Daishanzi sneered a few times. How could he be fooled by the ambition of the Japanese pirates and wolf sons? However, he still agreed to meet the Lord Jingong before making a decision. If possible, it is feasible to give the palace clan a certain amount of support and let them bite the dog. Of course, he has the prerequisite, that is, the funded palace clan must clean up the pirates who often do harm to the coastal people and reduce the local people's troubles. Suffering. It is now a period of recuperation, and there is no longer a war, and no one can afford the consumption of this war. However, it is time for the Imperial Navy to plan. The Emperor Yi ordered people to inquire about all kinds of news about the palace family as much as possible, and at the same time notified the Black Guard, and according to the master of the palace said in the letter, send out the news of agreeing to meet. After that, Liu Shaixun, the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Navy, and some senior naval generals were called to Beijing to discuss the formation of the Imperial Navy. River battles can't be compared with naval battles. The vast sea is endless and the weather is fickle. The great waves that set off can overturn warships. With the continent's iron smelting ability, even if a steam engine is invented, there is no way to make ironclad battleships. They are all wooden ships of the same color. The so-called fire packs are actually just stone throwers. However, the Empire had the black fire pill, and then refitted the Thunder Chariot and installed it on the warship. The arrow was tied with an explosive powder package. It was a so-so artillery. Anyway, against wooden warships, the power is still quite scary. The Wuya warship of the Sui dynasty was nearly 55 meters long and 15 meters wide. It had 5 tree ship buildings with 6 racks on the front and back. The racks were 15 meters long. They could break nearby enemy warships and accommodate soldiers. 800 people. Yi Daishanzi intends to imitate the Five-Tooth warship, only to replace the racket with a rotating thunder cannon. The existing naval warships of the Empire are equipped with this thing, which can be said to be an expanded version of the existing warship. It's just a few stories. Building such a huge warship is a big problem for skilled craftsmen, and money is a fatal problem. To build several imperial fleets is tantamount to throwing money into the sea. Now 100 wastes are waiting for prosperity. Just to manage the prairie, the silver burns him. Wailing pain. In a short while, it is impossible to build a large number of Five-Tooth warships. Small production, but it is okay. The focus now is not to build ships, but to first familiarize the soldiers with the sea, and train them to be sailors who can fight on the sea. He summoned the navy to lead Lu Shaixun and some senior navy generals into Beijing. He was to start preparations. First, he went to the coastal area to recruit soldiers who were familiar with the nature of water, and pulled up the team for training. After the Yan, Chu, and Han three empires were destroyed, many of these warships were built. Lu Shaixun and other navy generals rushed to the face of the capital with a whip. After hearing the emperor's words, Lu Shaixun grinned and smirked. Before conquering the kingdom of Jin, he also led naval divisions and participated in 1 or 2 battles, but the fight was not enjoyable enough. Most of the time, he just coordinated the deployment of the simultaneous army to deter the enemy. The emperor formed an imperial naval fleet, and naturally he had to cross the sea to conquer the Japanese pirates. The Japanese pirate country is surrounded by sea and is the most powerful fleet on the mainland. If the imperial infantry wants to land and fight, it must first eliminate the Japanese pirates' main fleet, infantry and logistics transportation. No worries. In other words, this naval battle can be fought, and it must be fierce. Soldiers, their innate mission is to fight and fight again, to establish immortal merits, and the name goes down in history. At this moment, Lu Shaixun was so excited that he couldn't wait to command the navy fleet now and fight the Japanese pirates in a decisive battle on the vast sea. After he took the order, he surrendered the navy's military power, and rushed to Jinghai with only his guards, and began to recruit soldiers there, pulling the team up first. After half a month, the lords of the shrine finally came to the imperial capital of Dazu. This was not an official visit between the empires. Therefore, Emperor Yi Dacian summoned lords of the shrine in the imperial study room. The guards of Lord Shrine were all blocked outside the palace gate. She only brought Huazi into the palace. Before entering the imperial study room, both of them were carefully searched by the female guard, even the feng shui silver on her head. You have to take off the hairpin ring and other metal stuff and return it when you come out. The lord of the shrine asked Hangago to stay outside for the time being, and went in first for the face. Chapter 368. Harem Bell. The glamorous young women in front of him made Yi Dacian a little startled, but he didn't expect that the lord of the palace clan was a beauty. Misery has seen His Majesty the Emperor. Lord Jingong bowed 90 degrees in accordance with Yanri Empire's etiquette. The Emperor Yi Dacian said falsely with his right hand. Master Gongzhang exempted the gift and gave a seat. The 5 little sons who were standing next to him immediately moved a chair and placed it next to Rimizora, and then retreated behind the emperor. Your Majesty. Gongzhang retook the seat happily. She was very interested in the Han culture of the Great Zhou Empire. She knew that the emperor gave the seat for the ministers. It was the supreme glory. In other words, the emperor of the Great Zhou gave she has enough face. She was looking at the young emperor who had a lot of criticism in front of her. They all said that the emperor of the Great Zhou was a faint and incompetent great monarch, but at first glance, she felt that the rumors were all wrong. Human, very handsome, she can be regarded as a beautiful and suave man, with a deep-hearted look in her eyes. I am afraid she is still a master of martial arts, and the faint smile on the corners of her lips makes her feel strange. That smile seems to be very kind and makes you feel harmless to humans and animals, but if you look carefully, it seems that it is not like that. It seems to have an inexplicably blushing heartbeat, evil, as if it is seduce you, emanating from the emperor. The shocking momentum makes you feel extremely pressured. Misery didn't like this feeling. She was also a high-ranking person. She was always strong. She often overwhelmed her opponent and took the initiative in her aura. But now, facing the domineering aura of the Great Zhou Emperor, she felt that her aura was suppressed. What surprised her was that the Emperor of Dazu was much better than her in martial arts, and the 2 young eunuchs standing behind him were also much better than her in martial arts. Another middle-aged man in an official uniform looks very wretched, but his half-squinted eyes seem to be shining with the wisdom of knowing heaven and earth. This man should be the #1 think tank of the Emperor Zhou, right? For a time, she couldn't help sighing that the Great Zhou Empire came out in large numbers, hidden dragons and crouching tigers. and it was no surprise that the Million Coalition was defeated. The Emperor Yi is also looking at the other party. This female pirate is indeed a big beauty, glamorous and mature, a natural stunner, and also a master of martial arts. His Emperor's heart art has reached 7 levels, and he can naturally feel Mizora is rather vigorous and long in a breath. Mizora took a deep breath, calmed herself, and then revealed her intention, which was roughly the same as she mentioned in the letter. Yi Deshanzi smiled slightly, wrongly, and considers 2 or 3 about this matter, and master of the palace might as well stay in the palace for a few days. The person who was sent to collect the information of the palace family has not returned the information. He wants to understand clearly before making a decision. Some materials of the Yanri Empire are recorded in the Blackguard. However, there are not many data on the palace family, and they are all old information from years ago. Some of the blackguards sent to lurch abroad have successfully lurked in the Japanese pirates before. However, because the message is not easy to pass through the vast sea, so if it is not necessary, let them stay as low as possible. Easily reveal your identity. Mizorari readily agreed. She also wanted to take a good look at this 1,000-year-old capital centered on political rights, culture, and economy. Of course, what she wanted to see most was whether the concubine of Emperor Dazu's harem was as beautiful as Hangako. People. It's easy to see these concubines. She brought a lot of precious gifts this time, but she could give them gifts as an excuse to meet them. That night, Emperor Yi Daishan hosted a banquet in the palace to entertain Gong Zhangri. Queen Jin sat with him, and Gong Zhangri was single to attend, leaving Hangaka to stay in the palace alone. Seeing Empress Jin, who is graceful, Mizorai's confidence was shaken. In terms of appearance, Hangako is not inferior to each other, and each has its own temperament, but Empress Jin's mature charm that makes the heart beat is absolutely unbelievable. Comparable to non-flower seeds. Of course, Virgo has the advantage of Virgo, even if the two are equal. With such a peerless beauty as Queen Jin, Hangako's attractiveness is virtually weaker by 1 or 2 points. The dinner was quite enjoyable, and the small talks between the two parties were mostly family affairs, and nothing was mentioned about official affairs. The next day, Gong Zhangri took out a lot of gifts, saying that they would give them to the concubines of the harem one by one. Yi Daishan asked all the concubines to get the gifts. Anyway, they were very valuable. They were given away for nothing. Think of it as the cost of supporting the other party in the future. Anyway, you are losing money, and you can count as a little bit less. Seeing the beauties in palace costumes with different temperaments in front of him, Mizorai's confidence quickly diminished. The appearance of these beauties was not inferior to Hangako, and even if some of them were slightly worse, they were only 1.5 cents away. Even the maids around them are more prettier than a fan, and those inferior palace maids are equally charming. Think about it, you face so many beauties every day. No matter how beautiful and fascinating a woman is, she can't have the amazing effect that makes people shine. If you say that she had full confidence before, now, I'm afraid that only 1.5% are left. What made her even more amazed was that the Donggong Empress couldn't feel the slightest inner breath of her. She even boldly secretly used a trace of inner strength to try, but the result was like a sea of mud. The cultivation level of this Donggong Empress can no longer be described by a super top master. It is simply the existence of the enchanting level in the legend. On the 3rd day, after seeing some information about the Gongzhang family from the Black Espionage, Yi Dietanzi met with Gong Zhangri again. Although Mizorai's confidence has been severely hit, he still insisted on his previous request. Anyway, no one would have too much interest, and it would count as much as he could win. Yi Deshanzi pressed down again and again, reducing the amount of special funds as much as possible. The two are like businessmen who buy and sell. One is asking the price, and the other is bargaining desperately until it drops to a range that both parties consider reasonable and acceptable. Quit. Thanks to your Majesty the Emperor for your support. Gong Zhangri bowed 90 degrees, and then let Hangako in. Gong Kanghuazi has seen His Majesty the Emperor. Gong Kang Huazi bowed and saluted. No gift. Yi Daishan touched the bridge of his nose. This Japanese pirate girl is really a beautiful embryo, pure and pleasant, and her voice is soft, very nice, and she speaks fluent Chinese. It's easy to communicate, I like it a little bit. He knew that Hangako was a gift agreed upon by both parties, such a beauty, he accepted it unceremoniously. Anyway, he hadn't paid what it was like to be a Japanese girl, so I might as well pay it this time. Besides, he is determined to collect all the beauties from all over the world in the harem, and foreign beauties. Somehow he will have one or two. This is called exotic, hee. It's a pity that there are blonde Western girls in this wild continent, or else, I will get a few more income harems. Gong Zhangri has been observing Yi Daishanzi's expression. As she expected, the Emperor of Diezu came in from Huazi. The expression on his face has been very calm. He was not overwhelmed by Hangako's beautiful beauty, not to mention it. Lasaw inspiring expression brightened in front of her eyes. She could only sigh helplessly. Chapter 369 Huazi. When one was quiet, and Yi Daishan was relieved that she did not know martial arts, but he did not have time to enjoy the exotic atmosphere for the time being. Fairy Yan's mission of going down the mountain is completed, and she has to return to Dandu Mountain Fairy Peak to practice with great concentration. She can't defeat the three-eye agreement with the witch leaf. She represents the mysterious door. The Emperor Yi Daishan reluctantly gave it one way after another, and she was embarrassed to send it straight to Yanayu. The Emperor manages every opportunity, and he should put state affairs first. Yi Daishan gave a light cough. Fairy, come to play often when I have time. I still want to learn martial arts from you. My palace is always open for you. Judge Yanayu left floating, and didn't leave again, wondering what more headaches he would say. The slender shadow watching the fairy disappeared from the field of vision, and Yi Daishanzi turned his head. However, he did not return to the imperial capital. Instead, he led 1,000 Yilinwai on the road to Jinghai, accompanied by the Empress of the East Palace, Feng Nishang, King Jia and 3 daughters, 6 small children, 4 dragons and tigers guards, 12 carefully selected inner palace guards and 1,000 feather forest guards. If you want to attack the Japanese pirates, you must have several powerful naval fleets, destroy the main naval fleets of the Japanese pirates, and seize control of the sea, before they can send infantry to the island and siege the city. Therefore, the location of the naval base is very important. Yi Daishanzi is not at ease. I still feel it is necessary to take a look at Jinghai. There was no publicity during the trip. The minister of the DPRK only knew that a certain minister was ordered by the emperor to patrol and appreciate the sentiments of the people. During the empire's recuperation period, there were basically no major and urgent matters. Even if there were, there was Dan Jiangmin, the Prime Minister's cabinet chief for national affairs, who took care of it. Therefore, the Emperor Yi Daishan should be a sightseeing tour along the way, because of the look. The appearance of the 3 carriages looks very ordinary, but the decorations inside are extremely luxurious. Yi Daishanzi usually sits in the carriage and enjoys the tenderness of beauties. On this day, after arriving in Linen County, the Emperor Yi Daishan stayed in the city for 2 days temporarily. The grandfather of Linen County only knew that he was a minister's family member in the past. After staying for 2 days, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The reason why Yi Daishanzi stayed in Linen for 2 days was because Linen County had accepted and resettled 500 tribal families. He wanted to see if these tribes could integrate into the local area and live in peace of mind. Putting on casual clothes, Yi Daishanzi transformed himself into a handsome prince of the family. Feng Nishang still disguised himself as a man, acting as the role of a handsome book boy. Leaf did not accompany her. She was tossed by someone on the way. Her body was about to fall apart. She had to take a good rest, and King Jia naturally had to follow her. The Emperor's micro-services are on tour. The 4 dragons and tigers guards are all dressed in color and black domestic slaves, and some of the inner palace guards are also wearing casual clothes, following the guards far behind. As for how many black-clothed guards are secretly hidden to follow the guards, No one knows the exact number except Superintendent Fengda. Linen City is a coastal city, and has not been affected by the war. The streets are full of pedestrians, and the goods are dazzling, making it lively and prosperous. Among the pedestrians, I occasionally saw a few tribal people wearing national costumes. Most of them sold various animal skins and other sundries, and greeted acquaintances from time to time, and seemed to have adapted to the new environment. While wandering, there was a sudden commotion in front of him. A group of tribes angrily crowded a women who were wearing hemp and filial piety, crying, and Yidation listened curiously behind them. The black-clothed guards who secretly followed the protection did not know that there were many people who did not need the emperor's order to come down, but they would send someone to find out everything that caught the emperor's attention. The group of tribes came to the county office. The women beat the drums and cried out for injustice, and the magistrate rose to the court for trial. The woman of the tribe who beat the drums and screamed for injustice was called Amawa. She sued the evil young Panghua for invading her family's fertile land and instructed her slave to beat his husband Zaruan, causing Zaruan to be seriously injured and killed. At this time, the black-clothed secret spy who had clarified the situation also passed the news. What Amawa said was completely true, and she also found out that the 500 tribes who had migrated from the local people were squeezed out by the local people and complained quite a bit. Yi Daishanzi couldn't help sighing. The people's hometown concept is very strong. They instinctively keep on guard against the outsiders who come to settle down. It takes a certain time to understand before these tribes can be accepted. Pangisho's behavior is just a case, but since the shot hit the bird, since it hit, Yi Daishan planned to use his head to kill 100. He squeezed outside the county government office and watched coldly how the county grandfather ruled the case. If he dared to bend the law for personal gain, he wouldn't mind another beheading. Sure enough, the county grandfather apparently received Pangisho's silver, and sent the yeoman to check it out. He ruled that Amawa was a false accusation and ordered the yeoman to hit the board. The tribesmen who came with them were all angry, roaring to attack the county government. The government hurriedly drew the sword out of the sheath, and a bloody conflict was about to occur. Stop it all! Yi Daishan yelled, and the more crowds came out. His scream filled 30% of his internal energy, and everyone's ears roared. The chaotic noisy scene was immediately silent. Everyone all look at him. Under all the gazes, the Emperor Yi Da, with his head held high, went straight into the county office. The few servants guarding the outside reacted at this meeting, and wanted to stop, but the inner palace guard who was dressed as a black domestic slave snapped a few yin and yang backslaps. Who are you, who dare to trespass into the county office and roar at the court? What should be the crime? The county grandfather slammed the startle and looked grimly at the Emperor Yi Daishan who dared to break in. Yi Daishanzi smiled lightly. Me, Yi Qingshan, who specializes in treating you corrupt officials. Before the voice fell, he slapped out a slap, slammed it firmly on the fat face of the county grandfather, fanned him a few times, and fell to the ground with a bang. A group of government officials looked at each other and did not dare to act rashly. The county grandfather, the local parent official, the local emperor, the son who claimed to be Yi Qingshan, dared to smoke the county grandfather. Such an arrogance. If it weren't for fearlessness, who would dare to do it? It was enough to let him break into the county office, roar in the court, and beat the imperial order officer, which was enough to make him lose his head. Yi Daishan sat down carelessly, and slammed the gavel. Come on, take down this corrupt official who is doing favoritism. The two guards of the inner palace strode forward, slapped the black hat on the head of the grandfather of Faxian County, raised their feet to stop the person, and the grandfather of Faxian screamed in pain. Feng Nishang flashed the big sign of the imperial minister, and a group of government officials hurriedly knelt down and bowed, while the county grandfather was so scared that there was no one on his face. You guys, Go and bring me that young Pang evil. The Emperor Yi Da gave orders in a majestic manner. Hey! A group of government officials hurriedly climbed up and rushed out of the county government. Master Kingshan. Outside the county office, all the people onlookers, including those from the originally angry tribe, all knelt down and called Bao Kingshan alive. Chapter 370 Reunion 1. The majesty of the county, Bang Yi was headed to the ground, and Yi Dacian had wiped out the two major local scourges at once, and the people clapped their hands and cheered, and called Master Kingshan. The few domestic slaves instigated by Pang Zhao were slapped with 30 bans and assigned to the border to serve as hard labor. The Pang family returned the invaded farmland and compensated Amoa 500 gills of silver. Pang's father was implicated and punished because he had no way to teach his son. 1,000 silver is charged to the county treasury. Such a ruling is fairly fair, and the people applaud it, and it also makes the wealthy and powerful not dare to regain greed. The second in command of Linan County, Mr. Cheng, seemed to be dreaming. He climbed up to the throne of the first in command, and was so happy that he laughed in his dreams. The current system has great disadvantages, and the Emperor Yi is helpless. This reform is not going to be okay in a short while. He can only take it slowly. Before leaving Linan County, he made a sacred mission. Outside the Blackguard office, there is a report box. If the people have grievances and the official ruling is improper, they can submit a report or report any corrupt official. This action has increased the authority of the Blackguard. Although there are many hidden disadvantages, it can only be done temporarily. At least, during the period when Feng Fu is in charge of the Blackguard. The Blackguard is not bad. Yi Daishanzi continued to set off for Jinghai. His deeds of eliminating violence and punishing corrupt officials and less evil were extolled by the local people. When he arrived in Jinghai, Lu Shaixun had recruited 30,000 soldiers from the local area. The conscription was still in progress. Hearing that the emperor was coming, Lu Shaixun and Jinghai Governor Yun Zongyan greeted him in person. Before they had to communicate with the enemy's country with a black-clothed secret spy, both of them went quietly without any publicity. They only knew the news of the emperor's arrival. It was still early, and Yi Dacian had not rested. He rode a horse to the sea to observe the terrain, while 1,000 Yilinwai temporarily stayed in the naval barracks. 10 miles away from the left side of Jinghai City, there is a half-moon-shaped island. There is a military camp on the island. There are a large number of stone dump trucks around. In the port, there are more than 40 large and small warships moored. These warships are more than the Battle of the River. The ship is slightly larger. It is the original naval power of the empire, so weak that even the pirates dare not eliminate it. This sea Hong Kong is indeed very suitable as an empire's naval base, but it has to be rebuilt. A small city built on the reef fortifications, and the fortifications on the island are strengthened. All the trebuchets are removed and replaced with a rotatable thunder chariot. Improved type, with fences set up on the coast, several layers of barbed wire erected, and arrow tower barracks workshops are built. Soldiers' barracks are on the outer level, and the Fifth Warship's workshop is built on the inner level. Lu Shaixun did not dare to be sloppy, and ordered the secretary to write down one by one with a pen. Yi Daishanzi turned around again, feeling that it was not safe enough, and ordered Lu Shaixun to build a fort on the periphery of the port to ensure that the naval base was foolproof. Recruits enlist in the army and naturally have to undergo physical training. This is good physical training for moving rocks, cutting down trees, and building fortresses. It can save him a lot of money in one fell swoop. In this regard, the Emperor Yi Daci is very careful. According to him, it is to use the limited resources as much as possible to maximize the benefits. At present, the Empire's finances are still tight. Let's talk about bringing the Navy team in first. When the naval base is built, he will mobilize skilled craftsmen from all over and start slowly building the Fifth Warship. That night, the Emperor Yi Dacian temporarily stayed in the temporary naval barracks. Anyway, Leaf and Kingja were with him. Even if they were not in the palace, these little days were still as happy as a god. Early in the morning, Emperor Yi Da, accompanied by Leaf, wandered around this important coastal town. The whole bazaar was very lively and the people's hearts were stable. Under the circumstances that the Japanese Navy and the pirates were rampant, Yan Zhongyan was able to do this, and he was extremely capable. Had it not been for the Imperial Naval Base to be built next to Jinghai City, he really wanted to transfer Yan Zhongyan to the outside of the Great Wall. With his talents, he should be able to build the prairie outside the Great Wall in 3 years. The bull, the Emperor Yi likes it, and the loyal bull, the Emperor Yi likes it better, and he remembers his achievements in the clouds. While wandering, seeing Feng Nidan look back from time to time, the Emperor Yi Daishan couldn't help being curious, and asked, "Girl, what are you looking at?" He also looked back curiously, but he didn't notice anything special. Feng Nishang's jade cheeks reddened, and said in a low voice, "Nishang saw a child just now." "It's a bit like the Emperor." Yi Daishan laughed dumbfounded. It is not surprising that there are too many alike people in the world. Feng Nidan blushed and shouted, "It really looks like." Her eyes lit up, and her finger pointed forward, and said in surprise, "Look, it's the child." The curiosity in Yi Daishan's heart had already disappeared. Hearing what she said, he simply turned around and walked towards the child that Xiao Nizai was referring to. The child was buying snacks, and he was accompanied by a man and a woman, both with martial arts, and Yi Daishan drew close, which immediately aroused their vigilance. When Yi Daishan saw the child, he couldn't help scratching his head straight. As a Feng Nishang said, he looked really like him. He had a tiger-headed head and a tiger-headed brain. It was just his childhood version. Fork, this is too similar, right? God, let's go. Seeing Yida's behavior, the faces of a man and a woman next to the child were full of wariness, and the woman took the child and left. That child was Tana, Phoenix's own son. She talked to people in Fullin Tower and asked her personal guard to take her son to go shopping. These 2 guards all had her true story. In the entire Fire Phoenix pirate group, except for her, only 2 of them had the highest cultivation base, so she was relieved to let them parade with her son. Pirates are rampant, coupled with the harassment of the Japanese fleet from time to time. The defense in Jinghai City is very tight, and the security is very good. Those pirates, no matter how bold they are, do not dare to rush in the city. Children are greedy. Although Tana is sensible, it is no exception. Looking at the pile of snacks in front of him, he exclaimed, "System, wait, Tana wants to buy these delicious foods." While he was speaking, he reached into his arms and took out his silver. System had no choice but to let go of his arm. Feng's eyes stared at Yi Daishanzi vigilantly. The warning smell was obvious. Prince Leaf squeezed in and stood in front of Yi Daishanzi. She could feel that this man and woman martial arts was good, and the stern momentum on her body was definitely not a result of practice, but a year of life and death. What the fighting side has. Her appearance immediately changed the faces of System and her male companion. They also felt the incomparable aura of Li Fei's disdain for the common people. Only with this momentum, they can be sure that the martial arts of this beautiful woman in front of them is still higher than that of the big leader, and it is much higher. I am afraid that there are only a handful of experts in the world who can be qualified to fight her. When did Jinghai City have such a terrifying master? The expressions on their faces looked very nervous. Chapter 371 Reunion. Tana just stretched out his arms and took out the copper coins, and didn't feel the terrifying aura of destruction emanating from Li Fei's body. Of course, no matter how ruthless Leaf was, she would not attack a guilty child. Tana took out a handful of copper coins and took out the pendant he was wearing. He didn't take the pendant back, and let it hang on his chest, busy buying snacks. With a soft cry, Yi Daishanzi stretched out his big hand and took off the pendant on Tana's chest. "What are you doing? Give it back to me." Tana stretched out his hand to grab it, but the other person was too small to reach at all. So anxious, he immediately flew up. The other half of the pendant was worn by his mother, who repeatedly told him that this was the only physical evidence that he and his father knew each other, and he had to protect it if he tried his best. Hey, this little bit is really ruthless. Leaf smiled and stretched out her hand to hold Tana in her arms. Tana's kick was aimed at the Emperor's seabed. Although others are small, if they are kicked, they can also hold him. People hurt for a while. System and her male partner's faces are ugly, and they are so nervous that beads of sweat ooze from their foreheads. Both of them are suppressed by Li Fei's terrifying aura that destroys the world and is shocked. Trembling. Didn't even have the courage to shoot. It's not that they didn't have the courage to make a move, but they knew it. They made a move at the same time, and they couldn't support Li Fei's move and a half. Not only would they not be able to save Tana, but they would also have to cause great trouble. What do you want to do? In broad daylight, rob things. Is there any Wang Fa? System glared at Yi Daishanzi, her face pale and bloodless. Yi Daishanzi didn't have time to talk with her, hurriedly stretched out his arms and took out the pendant that had been cherished for several years. The two pendants are half-sided, and together they become a complete pendant. This thing. Where did you get it? Yi Daishanzi squatted down and asked Tana, holding the pendant. His voice trembled slightly, and he was very excited, even nervous. My mother gave it to me. Pay me back soon, Tana yelled, but he felt numb and weak, knowing that he had been made an acupuncture point by the beautiful fairy-like eldest sister in front of him. Where is your mother? Yi Daishan asked anxiously, flashing the chaotic scene of Li Fei's assassination. I won't tell you. Tana glared at Yi Daishanzi, robbed him of his treasure, is the villain. Tana, didn't you find that you and I each have half of the pendant? Do you think they are a complete piece together? Yi Daishanzi's expression was both excited and tense. He had already guessed something in his heart, but he didn't dare to make a conclusion. System and her male companion are all staring at the two pendants in Yi Daishanzi's hands. Although this handsome young man is a little rash, the two pendants in his hands are indeed a complete piece if they are put together. In other words, he may have some unknown relationship with Tana and the big boss. At this time, they felt that their brains were a little insufficient, and they just kept silent and watched the development of the situation. Yi Daishanzi's words made Tana stay for a while. He suddenly felt that he was able to move. He grabbed the two halves of the pendant in Yi Daishanzi's hand, and joined the half of the hand. Tana's mind was in a mess, and he didn't know what to say or what to ask. I know your mother, take me to see her. Okay. Yi Daishanzi spoke as softly as possible, for fear of terrifying Tana. He wanted to reach out and hug people into his arms, but was afraid of frightening them. Leaf gave him a white look inside in her heart. When did she provoke the romantic debt? You are so good even if your son is so old. This is going to be brought back to the palace? Don't know what others should say? Anyway, it's not about the milk or milk matter of the aunt. The headache should be the lady in the palace. Yi Daishan smiled bitterly. Which beauty he had close contact with? Didn't they all enter the harem? He really didn't know when he got into this romantic debt. There was a sudden movement in my heart. Could it be? There was a sudden noise in the front, and the people fled in panic. A group of soldiers turned out from another street and rushed in the direction of the noise. Encircle me in the square building. None of those pirates are allowed to run. There was a shout, dare to find pirates appearing in the square building, and they were arresting. Sad. Mother! Tana exclaimed and hurried forward. Yi Daishanzi stretched out his hand to catch someone. He stretched out his big hand halfway, and then retracted again, walking closely behind Tana. Leaf glanced at System and her male companion, turned around and left, and the guards hurriedly followed. System and her male partner's faces are ugly, and there is a group of people behind them at some unknown time. Although they didn't stop their acupoints, they both knew that these people were all masters. Because it is not under them, it is impossible to escape, only to follow obediently. What's more, the chief is talking with people on the upper floor of the square. The square is surrounded by officers and soldiers. If it is normal, the chief can stand out from the encirclement at any time by virtue of his profound martial arts. But now, these people of unknown origin appear in Qinghai City. It is still impossible to confirm whether it is an enemy or a friend. If it is a member of the official family, this will be a big trouble. A large group of officers and soldiers have enclosed the entire street, including the square building, impassable. Archers are putting a ladder on the eaves of the house, climbing up and climbing, intending to control the commanding heights. The Sun Jinghai Governor Yun Zongyun was mobilizing his soldiers and horses, and seeing the coming Yi Daishanzi, he hurriedly greeted him, clasped his fists and saluted. "What's the matter?" Yi Daishan asked, but his eyes looked straight upstairs. Yun Zongyun whispered, "Someone reported that important thieves such as the Fire Phoenix were discussing business upstairs in the square." It was so. He almost leaked his mouth, but fortunately he changed his mouth in time, and his forehead was so nervous that beads of sweat leaked from his forehead. The emperor had told him not to talk about his coming to Jinghai. The Phoenix did meet upstairs in the square. Unexpectedly, officers and soldiers appeared suddenly, surrounding the whole street. She looked down from the gap between the windows and doors. There were many officers and soldiers, and a large number of archers squatted on the opposite eaves. Zhang Bao and Arrow, directly facing this side. When her gaze moved and fell on someone, her body was shocked as if struck by lightning. Yi Daishanzi is looking upstairs with his head upstairs. He has heard of the name of the Fire Phoenix. It is rumored to be a female pirate with extremely powerful martial arts. There are nearly 1,000 pirates under her, and more than 50 warships. All these information it was collected by the Black Guardian spy with a lot of effort. Feeling that his sleeve was torn off, he lowered his head. It was Tanya who was pulling his sleeve. "My mother is upstairs. You want to save her." Although he was only 3 years old, he was born in that harsh environment, and he has witnessed the tragic scenes of various pirates attacking the islands. In addition to his strict supervision by his mother, he has studied hard and has surpassed that of 3-year-old children. Mind. The two halves of the pendant were merged into one, which showed something, and, out of a strange feeling, he instinctively trusted the man in front of him. Chapter 372 Reunion 3. Yi Daishan picked up Tana, turned his head and said to Li, who was beside Qiao Li, "Honey, help out." Li Fei's jade cheeks rose red and gave him a fierce look. In the dormitory, when she was alone, someone called her so sweetly in her heart, but now she was ashamed of the public. Big sister is so beautiful. The Emperor Yi Da was speechless. At a young age, this servant was utterly talking and molesting beautiful women. Can he grow up? Leaf giggled, leapt up and leapt lightly upstairs in the square. There are personal guards of the Fire Phoenix in the building, as well as several pirate leaders, all of whom are notoriously ruthless. When someone leaps up, they want to take action. "Stop, step back!" the Fire Phoenix yelled. Her guards and the leaders were startled, and took 3 steps back, but they all stared at the pretty beauty in front of them. Leaf stood pretty with her hand in her arms, smiling like a flower. Her enchanting eyes only stared at the Fire Phoenix. The few people in the building were all masters, but this Fire Phoenix was barely or qualified to fight her. "Congratulations, junior sister, for her great accomplishment of magic skills." The Fire Phoenix sighed faintly, and put a hand on her face, showing her true face. "Master Yiling." Leaf was startled slightly, her eyebrows frowned slightly. "You have fallen to this point?" Yiling smiled bitterly, and sighed, "I'm also in need of love." She looked out the window and hesitated. Why is he here?" "Tana is your child?" Leaf answered the question. She understood who he was in the mouth of Master Yiling and sighed in her heart. Unexpectedly, Master Yiling would have liked someone a long time ago. Recalling for a moment, she understood the whole process roughly. Master Yiling must have discovered that she was pregnant, and then secretly ran to Jinghai and became a pirate. No wonder she felt a little weird at the time. Fortunately, she ran away at the time and accidentally avoided the murderous catastrophe. Maybe it was God's will. Over the years, she must have had a hard time, right? The person has not changed, but her sex has changed a lot, which is really hard for her. "Yes." Yuling's cheeks were reddish, and he whispered, "Yes." His child. He suddenly remembered something and asked anxiously, "Little junior sister, why are you At that time, the assassination failed. They all escaped from the palace, the court scouts all out. The major families sent masters to hunt them down. They could only hide their whereabouts and stay away from the imperial city. It was supposed to be the enemy of life and death, but the little junior sister was actually by his side. Leaf nodded lightly and smiled. It's a long story. I'll talk about it later. Anyway, it's all over. Master Yiling, go down. Yeah? Yiling replied in a low voice, turning his head and saying to the person behind him, put away the guys and go all the way. It's okay. With him there, of course nothing will happen. Even if he doesn't care for the slightest affection, the little junior sister will not ignore it and just sit on the sidelines. Everyone in the building hesitated for a moment, and gritted their teeth and went downstairs. If they really want to do it, the little junior sister in the big leader's mouth is enough to kill them all, and the left and right sides are dead. It's better to be happy. Following Leaf, Yiling went downstairs step by step and walked out of the square. The same person, was exactly the same as he remembered. He had not changed at all, but he began to have a beard, and he became more stable and mature. For some reason, she felt sore in her nose and her vision was blurred. Yi Daishanzi was also looking at the beautiful young women who came slowly, even though there were 1,000 words in his heart, but they were all stuck in his throat. He hugged Tana to greet him, and shouted, these years where did you go? Tana raised the two halves of the jade pendant in his hands. Mother, look. Yiling hugged her son and whimpered, Tana. Mother, you are crying again. Tana wiped her mother's tears with her sleeves. Yi Daishan asks in a low voice, is it our son? As soon as he said this, he felt bad. Sure enough, Yiling, who had already lost control of his emotions, cried bitterly, and beat him. You have no conscience. You hate all the suffering, grievances, misses, and all the resentments burst out in a moment. I'm sorry. Yi Daishanzi opened his arms and hugged her into his arms. I have suffered you all these years. The pirates on the scene couldn't help but open their mouths. Is this really their big leader who slaughtered the world and shook the sea? The evolution of the matter was unexpected. The soldiers in the cloud quietly dispersed the crowd of onlookers and killed him. It was impossible for him to think that the famous and powerful Fire Phoenix was actually the Emperor's favorite concubine. Fortunately, no accidents happened. Otherwise, this guy eating on the neck may land. He couldn't help wiping a handful of cold sweat beads on his forehead, and gestured to Feng Nishang. Feng Nishang stepped forward and whispered, Master, Madam, let's go back first. Although Lord Ning asked the soldiers to disperse the onlookers, those people were standing in the distance and watching curiously. It was better to leave first. God, come, Dad hug. Yi Daishanzi stretched out his hand. Tana didn't recognize the birth, and said happily, Father, Mother said you are a great hero, right? The Emperor Yi Da laughed and lifted him up. Come on, ride on Daddy's shoulders. Yiling was startled, and wanted to stop her. When Leaf pulled her sleeves, she closed her mouth quickly, but she felt sweet in her heart. The guards accompanying the guards were also shocked. The Emperor actually let the little prince ride on his shoulders. That's the real Dragon Emperor. Only the Emperor rides a man. Who dares to ride the Emperor? That's going to click. Yi Daishan is very happy today how to deal with these things in his own way. Back in the barracks, Leaf, Feng Nishang, and King Jia all left the tent wittily after seeing each other after a long time. Naturally there are many things to say. System and the others were all anxiously squeezed into a tent. Although there were many soldiers coming in and out around them, no one paid any attention to them. They didn't dare to go around in chaos, so they could only wait anxiously. Soon afterwards, some soldiers brought meat and wine. They tried it with silver hairpin and confirmed that the food was not poisoned, so they dared to eat it with confidence. After eating, in the long wait of almost suffocating, Jiuling appeared, telling the truth. All the talents took a long breath and smiled with joy. The big leader turned out to be the emperor's favorite concubine, which sounds a bit fanciful, but the facts are right in front of you, and you can't help but believe it. The emperor's favorite concubine also gave birth to a dragon son. The mother is expensive by the son, and the value of the big leader has soared. They must have turned over with the salted fish. Although the big boss is usually strict, he takes good care of his brothers, so everyone willingly followed the big boss and obeyed her orders. Now, I finally look forward to the day when I landed. It is no wonder that when I landed, I stepped on several piles. Shit, hee hee. Chapter 373 Recruitment at night. Tane was still in the arms of the Emperor Yi Daishan, and he was telling stories with his father who had only recently met each other. His whole person appeared extremely excited, and he did not see the slightest fatigue. It is said that the little couple is better than the newlyweds, let alone the separation for many years. Sister Li Ziling and the Emperor must have many thoughtful things to say, so they sent someone to invite System and whispered a few words. System is in awe of her. Her martial arts is so frightening that she is so young that she can't cultivate her unfathomable cultivation skills even from her mother's womb. Moreover, she is still a respectable Donggong Empress. You can crush people to death. She entered the tent and bowed carefully, then bent down to hug Tana, and coaxed softly, Tana, sister tells you a story, okay? Sister May took a lot of effort before coaxing him to leave. In the spacious camp, only Yi Daishanzi and Jiuling were left. The sudden solitude made the two of them feel a little weird, and they didn't know what to say for a while. Jilin glanced at him, then lowered his head. Smooth jade cheeks slowly floated up with a blush. His heart bounced wildly and strangely, and his breathing seemed a bit rapid. Yi Daishanzi is now at the level of a top-notch master, with superhuman ears. How could he not hear it? Remembering that she used to take the place of Leaf in the bed, the wave of strength in the black light that caused him to lower the white flag several times, throw away his helmet and abandon his armor, I couldn't help but sway in my heart. The devil is born from the heart, and the evil is naturally manifested in an instant without any concealment during the life of the devil's heart. He stretched out and said softly, come on, let me take a good look. Jiuling is like a young daughter-in-law who has just passed the door. She stretched out her jade hand shyly and placed it on his wide palm. Yi Daishanzi hardened slightly, and Jiuling uttered a cry, and fell into his arms. Hey, pushing. She was originally born to be charming, and she also practiced confusing people's charming skills, with a fascinating and coquettish atmosphere, which made evil thoughts sprout, and it was difficult to control herself. Now, such a shy answer, a hey push and half-stop shy answer, add a bit more charming and ecstasy, which is more difficult to control. When Xian Nephrite was full of arms, and Yi Daishanzi, whose resistance value was almost zero in one aspect, immediately exposed the wolf to exposure, spreading its teeth and claws to devour its prey. It wasn't until noon the next day that Yi Daishan came out of the big tent with a smile. After tossing all night, he looked like a dragon, and a fierce dragon, which can only be described by a monster. Soon afterwards, Jiuling also staggered out, and after the devastation of the violent storm, but not withered, on the contrary, it became more and more glorious and brilliant. Leaf and others were already here, and naturally understood what it was all about, but someone could really be too tossed about it all night. All kinds of noises made it really hard to sleep. After breakfast, Yi Daishanzi sat in the middle of the big tent, with Leaf and Jiuling sitting around, and behind him were Feng Nishang, Xiao Luzi and the 4 dragons and tiger guards. System and other pirate leaders listened to the summons of the guards and stood nervously in the tent. In the face of the emperor's forcing power, coupled with the fierce murderous aura scattered from the guards in the tent, even if they are desperados who put their life and death out of the way, they can't help but tremble. Yi Daishan said indifferently, "I will not investigate what you have done before." The emperor's golden mouth and jade words, like the imperial decree, everyone took a big breath, and since today, they are all innocent people without a record. Yi Daishanzi continued, "You are all citizens of the Great Zoo. You all have a good martial arts. You are in your prime of life. You serve the court, defend your home, defend your country, kill the enemy, and make immortal feats. Your name goes down in history." Jiuling took over the words. "The emperor does not care about the predecessors. It is a great time for you to serve the empire, create unlucky military exploits, and glorify the ancestors." After a pause, she went on to say, "Go and stay free. You choose for yourself." All the heads of pirates didn't even think about it, they all knelt down to thank you, pirates. That day was not like a man, a ghost is not like a ghost, not to mention the hardships, it was a life of a life with their heads on their trousers. Son, you may not see the sun the next day at any time, if you are not forced helpless. Who would be willing to be a pirate? Now, the opportunity is right in front of us, the foundation is washed away, transformed into an imperial soldier, taking military salaries, eating imperial food, honoring the military merits and getting promoted, when the time comes, returning home in good clothes, raising eyebrows and vomiting blood, glorious ancestors, who will miss this great opportunity. On the same day, System and a group of small leaders boarded the sails with Jiuling Talisman, and went back to summon all the brothers and sisters. 3 days later, nearly 50 large and small warships of the Fire Phoenix pirate group landed, together with women, and nearly 1,500 people landed on the shore to accept the court's call for security. All the pirates are concentrated in front of the martial arts stage, listening to the emperor's advice. Yi Daishanzi stood on the martial arts stage with his hand in his hand. His cold and terrifying eyes scanned all the pirates under the stage one by one. "I will not blame the past. From today onwards, you are the serious imperial soldiers. It is you who defend your home and the country. The duty of the military must be strictly abided by the military regulations. What is fighting for the glory of the empire? This thing is too profound for ordinary people." Everyone understands that Yi Daishanzi used the most understandable words to brainwash them. With nearly 1,000 pirates and rich experience in naval battles, they can be regarded as a valuable asset for the imperial navy that is being formed and constructed. As long as their military discipline is strengthened, their bandits are removed, and they are more than enough to serve as lower-level officers of the imperial navy. Jiuling also specially recommended 4 of them. They are not only brave, but also flexible and experienced in naval battles. Even if they can't stand alone, they are enough to take on important tasks. For the talents, the Emperor Yi Darking took special care of him. He immediately ordered the 4 people, guarded by Yilinwei, to go to the Royal Military Academy to study for further studies. The others were given short-term military discipline training first, and then allocated according to their ability. With this arrangement, all the pirates were happy to hear from ear to ear, and if the foundations were cleaned up, they turned and became an imperial soldier, leading the army's salary, eating the royal food, and also became the officers with the army. The worst, they can also be mixed. The head of the whistle, there are more than a dozen people under his hand listening and shouting, "A good thing that I dare not even dream of." After the training, these pirates took off their tattered clothes in the barracks, happily taking off their clothes, and then happily putting on brand new military uniforms and armor. Once they were put on, they were quite mighty. My grandfather. It's also a bit human, he. The Emperor, Jiuling, is somewhat embarrassed. These people are her subordinates, brothers who live and die together, but the banditry on him is too heavy, and he doesn't look like an imperial soldier. Yi Daishanzi held her gentle little hand and said with a smile, You have brought me a lot of talents. I am too happy. These people, as long as they have undergone a short military training, will become the pillars of the empire. Well, concubine, you can do me a big favor this time. Looking back, I must reward you well. He. Yi Daishanzi quickly exposed his original sex. Leaf, Kinja and other women all have their jade cheeks red. This person, it is true. 3 sentences do not leave the line. Man, all this virtue sex. Chapter 374 Examination. This trip to Jinghai was quite fruitful. The Emperor Yi Daishan was a little impatient. He issued an imperial decree in Jinghai city and recruited skilled craftsmen from all over the country to come to Jinghai to build the fifth warship. He also ordered the Jinghai Machinery Building Agency to work overtime, create a large number of rotatable thunder cannons. The Japanese pirate warships were rampant, and the pirates frequently harassed the coastal people and seriously interfered with the normal operations of the local people. The empire had to allocate a large amount of money every year to maintain the minimum living conditions of the local people. He intends to use Jiuling's Fire Phoenix pirate group as his team, with the old and the new, and train the recruits who have just been enlisted into the army as a qualified soldier as soon as possible. The best way is to train the soldiers in actual combat. There were also some warships in the empire, plus the original warships of the Phoenix pirate group, which were slightly refurbished and could be used. Moreover, the ship's rapella was removed and the rotating thunder cannon was installed to increase the attack power several times. The use of thunder artillery for long-range attacks, rockets and sky-blasting thunders for close combat are sufficient to suppress various pirates and robbers. If necessary, the forces of the palace family can unite and support each other, which should be able to greatly reduce the pressure on the cloud. For the powerful Japanese pirate fleet, the opponent's ships are more powerful and can be avoided. If there are few, you might as well fight against the arrogance of the Japanese pirates. When the fifth warships were built one after another, the recruits became veterans, and after a little training, the Empire's naval fleet was successfully formed, and it was a battle against the powerful naval fleet of Japanese pirates. Of course, the refurbishment of warships can be done later. The construction is as solid as the fortifications of the present. The establishment of a naval base will surely become a thorn in the eyes of the Japanese pirates and thorns in the flesh. It is very likely to send a huge fleet to land and attack. Therefore, the base must have a powerful defensive ability to resist the successive attacks of Japanese pirates. The conscription work continues. Every day, many young men sign up for the army. At present, Japanese pirates are rampant. No one dares to go out to sea. They can only fish in the coastal waters. Sometimes the fish caught are not enough to support the family. It's not as good as joining the army and getting a little military salary every month. Barely enough to support the family. The physical training of recruits is to move rocks, cut down trees, build fortresses and so on. Yi Daishanzi doesn't want to return to Beijing for the time being. He can only leave with peace of mind when the defense fortress of the naval base is built. There are many people and great strength. Within half a month, a strong fortress surrounded by big rocks stood on the island. In addition to the watchtowers, many arrow towers were built. The rotating thunder cannons were densely packed one by one. Standing on the head of the fortress, there are also many mobile thunder chariots stacked in the armory, which can be used to replenish the thunder cannons damaged by continuous firing at any time. Production is streamlined. The craftsman is only responsible for the production of parts and components, and the final installation components are completed by a dedicated work group. These are all highly military secrets. The drawings are kept by special personnel. Only a few of the craftsmen who have been in contact with the drawings know their names. They are also protected by special guards to prevent leaks. After the fortress was built, Yi Daishan was also ready to set off to return to Beijing. The night before the departure, I was warming up with Jiuling. When you were thick and I was thick, Jiuling gasped and said, "The Emperor, the concubine wants to stay." The Emperor Yi Da was dumbfounded and flatly refused. "No, I want you to stay by my side." In the past few years, The mother and son have suffered. Yi Daishan often blames himself. Now the family is reunited and he wants to stay by his side and take good care of him. The Emperor, Ji Yuling, was greatly moved. She could feel the Emperor's love for herself, but she had her own thoughts. Entering the palace like this, it was somewhat unfair and unsatisfactory. Although the Emperor spoiled her, but others, what would you think about it? The Lord of the Harem is Empress Ngong, Empress, who was a mortal enemy before. No matter how the Emperor spoiled her, she wouldn't be embarrassed to intervene in the harem. She didn't think about herself, she had to think about Tana. Even if Tana could not become a prince, but if you have a strong influence in the Imperial Navy, you can also protect Tana's life without any worries. Besides, in the past few years, she has been surviving under extremely harsh conditions. She has had no fewer than dozens of naval battles. She has accumulated a lot of experience in naval battles. She also studies military books when she has time. As long as she has counselors to assist her, she can provoke a heavy burden. The Imperial Navy is being formed. It is conceivable that the combat power is low, and it needs more capable people to command. She also wants to do her part to share the worries for the Emperor. Yi Daishanzi smiled bitterly. Ji Yuling's mind, he could understand a little bit, and when he met her determined gaze, he could only sigh in his heart. The environment can change a person. Ji Yuling nowadays is no longer the one in the deep palace who only blindly welcomes the favored Ji Yuling on the bed, and has become more mature and stable. Knowing that she was determined, the Emperor Yi Da sighed and said helplessly, "Okay, but I have to take an exam." Serving as the commander of an army is not a play of family, but it is related to the life of thousands of soldiers and the vitality of the empire. Even if he spoils her, he cannot make fun of the fate of the empire. The concubine saves it. Ji Yuling also understood that this is not a child's play. The Emperor wanted to test her military ability. Not only did not make her unhappy, but on the contrary, the Emperor's prudence made her more and more respected. This is a rare one in the mainland in a century. The Holy King of Encounter. Yi Daishan delayed returning to Beijing. The next day, he called Lu Shaixun and asked him to test Ji Yuling's military capabilities in person. Lu Shaixun was stunned for a long time before reacting. The Emperor had a serious expression on his face. It is not a child's play to dare to love. In other words, the imperial concubine wants to join in the navy. This made him feel uneasy, but he was helpless. The identity of his family was placed there. It was just that this military is not a trivial matter. You are not confused, the Emperor, are you? The imperial decree pressed himself, and he carefully asked questions, which was the most common basic military knowledge in general marching formations. In order for Ji Yuling to take care of nearly 1,000 men, she must know a certain amount of military common sense. In the past few years, she has read about military books and materials, and she kept it in her heart, and answered that Lu Shaixun had nothing to say. Next, Lu Shaixun listed several quite famous battles in mainland history, and asked Ji Yuling to analyze that these famous battles were recorded in historical books, and many famous artists even analyzed and commented on them. Ji Yuling also read those analysis and comments, and even remembered the violence very clearly, but she used her own opinions to analyze, and she also inferred from other things, put forward unique insights, which made Lu Shaixun admire. Tan Ziyi scratched his head. Concubine Ling is not a military genius, right? However, Zhao Guo talked about soldiers on paper, and the case of hundreds of thousands of Zhao soldiers smashed to death made him afraid to be careless. Next, there were a few games of war game. The two sides allocated territorial forces and logistics, and so on. In one game, Lu Shaixun even let his side occupy the strategic advantages of military strength, logistics, and city, so that Ji Yuling could figure it out. He didn't deliberately embarrass Ji Yuling. War is not a child's play. Mistakes are related to the lives of thousands of soldiers, and even the success or failure of the entire battle, and the survival of the empire. Therefore, He did his best to do everything he could. Welcome to test Jiuling's military ability. This war game is like a real war deduction. You attack and defend each other until one side has resolved the key and reversed the situation before the outcome can be determined. Inside the tent, the two focused on doing everything they could, and the Emperor Yi Da became an outsider. He didn't have much patience, so he simply went out and ordered the guards to bring food, water, wine, etc. In Chapter 375 Kufang Spectrum. When it got dark, Jiuling, who looked tired, walked out of the tent, bowed to the Emperor Yi Daishan, and said softly, "The Emperor, the concubines are fortunate to live up to their mission." Lu Shaixan lost this guy. Embarrassing brother. Yi Daishanzi did not congratulate his daughter-in-law. His smile was also full of helpless bitter smile. Jiuling saw it in his eyes, but his heart was full of happiness. The emperor still didn't want to stay, because the sword had no eyes. The emperor was worried about himself. The emperor, Lu Shaixan, came out with a downcast expression. He is also a battle-tested veteran, and he is more proficient in water warfare. It can be the result of war games, whether it is land or sea battle, or even amphibious warfare. He was defeated in a mess. Princess Ji, born handsome Yi Daishan, patted him on the shoulder comfortingly and told him to go back to rest. There is still something to do tomorrow. The next day, the Emperor Yi summoned Jiuling and Lu Shaixan, and formally appointed Jiuling as the Imperial Navy Commander, commanding the first main fleet, Lu Shaixan as the Deputy Commander, commanding the second main fleet, and the third fleet as the commander. The candidates for logistics and transportation have not yet been finalized. The two each lead a large main fleet, and there is usually no power conflict, but if the two main fleets act together, Lu Shaixan will obey Jiuling's command. However, the construction of the battleship has not yet started, so the Emperor Yi Daishan asked Jiuling to return to Beijing to study in the Imperial military academies and consolidate her foundation. In the battle, advanced studies are necessary. Furthermore, although war games reflect personal wisdom and abilities, the chess pieces are dead. The real battlefield changes rapidly, and the battle opportunities are fleeting. It is not as simple as making an appointment to talk about soldiers. Jiuling readily agreed that entering the Royal Military Academy for further studies can not only learn a lot of knowledge, but also help her husband and children. After all, after a few years of separation, she will be separated again within a few days of reunion. She doesn't want it either. The emperor, the minister, recommended Zubayan, the deputy of the concubine, as the deputy of the concubine Ling. He has been fighting with the minister for many years, and his performance is remarkable. Lu Shaixan recommended his own capable subordinates to show his favor to the concubine Ling. I also understand that the emperor's mind is worried about the actual commanding ability and safety of the concubine Ling Fai on the battlefield. There should be no problem with a powerful deputy like Zubei in picking up the missions. He still admires the military commanding ability of the concubine Ling Fai. After the decision, Lu Shaixan continued to stay in Jinghai to recruit new recruits. Under the protection of Yilinwei, the Emperor Yi Dahao set off and embarked on the journey back to Beijing. With Yi Outen, the tiger-headed little prince, who was always obsessed with listening to stories, Yi Daishanzi had a headache on the way, so he could only sit properly, causing Leaf to laugh. It is rare to be quiet, so she lay lazily, listening to someone telling a story. Yi Daishanzi told the story of Xixian and the White Lady, but it was very touching. Jiuling and Leaf were very engrossed. Leaf suddenly realized that a wolf paw was inserted into the bottom of the skirt and put it on her calf. Climb upwards dishonestly. She was so scared that she hurriedly sat upright, clamped the reckless wolf paw. Her sudden movement caused Jiuling to look over curiously. Li Fei's jade cheeks rose red when she came into contact with the meaningful eyes of the elder sister, as well as the expression of a smile, and in shame, she stretched out her hand and pinched Sumyon's back. Ah! Yi Daishan wailed in pain, with a pitiful expression of pain. What's the matter with the emperor? Tana asked curiously. He looked at his mother, and then at the wife of Leaf. He felt that their expressions were a little weird. Yi Daishan gave a light cough. I was bitten by the white lady. Leaf was speechless. Today, she was wearing a plain white dress, and the master sister was wearing a navy blue color dress, one white and one green, which happened to fit the white snake and the white snake in Xian's story. White lady? Tana was startled, and turned around and looked around. Where is the white lady? The Emperor Yi Daha laughed, and put his arms around his son and said, come on, let's continue telling the story. Sitting on the side, Jiling watched the two masters joking together, feeling sweet, and reminding him with a smile from time to time, the Emperor, don't spoil him too much. Yi Datanzi grinned. My flesh and blood, who do you still pet? Well, all pets, hee hee. Both Leaf and Link concubine rolled their eyes and glared, and this companion, becoming more and more uncomfortable, flirted with them in front of Tana. On the way back to Beijing, with the sky, it also seemed much more lively. After returning to the imperial city a few days ago, Queen Jin led the harem concubines to welcome them at the gate, but her heart was mixed. She went out of the palace and brought back a woman and a son. Fortunately, Tana was born later than Wanja. After a few days, I sat firmly in the seat of the prince, otherwise, it would be really a headache. However, Tana's stupid, well-behaved person and sweet mouth are quite pleasing to the concubines. The Emperor Yi Daishan arranged for a minister who was very famous in King Liu to be Tana's teacher, and passed the Emperor's heart tactics to him. Tana has an excellent foundation, can endure hardships, and is a good material for martial arts. Although Leaf and Jilin both have unpredictable heights, the magic skills they practice are all based on a gentle path, which is only suitable for women's training. The Emperor Xinju is suitable for Tana, but the responsibility of this supervision and guidance falls on her too. Yi Daishanzi has always been just as a shopkeeper, with the cabinet chief assistant Tan Jiangmin on national affairs, and a group of capable ministers assisting him. He is happy and free. In addition to presiding over the affairs of the upper court, he spends most of the time in the harem to accompany the concubines. After the dynasty was dismissed today, he became very passionate and held a banquet in the Hall of Ecstasy, calling all the concubines including Empress Jin over for a reunion dinner. The concubines come in twos and threes, and they are divided into three factions. One is a family of famous sects headed by Queen Jin, followed by Xi-Fi, Yun-Fi, and Ru-Fi, and the other is headed by Beiling. Their 5 sisters are born in the dust. Even though she was washed white, her foundation was still weak. Concubine Rong was once a prisoner of war, and concubine Hong was also kidnapped. Hangako was a member of the Yanri Empire, and the 3 of them were in an awkward position. They had a very good chat with Beiling and other concubines. One faction is the magic school of Leaf and Lingyu. Although the number is small, it is extremely strong, because of her special status. Empress Yan said she was unwell. She didn't come, and Feng Fu was also inviting, but she declined on the pretext that she was busy with official duties and couldn't get away. Yi Daishan naturally hoped that the harem river crab and the concubines also seemed to have reached a certain tacit understanding, and it could be considered safe and sound. Of course, this is also due to Yi Daishan's coaxing ability and his super combat power. Yi Daishan was stingy at himself, but he was willing to spend money on the concubines, and ordered the royal chef to use the skill of pressing the bottom of the box to make more than 50 delicate dishes of various colors. Seeing all the beauties in front of me, Chunlin Qiu, with different temperaments, even if they only listened to their yin and swallows, they felt extremely refreshed. And the Emperor Yi Daishan felt a lot of sense for a while. The beauty of the world, all the harems, brother, this feeling of emperor, really good. The feeling of being a faint emperor, even more cool. Chapter 376 Tang Poems in Hand. I have beauty a family of N, enjoying lunch happily, it feels warm. As for the little princes and princesses, it is not convenient to attend this kind of gathering. They have homework to do every day, and they also have special court ladies to serve. After drinking and eating, the maids shuttled back and forth, took down the banquet, and put on fruit tea and various snacks. It's rare that the emperor is so elegant, and the concubines dare to ask the emperor to write poems on behalf of the concubines. Empress Jin said with a smile, yin and yin. She herself is a very famous talented woman who likes poetry, and there are no small ones among the concubines. Famous and talented women, Beiling and other women are even more overwhelmed by his unparalleled talents. Nurturing love, and making such a request is also the wish of the concubines at this time. This proposal is convincingly supported by the concubines. The emperor is responsible for the affairs of the country, and he also drove him personally. After going there for several months, he visited the world from time to time to experience the people's sentiments. It's been a long time since he saw his amazing masterpieces. Everyone is looking forward to it. Of course, she also played a little mind here. The harem is still my master. Leaf just smiled. She didn't have the slightest interest in this power struggle. As long as she didn't provoke her, she would live like this. There are many rules in the palace, and she doesn't want someone to be difficult to be a human being, and act rashly. Sex is still somewhat restrained. They both stepped back politely. Queen Jin was also jealous of her. Moreover, the emperor did not neglect herself. He spent more time in Qianqing Palace than the concubines. It would be unwise to provoke any more, and the harem would be the same. Fairly decent river crab. In an era when literary and martial arts were more important than martial arts, poetry was undoubtedly a big killer for picking up girls. Naturally, Yi Daishan would not let go of the opportunity to perform, so as to earn the hearts of beautiful women. This servant stood up, pretended to be pacing with his hands, pretending to be thinking, and then coughed lightly, attracting all the beautiful and affectionate eyes of expectation. After earning enough of the eyes and heart of the beauty, Yi Daishanzi shook his head and recited his created poems. Huaminai u dark age light mist, Jinxie ow is good to go to lang. Socks step incense steps, handheld gold lace shoes. See you at the south bank of the painting hall, trembling for a while. It's hard to come out of slavery, and teach the ruler to show pity. What he plagiarized was Bodhisattva by Liu, the postmaster of Nanzhou. This term describes a woman secretly meeting her lover. This word is bold and straightforward, but it does not become a kinky evil, and the characters are vivid. All the concubines and jade cheeks are all looming red clouds. The emperor often does the thing of stealing the fragrant orifice jade. You have a deep understanding of it before you can make this poem. Not to mention, this term can be considered a masterpiece. Among the concubines, Li Xiangming and Guzai had the reddest cheeks. Both of them thought of the embarrassment of someone climbing into the attic in the middle of the night and touching the wrong person. The concubines gathered together. It was rare and lively. How could it be that a small poem could be fooled? And they all spoke out and asked for another poem. The concubines are like this. No one has the rules, but Queen Jin also laughed and yin to join. Such a lively scene is quite rare. If you lift the rules of the palace, it will ruin everyone's yaxing, make the scene and lose all the concubines of goodwill. There were light flocks all over the ground in the South Park, and there was a sudden clear rain. After the rain, the sun is setting, and the apricot blossoms are fragrant. He sleeps silently and hides his face on the pillow. The season is twilight. Boring by the door alone. All the concubines covered their mouths and laughed. Their jade cheeks were red, and their eyes turned white. This term refers to a woman who hurts the spring. After a nap, she was sad and melancholy when she saw the flowers fall after the rain. She put the Qingming scene in her boudoir. The description of women is full of interest. The emperor, just like this, it's no wonder that the deep boudoir's grievance women can be described so vividly. And they all say that they have special skills. This is reasonable. Gixon's jade cheeks are even redder, and she can't help but think of the situation where her pavilion collapsed and someone climbed the wall to molest her. Fortunately, although she was ashamed at the time, but not very disgusted, she would develop to the present and become his concubine. Is it lucky or fate? She believes that there are both. It is the fate arranged by God. It is the blessing of her 100 years of cultivation. In fact, not only Gixon was embarrassed, but also the concubines, including Queen Jin. Their faces were full of red clouds. Which girl doesn't cherish spring? Before they leave the pavilion, they don't all lean on the building for chaotic thinking, imagining that the person they will marry in the future is a handsome, talented, considerate and gentle Ruai Langjun. Seeing the shy and moving expressions of the concubines, the Emperor Yi Daishan was so proud for a while, he really wanted to shout out, "Tang poetry is in hand, I have the beauty, the world is only me, Yi Dao Langjun." They are all lingering love poems. Although they are all excellent works, the concubines do not follow them. They have to ask someone to write another famous poem before giving up, as compensation for someone eating Yuogo teasing. King Hai Chengyun Dark Snow Mountain, Lonely City Xiaoyang Human Pass. Huang Shao wears golden armor in battles, and Shengjing will not return it if he doesn't break it. Wang Qingling's joining the army has been tampered with in 2 places, but the atmosphere is also magnificent and open. The mood is bleak and magnificent, and the artistic conception is profound and lofty. The concubines are smiling and full of joy. This poem makes them very satisfied. This is the real masterpiece. This is the amazing, unparalleled playboy in their minds. The emperor's famous verses and quotes were copied by the court ladies. After they were recorded, the concubines scrambled to read them. When they were passed to Yunayu smiled and said, "The emperor, the concubine dares to courage. I want the emperor's handwriting calligraphy." The concubines also want the emperor to write calligraphy by himself. Chen concubine 2. Only then did the concubines such as Beiling and Feiyan remember that the emperor was not only incomparable, but also created a new typeface, which has been recognized and used by the mainland. It is hard to find a lot of money for the handwritten calligraphy of Playboy. The alternative advertisement that was originally written for Gixun was stolen by no one, and it has become a masterpiece. At that time, many talented people copied it and sold them for a high price. When Yunayu mentioned this matter, the concubines remembered that there was still such a thing. Taking advantage of the emperor's good mood, Queen Jin acquiesced and naturally asked to get the emperor's autograph calligraphy. "Okay, one for each person." Yi Daishan was so passionate. He said that he was familiar with the 300 Tang poems, and he could chant poems if he could not compose poems. This sentence should be changed to, "Read Tang Poem 3 in the Wild Continent." Hundreds of poems, soak up all the beauties of all sizes. There is the Emperor Chrysostom, and the concubines can't help themselves. It is inevitable that they will sway for a while, but unfortunately, there are fewer wolves and more meat. Looking at the concubines Chunlin Qiu in front of them, the elated Yi Daishanzi smiled and said, "I will tell you a story." The concubines are overjoyed. Among them, they really haven't heard the story told by the emperor himself, and Empress Jin and Leaf enjoy this honor. This time, each of them pricked their ears and looked at the Emperor Yi Da with expectant faces. Yi Daishanzi sat down, his wolf paws naturally placed on Empress Jin's legs, coughing lightly, and said, "I will tell you the story of Xixian and the White Lady." Chapter 377. Xixian is very powerful. Queen Jin's jade cheeks are reddish, and her big sleeves stretched out, covering Sumyeon's eager wolf paw, and pinched her finger. She is accustomed to seeing someone such a bad hobby. If she is alone, she will acquiesce in it. But today all concubines are there, in their presence. How can she, the maternal ceremonial mother of the palace, love her? Humiliating. Yi Daishan had a pain in the back of his hand, but he refused to stop. Empress Jin didn't dare to exert any force, and was afraid that the concubines would find out, so she could only pretend to be nonchalant, brace a smile, and listen to his story. Yi Daishanzi took a sip of tea to moisturize his throat, coughed lightly, and began to tell the story, starting with the encounter between Xixian and Bai Nyangtsai on the broken bridge. Leaf and Lingf had heard him tell it before, but this story is very touching, not to mention someone telling them to them. They also like to hear it. Speaking of the White Lady being pressed by Fehai under the tower, the concubines couldn't help expressing nervous expressions on their faces, but no one said anything. They all looked at Yi Daishanzi and waited impatiently for him to explain. Below, Yi Daishanzi hasn't read Xixian and Bai Niangtsis book or related materials. He just watched the movie. He didn't know the final ending. Anyway, this story is unique in the mainland, so he can make up whatever he wants. After Xixian and Green Snake rescued Bai Susan, they went home happily. The concubines waited patiently for a long while, but did not see any more information. Fian was anxious, and asked aloud, "The Emperor, what will happen afterwards?" The concubines all wanted to know the following text, and they urged, even Queen Jin, who has always been dignified and decent, was no exception. Even more anxious than the concubines, she pinched someone secretly, beckoning him to speak quickly, and don't hang on the appetite. Then of course it was a shower. Yi Daishan picked up the teacup on the short table, took a big sip, and then put down the teacup. The cup was empty, and Queen Jin wanted to pour tea for him. When she suddenly remembered that someone had a wolf paw on her lap, how dare she pour tea? She motioned to Concubine's Eye with her eyes. Concubine's Eye filled the tea and urged, "The Emperor will tell you soon." The concubines are waiting for the following. Yi Daishan smiled meaningly and said, "You said, the two of you have been separated for so long, and you must miss it tightly. What will you do after taking a shower?" The concubines were embarrassed. The Emperor is teasing everyone who eats gyogo. It's really. The Emperor Yi Dai laughed and said, "What do you think of all the concubines after hearing this story?" He made a silent gesture and said with a smile, "Don't rush to answer, think slowly. If you got a wrong answer, I will punish everyone. Everyone must answer." Feiyan has always been straightforward. She wanted to say it. She was so scared that she quickly covered her attractive little cherry mouth. Her cheeks swelled red. Not only her, but the concubines including Empress Jin, who is not so sweet that her cheeks are red, and she has a coy expression of love and fear. Sumyeon's so-called family law, or punishment, are ridiculous and evil. Among all the concubines in the room, who has not received it? The result of the punishment was that the body was weak for several days, making the sisters laugh, and it was really shameful. The wrong answer will be punished, and no one dared to say the answer easily. Several of them gathered together and discussed in a low voice. Yi Daishan said, "I will write down the answer on the paper first, so that you don't say I am chose." This guy took the pen, wrote a few words on the paper, then dried it and folded it, and pressed it on the low table with a teacup. He looked at Empress Jin with a smile. The expression on his face was self-evident. "You are Zhenggong Empress, or you should come first." Empress Jin whispered, "The Emperor, can the concubines abstain from voting?" Yi Daishanzi grinned and said, "No, just because you are the Imperial Empress, so you have to set an example." Empress Jin pinched him secretly with hate, and said helplessly, "Xixian and Lady Bai." She stared at Sumyeon's face, trying to see something from his face, but unfortunately, someone was not soaked in oil and salt, and it was impossible to see anything. She bit her silver teeth, and said, "They will never change their love, they will never change their hearts." Wrong. Yi Daishanzi smiled and said, "Who will come next?" The concubines suddenly became nervous. The thoughts in their hearts all gave the same answer as Queen Jin. Is this all wrong? Green Snake is loyal. Wrong. Fahai is nosy. Wrong. The two are a bad fate. Wrong. The concubines racked their brains, as if they could think about it, but the result was still wrong, which made them feel helpless. Give you 3 counts. If you don't answer, it is considered abstention, and you will also be punished. Yi Daishan raised 3 fingers to threaten the concubines who hadn't answered. The concubine abstained. Leaf gave him a white look, but Lingf waited for a few who couldn't think of an answer, so she had to abstain. Everyone looked at someone blankly, waiting for him to announce the correct answer. Yi Daishanzi smiled and opened the blank paper with the answer written on it. All the concubines were dumbfounded. The answer written on the paper turned out to be Xian is very powerful. Is this answer too false? It's plausible to say that Xian is infatuated and persistent. If he is so powerful, Xian is just a weak scholar. Seeing Bai Suzen's original form, he was still scared to death. Bai Suzen and King Jia ventured to steal Ganoderma lucidum to save life. Even if you rescue Bai Suzen, who is under the control tower, it won't help a little bit, because the green snake defeated Fahai, the emperor. This answer. The concubines felt that someone was cheating and made up an answer to deceive them. Yi Daishan shook his head and said, "You know, how long does the snake mate?" The concubines' cheeks were red again, and they all shook their heads. They didn't know this, but did this have anything to do with this story? Yi Daishanzi stretched out his thumb and little finger, and shook it in front of the concubines. 12 small 6 hours. The concubines were so ashamed that they all understood what someone meant, and all of them rolled their eyes, and a very touching deliberately good one made him a pornographic paragraph, which is really ... It's really helpless and ashamed. Dead. Leaf suddenly stood up and said in shame, "The concubine is in a hurry." She wanted to slip, but gave the fast-handed Yi Daishan a hold, and said with a smile, "I want to slip. No way, go in obediently, and wait for my punishment." Ah! The concubines screamed in fright, jumped up one by one, and fled in all directions. "Hey! Don't run away, you will be punished if you get a wrong answer." Yi Daishan grabbed this, but ran away. "Now I really want to have 3 heads and 6 arms." Leaf flipped her wrist and broke free of his clutches. She gently pushed Roof into his arms and said with a smile, "The emperor should punish her first." All the concubines were hiding far away, each with their jade cheeks flushed, and their expressions coy. The emperor, it was so ridiculous. What happened in front of everyone? Everyone has received it several times. However, everyone is embarrassed to say it. This is also a kind of tacit understanding between them. But today, the emperor actually took this in front of them. A layer of thin paper was pierced. How could they be embarrassed? Chapter 378. The emperor's entrance with his arms around the soft and slender waist of concubine Ru. Yi Daishanzi realized that Xiao's eye had grown a bit taller and had a much more exquisite curve than before. In other words, the watery peaches were almost mature. Seeing Xiao's shy and expectant eyes, evil thoughts were growing in Yi Daishan's heart. Okay, brother admitted that he was very evil. He has decided to pick peaches and eat them first. Royal Military Academy. The 4th non-commissioned officer training has started, and there are still 800 students, among which half of the mathematicians are junior officers of various local forces, and are held every 6 months. New students who have not enlisted in the army are still in the first session, and they have to complete their studies. Only 3 years after passing the school entrance examination can graduation. Early in the morning, 800 new and old students were all running in a line on the playground. Physical fitness and team routine exercises are one of the necessary homework. The students who were practicing exercise suddenly stared straight at the gate of the academy. Even those instructors who had been tempered by blood and fire were no exception. Because of the outside, there was a big beauty like a fairy who came in curly and nana, with a beautiful curvy figure, and the charm of the Dang people in the bones, and all of them were breathless. Behind the great beauty, the same person is a charming little beauty, but the eyes of this little beauty are frightening and frightening. As long as any veteran who has been on the battlefield can feel that, this little beauty feels that the harsh killing aura on her body is definitely a female evil star crawling through the dead. The big beauty is naturally Ji Yuling. She can study in the Royal Military Academy for half a year, and the little beauty is her personal servant and guard Cheng Hongmai. Ji Yuling trained and trained the 8 guards, and the Emperor Yi Daishan sealed their officers and still served as the guards of the concubine Ling. He also selected 200 people from the guards of Yilinwai and the Inner Palace to serve as the guards of the concubine. Ji Yuling had previously recommended Duan Peng, Xi Zhenwu, Ding Fenyan, and Zongdafa to the Emperor Yi-Dafa's 4 capable men. Yi-Dacian asked them to enter the military academy for half a year. The 4 were happy to see the boss appear in the team. Can't help but run out of the queue. Big Emperor her sister, Jiuling came to the college to study this time, and her identity was kept secret. No one knew her true identity except the old dean. When she was glared at, the 4 of them quickly changed their mouths, but promised, in their hearts, the boss will always be the boss. Jiuling greeted the 4 with a smile, and immediately sank, and whispered, "You are already imperial soldiers. You should know the consequences of violating the military order." Ding Fenying and the others said, "We are also happy to see you, the boss." Jiuling glared at the 4 of them, only this time, not as an example. "Yes, boss." The 4 of them were so happy that they almost cheered. They suddenly left the team during the exercise and will be punished by the instructor. But what's the identity of the boss? The dignified imperial concubine, the boss comes forward. What's the matter? The boss still covers them. There are all male students in the academy. Although there are female soldiers in the field medics, they are pitifully few, only about 20 people. However, there are more wolves and fewer meat, and they are not divided enough. In order to please the female medics, the students, we don't know how many times we singled out in private. Among the female medical soldiers, there are also some good looks, but compared with the 2 beauties in front of them, you can see that they are high and low. Their looks and temperament are simply the difference between the sky and the earth. The appearance of Jiuling and Cheng Hongmai caused an magnitude earthquake to erupt the entire military academy. After Jiuling reported, it was personally led by the senior dean and assigned to Class A non-commissioned officers. As soon as she entered the church, 50 students stood up, scrambling to give up their seats, desperately offering flattery to please the only female official student in the empire, and she is still a beautiful lady who can speak a few words to her, and she will show her face in front of her bodies. However, everyone was soon disappointed. The big beauty was cleverly smiling and gentle, but the little beauty next to her was always frosty, with a cold and indifferent expression that was thousands of miles away. Ding Fenying and 4 of them were all big pirates who were begging for life before, and they could be valued by Jiuling, and martial arts were natural. After fighting, more than a dozen veterans were not a problem, and they soon became famous in the academy, became a tyrant in the school. Even the 4 of them respected Jiuling and called her the eldest sister. Who would dare to show up Jiuling? Of course, there are many people who are not afraid of death. At least, those elder brothers who come from famous families are not afraid. They do everything possible to find all kinds of excuses to get close to beautiful people. When school was over at noon that day, a group of students from aristocratic families crowded outside the school, waiting for the beauties in their hearts to appear. Some of them drank desperately. Not long after, the charming Jiuling and Liu Feng came out, and Cheng Hongmai was her shadow, following her closely behind her half-step. In private, the students called her cold-blooded Rose. Student Jiuling. A few bold students from aristocratic families rushed forward, but hurriedly backed away a few steps. The cold-blooded Rose Cheng Hongmai stepped in front of him, and the stern murderous aura on her body was definitely not these family students. Can bear it. That's it. I made some comments on the Jiangqing battle, so I would like to ask Yiling for some advice. These aristocrats exhausted all means, but were unable to ascertain Jiuling's family background. They could only guess that they were the daughters of a certain family, who had military talents, and their elders must also be very enlightened, otherwise it would be impossible to enter the royal military. College study. Beauty is all eye-catching everywhere, let alone the beauty of the allure. These family princes made small calculations in their hearts, desperately using methods, trying to win the beauty of the beauty. The great beauty is very good at military affairs, so the clever family will do what they like, and get close to the beauty under the pretext of asking for probation. Not to mention, this trick has been tried and tested repeatedly. If it was before, Jiuling dismissed it, but after experiencing hardships, her heart's sexuality has changed a lot. Moreover, She has come to learn sincerely. First, she wants to share some pressure for the emperor. Do you want to come? The son's future plans. Don't dare to teach, let's discuss and study with each other. Ji Yuling politely took over the handwritten manuscripts handed over. Although the admission time is short, her results in each subject have always been among the best, which made all the students in the school amazed and ashamed. Uncles, losing to a newly enrolled girl was a shame. What are you doing? Ding Fenyang and the other four came out, yelling at the elders, the banditry still strong in them. These guys are really daring. Even the emperor's favorite concubine dared to get involved. Really knowing how to live and die. Ding Fenyang, we asked Yiling for advice. Did you offend you? Some family members sneered. In front of the beauty, this gentleman still has the demeanor. If it was normal, he would have been swearing. Although Yi Daishanzi had made a decree, there was no distinction between students and soldiers. But in the army or academy, the circle of nobles and civilians still had a clear difference. They did not interact with each other, but not everyone. Ding Fenyang's behavior of protecting the flowers made those elder brothers of the family who wanted to please the beauties extremely upset, but they just kept holding back and did not break out. Chapter 379 I don't allow you to go to school. Ji Yuling felt helpless for the hospitality of these family princes, although she wore the bun that symbolized women, but still did not let these family princes who had excess hormones know it was difficult to retire. Hormone surplus. This is the emperor's description of those 17 or 18-year-old young men. She vaguely understands the meaning, but the word feels weird. Of course, not all the elder brothers of the aristocratic family have such virtues. At least two of them are sincerely asking for advice. She has written down their names. They are pretty good. They don't have the mentality of the elders of the family. They study very hard, and are with the poor. The students also get along well, and the results are also excellent. The Imperial Navy is being formed, and a large number of middle and lower level officers are needed. She has the heart to dig, but she is worried that the two will not adapt to the bumps and ups of the sea. She never doubted the loyalty of the protector of Ding Fenyang and others, so she never blamed them. She just used her eyes to indicate that she didn't have to provoke the sons of these family members for no reason. The situation was violent. If the emperor was disturbed, she could not protect it. If you missed your future, you would be wronged. Ding Fenyang and the others glared at the elder brothers of the aristocratic family and turned to enter the school. They were not locals, and they usually lived in the academy. Student Yiling, tomorrow is a holiday. I invite you to travel with you and enjoy the beauty of nature. A family member sent out the invitation with a gentleman's demeanor, but this guy was dizzy. It will be early winter. Everything is withered and a scene of decadence is not a good time to follow the tour. Student Yiling, my sister and her best friends are holding a poem meeting. I invite you to participate. Faced with the invitations of these aristocrats under various excuses, Ji Yuling smiled and refused. Thank you for your kindness. This lady wants to help her husband and children at home. There was a cold-blooded Rose Cheng Hongmai leading the way. No one dared to stand in the way. Under her horrifying murderous aura, those elder brothers gave way in a panic, and watched Jidamai get on the carriage and walk away. These aristocrats did not give up, and followed far behind, trying to find out where the home of Jidamai is. It just so happened that Shang Tanhua, Shang Xue of the criminal ministry, was walking by with a few friends. Among the family members who were passionately pursuing the beauty of Jid, there was a young master of the Gong family. When he saw Master Shang, he rolled off his saddle to salute. What are you doing? Shang Tanhua frowned slightly, and a group of family members gathered together. There must be no good. Uncle, that's the case. This Shang clan is also a vigorous person. Uncle Ji's so knowledgeable. He should know what Jidamai came from. This fellow was considered so-so among the young disciples of the Shang family. It was one of the family's key cultivation objects. Therefore, he was admitted to the Royal Military Academy. He relied on being favored and asked boldly, Ji Yuling? Shang Tanhua frowned slightly. Ji's surname is rare in the Imperial City, and there is no J surname among aristocratic families. How do you feel that this name is a bit familiar? An aristocratic family also reported the names of Ding Fenyang and the other four, and said that the four of them were very respectful to Jiuling and called her boss or eldest sister to come. The palm of his hand suddenly sounded towards the sound of meat, and Shang Tanhua, whose face changed drastically, suddenly shot, gritted his teeth and cursed, "You beast, don't take the whole family if you are too impatient to live. I beat him to death. You, and you, I teach you how to behave for your elders." He flew into a rage, and ordered a group of aristocrats to stop obediently, slapped their palms and slapped them a few times, and slapped them into pigs' heads. Jiuling, he will not remember the name for a while, but the four Ding Fenyang were appointed by the emperor to enter the Royal Military Academy for further studies. As long as they perform well in the future, they will have a bright future. What is the origin of the four Ding Fenyang? They are the famous pirates in Jinghai. Who is their boss? The famous, powerful phoenix of the sea, the emperor's favorite consort Jiuling. This bunch of bastards are so impatient that they want to be the emperor's favorite concubine. It doesn't matter if you are going to die, you have to drag the whole family down. If you don't learn a lesson, you will have to bring disasters to the family in the future. Mr. Shang was in charge of the punishment department. He was a famous cold-faced evil star. He suddenly went into a slap and slapped the heads of all the family members. But none of them dared to complain, drooping their heads, and standing dejectedly obediently to bear him. Father's teachings on corporal punishment. Go back, kneel down in the ancestral hall to pick up the crime. Don't get up without the old man speaking. The old man Shang stomped his feet angrily, and the sturdy blue stones were torn apart under his anger, showing cracks in his debut. This group of family members still don't understand why the old man Shang suddenly screamed and ran away with a roar. This aristocratic family ran home desperately. The pig's head was so miserable that it naturally disturbed the elders in the clan. After the elders asked for the reason, the violent temper directly served on the cane, drew people into a miserable state, and punished them on knees in the ancestral hall. I have to rush to Shang's family with gifts to thank him. If you don't come to thank you for this kind of favor, you would be too sorry for the kindness of Mr. Shang. After this incident, no one of these aristocratic elder brothers dared to give birth to an unreasonable heart. Seeing the charming Jidamai from a distance, it seemed as if it was hitting a ghost in the daytime, and he was so scared. Of course, there are two exceptions to the family. One is Chu Jinghong from the Chu family of Jingnan, and the other is Zhangqing from the Zh family of Nunling. Neither of them knows the true identity of Jiuling. Jiuling is in the academy. The two of them were impressed by the excellent results, and asked for advice humbly, without the slightest thought. As for the family behind them, it is not known whether Jiuling's true identity is known. Anyway, the two patriarchs have intentionally or unintentionally hinted, they will maintain the current attitude of humbly asking for advice. If you want to show your talents, you must behave, and you can't hide it. At the same time, there are hints of severe warning. Don't have the intention of being wrong, let alone blasphemy, otherwise, the family's most severe punishment will be imposed. Without the entanglement of the family princes, Jiuling felt much calmer. She came to school on time every day, listened carefully, and in modern slang, she studied hard and made progress every day. After listening to the secret report of the black-clothed secret spy, Yi Daishan couldn't help laughing. Lingf was like a leaf, who was born to be charming, and all of them practiced magic skills. They also possessed a fascinating and enchanting magic power. How can they be ordinary blood? Can Fang Gang's Mao head resist? He didn't mind to teach those family members a lesson, but he preempted the old man in the palace and let the matter go. The emperor, the concubines are also going to school. Leaf on the side chuckled, not knowing whether she was telling the truth or lies. No. Yi Daishanzi seemed to have been stung by a spicy scorpion. He jumped up fiercely, showing the emperor's power. You want to go to school? Are those students still thinking about studying? You walk on the street and don't cause traffic. It's the blockage. I'm not allowed. Stingy. Leaf chuckled, She just thought it was funny, she just talked about it. She didn't expect the emperor's reaction to be so intense, indicating that he cares about himself very much, and she feels sweet in her heart. Chapter 380. The emperor personally cooks for you. The 5 empires are all badly injured, and no one dared to start the war lightly. During the period of recuperation, the border trade exchanges became extremely active, and the merchants who were good at capturing business opportunities took advantage of the opportunity to make a lot of money. The mates must be divided, and they must be fused for a long time. This is also a common phenomenon in wild continents. IUI's current focus is on infiltration, latency and reverse osmosis and anti-latency, sending out a large number of secret spy agents to hide in the enemy country, collect intelligence on the enemy country, buy and counter the enemy's ministers and generals, are all prepared for the long-term goal in the future. The enemy country is also carrying out the same espionage activities. One of the duties of the Black Guard is to dig out these secret spies. Since the Emperor Yi aimed to add a report box to the Black Guard's office, the workload has increased sharply, and the number of reports or appeals for grievances is unimaginable. In modern times, with the law becoming more and more perfect, there are still a large number of corrupt officials, let alone the ancient system of official positions full of loopholes. The officials of the branch offices of the High UI must categorize and register these reports or complaints, and then send people to investigate and collect evidence secretly. After confirming the truth, submit them to the local parental officer for retrial and ruling. After the processing is completed, they are reported and registered, and then forwarded to each level. If a local official is reported or involved in the case, the Black Guard will make a secret investigation and collect evidence, and then report to the ZOOF level branch office for a ruling. It is precisely because of this that Feng Fu, a giant in black clothing, is very busy. She has to carefully review every material submitted to confirm that there are no unjust, false, or wrong cases before filing and sealing. Today, she sits in the government office as usual, and the cold wind shouts outside, and the snowflakes are blowing. There are several pots of charcoal fire in the government office, warm as spring. She is reviewing the materials just submitted. One of them is to report that Lin Tingdong, the prefect of Gozu, has embezzled people's land and forcibly married a woman in the dust. The black-clothed espionage secretly collected evidence and confirmed that it was true. It was even investigated that Lin Tingdong had committed various corruption behaviors. Feng Fu never relented to such corrupt officials who harmed one party, and immediately gave instructions to take Lin Tingdong off for interrogation, and all the corrupted silver was confiscated. Under normal circumstances, Lin Tingdong's family has to be implicated and sent to prison awaiting trial, and the family property is confiscated. But Feng Fu is a woman after all, and most of the time women are soft-hearted. The prefect is a 5-rank official, and can be regarded as a local high-ranking official. When dealing with it, he must report to the officials and the emperor. Feng Fu prepared a document and planned to send it to the emperor for review. Feng Nishang, wearing a fur coat, came in and said with a smile, "Sister, have you forgotten lunch again?" Feng Fu smiled bitterly. As soon as she went to work, she forgot everything. When her sister mentioned food, she really felt a little hungry. "Sister, you are always like this. If you don't eat on time, your stomach will hurt for a long time." Feng Nishang is like a housekeeper nagging. "If you don't eat on time, your stomach hurts." She also listened to the emperor. Anyway, what the emperor said is the truth. While talking, the servants brought by Xiaonizai had already set up a table in the back of the government office. It was naturally hot pot in the cold weather. Feng Fu smelled an appetite scent in her nose, and couldn't help but praise. "Wow, it's so fragrant. Neon clothes. You have made great progress in cooking." In recent days, my sister has come to see her every day, and brought food by the way. She is too busy sometimes to eat. Feng Nishang chuckled, neither admitting nor admitting. Feng Fu took it as her acquiescence. "This time I ate hot lamb, with a lot of sauces, and it was delicious. Feng Fu enjoyed it with relish. Lam shabu is said to be a recipe invented by the emperor to coax the empresses of the East Palace. It has now spread to their mainland and has become a famous dish to entertain VIPs. All major restaurants have this recipe, and Feng Fu has eaten it occasionally, but it tastes less delicious. She also knows that Xiao Nizai also went to school with the emperor, which is really embarrassing for her. In fact, Nishang can no longer be called Xiao Nizai. She is already the emperor. What she lacks is only a ceremony and reputation, which has always made her very tight. When a woman becomes pregnant when she is unmarried, it is a loss of integrity, infidelity, and insult to the family. They are usually forced to commit suicide. Of course, the emperor's woman is an exception. However, Feng Fu still believes that it is best to have rituals and identity before entering. The palace was just right, so he wouldn't provoke criticism. Neon clothes. When is the emperor? Feng Fu cares about this younger sister the most. This is her only relative in this world. Sister. Feng Niking, and her cheeks were red. She knew what her sister was going to say, and she had said it many times before. She hurriedly grabbed the words. Marry. Feng Fu has nothing to say. Every time she talks about this, she can only sigh helplessly. Growing up an orderly. This is a custom that has not changed for thousands of years, and it has long been ingrained in people's minds, and she is no exception. It's not that she doesn't want to marry, not to mention that in this world, there are almost no men who can make her eye-catching, but that is, people don't have the courage. There are rumors outside that she is the future imperial concubine, who has the courage to marry her. This rumor, for some reason, made a lot of noise at one time, and someone seemed very happy. Every time she thought about it, her teeth were itchy and helpless. Sister, do you have anyone you like? Feng Nishang asked cautiously, her expression very serious. Feng Fu was angry and laughed. This Nizai has actually become a matchmaker. Feng Nishang said earnestly, Sister, Nishang knows that there is someone who is definitely suitable for you. Feng Fu smiled bitterly, but jokingly said, whose Qiaolang Jun is. Don't forget, your sister is very picky. Feng Nishang was energized and said with a smile, Sister, don't worry, this person definitely surpasses your standard of choosing a son-in-law in your mind. Feng Fu shook his head and smiled bitterly, and continued to cook the mutton. The taste fits her appetite very well, and she ate it very happily. Feng Nishang's tone was prolonged, with a serious expression on his face. He is handsome, unrestrained, amazingly talented, affectionate and righteous, gentle and considerate. He cooks good dishes, wise and martial, unparalleled in the world. Feng Fu smiled bitterly. The younger sister hadn't finished speaking. She already understood who that person was. Although what Nizai said was a bit exaggerated, it was basically true. However, in her own heart, she felt a little weird towards that person at best. Not so as to let her dream, not thinking about tea and rice, to the point where people are haggard for alliance. She didn't know the feeling in her heart. In short, it felt weird and lingering, but it was not as unforgettable as she dreamed. In the hearts of young girls, love is always filled with beautiful and romantic longings and fantasies, and Feng Fu is no exception. Feng Nishang suddenly blinked his big smart eyes and said mysteriously, Sister, do you know who made you the food these days? Who? Feng Fu questioned. In fact, she knew who made the food without her sister telling her. No wonder it was so delicious. At first, she thought it was her sister's cooking skills. Feng Nishang smiled. The emperor personally cooks it for you. Don't tell me, he won't let me tell you. Chapter 381. The emperor's care. The gentleman is far away from the kitchen. This old concept has lasted for thousands of years, is deeply rooted, and the modern women who are open-minded like Ixon and others take it for granted that this is the most reasonable saying. The emperor actually cooks for himself by himself. Feng Fu's heart at this time was fascinated and chaotic. Although some Yeon's act might be flattering, it really shocked her heart and moved her nose a little bit sore. In the past, someone had personally cooked to please Leaf. For this reason, Queen Jin and the concubines of the harem all had a whisper. How can the dignified cook of a country be the same? Think about it, someone must be secretly touching and touching outside, and let the neon clothes send it over, right? Otherwise, if you let Queen Jin and the concubines know, you will have to complain again. Okay, people admit that I am still very moved in my heart, but well, that kind of feeling. She couldn't figure it out for a while, and couldn't tell why, but she felt that it was different from the feeling she had dreamed of, and it seemed too plain. Sister, what's wrong with the emperor? Feng Nishang played the role of the matchmaker. In her mind, the emperor is the best and most perfect man in the world, and it is great that her sister can become the emperor's woman. Happy. Don't look at Miss Stan's madness all day long. She used to say Funjun on the left and the other swearing on the right. Now, Xiaonizai is not also overwhelmed by the emperor's charm, and she runs into the palace with all kinds of excuses all day long. Lay I by the side of the emperor. Just by looking at the look of the emperor that Xiaonizai looked at the emperor, she knew that her heart was moving. Hey, sister, why don't you eat it? Feng Fu turned off the topic, but smiled bitterly in her heart. The clutter was still messy, it was difficult to sort out, so I had to let it go. She also knows that for her own life, it's not a way to drag it down like this. She grows up in an orderly manner. If she doesn't marry, she won't be married. If she doesn't marry, she won't be able to get on the stage. Even though no one dares to chew her tongue, she will eventually. Not a solution. My head feels a bit painful. When I was full, my servant took down the banquet. Feng Fu took the prepared document and said, Nishang, take my sister to see the emperor, and my sister here's a document to present to the emperor. She could also hand over the official documents to her sister and ask her to pass it on to the emperor, but she didn't want her sister to be involved in politics, so as not to be unhappy with the emperor. Empress Jin was very smart, did not seek any benefits for the family, did not interfere in the affairs of the government, so she could only be favored by the emperor. For example, there were several queens and concubines in the harem of the emperor of the mainland, all of whom died well, and the family stood for 100 years. Yeah, Feng Nishang replied readily. The emperor was just outside, trying to please her sister, but it took a lot of thought and it was very touching. As for, she was moved to a mess. Xiaoniz's heart is pure and simple, not as complicated as her sister thought. Her current status is still the emperor's personal maidservant. She has never thought that she must be touched on official affairs and serve the emperor well. It is her. What I think. Yi Deshanzi, dressed in casual clothes, was standing outside the black guard's office watching snowflakes. A layer of snowflakes had accumulated on his body. Feng Fu couldn't help but feel a strange feeling in her heart, sighed, and stepped forward to salute. Someone once said that this bowing ceremony is too troublesome, avoid it. Feng Fu performed a simple military salute. Such a privilege made the guards and black-clothed guards all around jealous. Yi Deshanzi took the official document with a look of pity. Look at you, you are so thin that I really shouldn't let you be in charge of the black guard. Feng Fu hurriedly said, it's a matter for the minister to divide the injury for the emperor. To be honest, she really likes this job now. Although a little busy, she feels fulfilled. The most important thing is to be able to use the power in her hands to truly help the people and redress for them. Yi Deshanzi didn't expect that she would like this job. For a while, he was a little puzzled. However, the black clothes guard was his eyes, ears and eyes, and was controlled by others. He was really a little worried. He thought for a while and said, then accompany me to see the newly developed landmines successfully developed by the Scientific Research Agency. Yi Deshanzi originally wanted to persuade Feng Fu not to be too worked and to take a proper rest. I guess she would not listen to it, so he had to find an excuse for her to rest. How could Feng Fu fail to feel Sumion's care for her? There was a hint of sweetness in this chaotic and confused heart. Under the escort of civilian guards, Yi Deshanzi and others came to an open area outside the North City Gate. People from the Scientific Research Department had been waiting there long ago. Trigger mines had been planted long ago. Only when the Emperor arrived, The test detonated. The so-called trigger mine is actually quite simple in structure. It uses a rotating steel wheel close to the flint, and the lead is connected below it. Once the steel wheel rotates to rub the flint, sparks are emitted and the lead is ignited. The landmine explodes naturally. Yi Daishan waved his hand to signal the start. The fuse was tied with a long rope, and people could detonate the mine by pulling it from a distance. However, after 4 consecutive attempts, the fuse could not be ignited until the 5th power successfully exploded. The power is quite scary, but the success rate of this detonation is too low. The Emperor Yi immediately rejected it. With the current technology, it is not possible to achieve more than 90% of the detonation at the moment. Not to mention the trouble of workmanship and the cost. It's quite big. It would be more practical than artificially igniting the fuse mine. Because the detonation success rate was too low, this experiment was considered a failure. The craftsman of the scientific research agency looked ashamed and waited anxiously to be reprimanded by the emperor. You are doing a good job. You have to dare to imagine and innovate. Yi Daishanzi did not scold them, but encouraged them to dare to imagine and innovate. These guys are all the technological elites of the empire. How can they be a blow to their enthusiasm? Sex. The emperor is wise. All the craftsmen breathed a sigh of relief, and after saluting, they all stepped back and went back to the scientific research office to continue to study all kinds of strange and ingenious crafts. Seeing Feng Fu was about to leave, the Emperor Yi Daishan said first, "Let's walk with me, and take it easy to relax." Ha ha. Yes, Feng Fu whispered, with warmth in his heart. This person is very careful and knows how to care for others. From the perspective of men and women, he is indeed a happy man who makes people feel happy. How could he not feel his affection? It's just that there is always some inexplicable resistance in this heart, and she herself can't figure out what it is. So her heart is confused and confused. Walking in the snow, the snowflakes in the sky are still blooming and falling, and the sky and the earth are silvery white. Yi Daishan pointed his finger forward. Look, how white and quiet this world is. Feng Fu felt that he felt, but didn't say anything, waiting for his next message. Yi Daishanzi suddenly sighed. Actually, I really want to live a peaceful life without contending with the world, and enjoyed the company of my sweet wife by my side. He suddenly remembered something and said to Feng Fu, "Wait for me." Chapter 382. Feng Fu didn't know what he wanted to do, so he could only stand in the same place, looking at him suspiciously. Yi Daishanzi stretched his hand back. "I want a knife." The guard presented it with both hands to the little five who was accompanying him, and the little five presented it to the emperor respectfully. Yi Daishanzi took the knife and blinked at Feng Fu, who was puzzled and confused, pretending to be a god, and said secretly, "Wait a minute, it will be all right." After he finished speaking, he jumped into a small shallow ditch and squatted down, not knowing what he was doing. After a few days of snow, a thick layer of snow accumulated on the ground, and in some places it condensed into solid ice. The Emperor Yi Daishan secretly used his inner strength and focused on the dagger, cutting off a fist-sized piece of solid ice. This man is also a fan of martial arts in modern times. I have read all the books of Jin Yong, Gulong, Huang Yi, and the books of the internet gods. My favorite is Lao Tzu's Zikuan. Looking at the sky and the earth, he suddenly remembered. In a plot in Zikuan, didn't Zikuangxiu use solid ice to carve a nice flower for Liu Fenshuang? He also plans to learn from others to have a romantic encounter. No matter how powerful a woman is, like an ordinary woman, she yearns for love and loves romance. The Emperor Yi is scouting, racking his brains to please the beauty of Feng, but she can do nothing. However, Yi Daishan's painting skills were really messed up, and it took him a long time to sculpt the ice flower. He walked back to Feng Fu, handed the ice flower that had been so hard to cut his fingers 3 times over, grinning and smirking. "Here, the carving is not good. Don't laugh, hee hee." That smile is silly, but cute. Feng Fu wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh. After hesitating for a while, he carefully took the ice cube that looked barely like a flower. When he saw his cut finger, he couldn't help exclaiming, the Emperor, your hands. Yi Deishanzi grinned, skin trauma, it's okay, ha ha. Feng Fu put down the ice flower, took out the embroidered handkerchief, tore it into strips, stretched out his hand, grabbed his big cold hand, and carefully wrapped it up for him. At this moment, she was already moved. Accepting the ice flower was tantamount to acquiescence. Therefore, it was natural to bandage his fingers. This person sometimes looks like a child who doesn't grow up. Feng Fu could feel his warm gaze. She did not dare to look up, but lowered her head and bandaged him silently, her heart throbbing fiercely. Yi Deishan's ears were so strong. He couldn't help grinning. His fingers were cut several times, and he finally got a bit of browse. He held Feng Fu's hand with a fussy expression. Oh, your hands are so cold, aren't they frozen? Feng Fu was so ashamed that he shook it hard, but couldn't get rid of that wolf's paw, so he had no choice but to let him hold it. This man, even if he is eating other people's tofu, he can find a grand excuse. It's really easy to change. The original sex is hard to move. Holding Feng Damai's soft and greasy little hand, Yi Deishanzi will look like an upright gentleman, flying. To be honest, I really would like to thank you very much. Without you, I don't know what it will be like. In order to please the beauties, this servant closed his eyes and said nonsense, and wiped out all the credit of Mu Chunfeng. Feng Fu sighed rather helplessly. Okay, flattery or flattery, it's just a compliment from someone. Anyway, the guards are standing far away and can't hear them. Naturally, they won't be able to hear them. It reached Mu Chunfeng's ears. However, the heat from Sumion's big hand made her feel a little bit ashamed, a little nervous, and a little strange. Never before has a man held her hand like this, and it feels so embarrassing. It took a lot of effort to squeeze into Feng Damai's heart. Yi Deishanzi's wolf paws would not let go so easily. He held Feng Fu's jade hand and walked forward. Feng Fu had no choice but to help. Follow along. From a distance, Feng Nishang looked at the Emperor holding her sister's hand and talking in a low voice. The expression on her sister's face was extremely ashamed, which made her show a happy smile. In her mind, the Emperor is perfect, and her sister is also her only relative. Naturally, she hopes that her sister can marry the Emperor. Now it is really what she wants. How can she not make her happy? Flying, work is at work, but you shouldn't be too fucking. It hurts me to see you become thin like this. Yi Deishanzi expressed his care and regret without concealment. Yeah? Feng Fu replied. This kind of confession of eating fruit made her feel ashamed and warm. The feeling of being cared for was really good. The two of them were walking hand in hand, walking in the snow and talking while walking. It was not so much holding hands, it was that Feng Fu was half dragged by someone and had to follow, but slowly, the shame in Feng Fu's heart weakened a lot. Later, he walked slowly side by side with him. I'm going to Tandu Mountain in 2 days. When I'm away, don't go to death again. Yi Daishan told her, thinking about it and feeling uneasy, and then said, I still don't worry, let Nishang supervise you. I see. Feng Fu replied in a low voice, somewhat uncomfortable with his concern, but he felt sweet again in his heart. Someone went to Tandu Mountain. I'm afraid it is for that Fairy Yan. Right? Fairy Yan has a special status. So dare he? Yi Daishan quickly said, I am going to Tandu Mountain this time to bestow Xinayu as a national teacher. He was really telling the truth. He gave Feng Xuanman the head of Xinayu to teach Xinayu as a national teacher. The purpose is to weaken the influence of the Xuanman in the court and the arena. Of course, the biggest purpose is to see Fairy Yan. It's also a fake public benefit. Feng Fu understood what he meant and reminded, Nalify. Leaf's cultivation base is almost invincible in the world. When she goes out of the palace, Leaf is by her side. With her enchanting master, even if an assassin is assassinating, she can't pass Leaf's level, unless someone is on the elephant. This time, he was so reckless and involved in danger. Thinking of the assassination incident last time, Feng Fu couldn't help but feel warmth in her heart. Her heart was uncombed, and it seemed pleasing to the eye no matter how she looked at someone. It's freezing outside. Let's go back. Yeah? At this time, Feng Fu didn't have the power of the female who is in charge of the Black Guard, but was like a girl in love, docile and well-behaved, obedient to the lover's words. Feng Fu is convenient, and she usually lives in the black-clothed guard's office, and the servants are equipped with women. When he returned home, when he saw Yi Deishanzi roll up his sleeves to cook, Feng Fu was shocked, and hurriedly stepped forward to stop him, and shook his hand hurriedly. My lord. This had to let Queen Jin and the concubines of the harem know that she didn't know how to explain it. Of course, she was moved to a mess. Yi Deishanzi's face was solemn, and he said confidently, "It's all right to cook for his beloved woman." He changed his tone and said with a chuckle, "God knows and earth knows, I know you know. You, I, and Nishang know about this, unless you tell it yourself. Ha ha. Chapter 383. The gentleman is far from the kitchen. This is the truth that has not changed for thousands of years, let alone the dignified king of a country. How can this be the same? Feng Fu lightly touched the younger sister beside Qiaoli and motioned to her to persuade the emperor. Feng Nishang smiled and shook his head. The emperor is a god. What can he do to stop him? Besides, can she persuade? It is better to follow the emperor's will, as he pleases, do whatever he likes to do. Feng Fu was helpless, and gave his sister a dissatisfied look. You are too spoiling him. But at this time, she looks at someone busy in the kitchen from the back. Her nose is sour, and her heart is warm. Toasty, sweet, moved to a mess, and at the same time, a little bit ashamed. As a woman, she didn't know how to cook and wait for future mates. Instead, she asked the emperor to cook and serve them in turn, which made her ashamed. This spicy hot pot meal, the sisters were very happy to eat, even if it was too unpalatable to swallow, but they all ate with relish. What they ate was someone's deep love, not to mention, the taste was really good. Well, the culinary skills of those famous restaurant chefs are nothing more than that. In the past 2 days, the Emperor Yi Da ran to the Black Guard's office. Although this guy is anxious, he knows how to keep in touch and can hold hands. There are no small intimacy moves, but his behavior is quite regular. Feng Damai's love has just been accepted, but she shouldn't be too anxious. She has to take her time and lift her defense step by step. In fact, the warm water procrastination made him feel the taste of modern couples when they first came into contact. Early in the morning of the third day, the 5,000 tiger and leopard cavalry of Fuxioan opened the way in front. 10,000 were in the center of the guard, 5,000 cavalry was behind the hall, and another 3,000 Heron guards accompanied, not counting the number of guards in the inner palace. After more than 100 people, the Emperor Yi Da set off with great momentum and headed to the fairy peak of Tandu Mountain. This time, he brought together martial arts masters such as Leaf, Lingf, Feng family sisters, Little 5 and Little 6, 8 dragon tiger guards and other martial arts masters. He wondered how he should feel sick about Xini Uwa. The military master Jijiui Wazi smiled and said, "The Emperor, you are slapped with the stars and moonlight when you bring Leaf and Lingf to the fairy peak this time. He. Xuanmen has always regarded itself as a righteous way, while Momen is regarded as an evil demon, a natural enemy. Leaf once smashed Xini Uwa alone, wounded Xini Uwa, and left. This matter was regarded as a shame by the Xuanmen, and it was kept secret, without announcing. However, after the Emperor Yi Da knew, he sent people to confuse the people and publicize it. This incident caused a lot of shock in the rivers and lakes. Fortunately, the magic door has disappeared and the witch Leaf has become the Empress of the East Palace. This is the peace of mind for the martial artist of the rivers and lakes. But the witch Leaf, in the hearts of these martial artists, seems to be invincible. Xini Uwa was so embarrassed that she put the matter on Li Fei's head. On this tour, the Emperor Yi Daishan was uncharacteristically so high profile that the entire savage continent was well aware. Along the way, Through Zufu counties and towns, local parents and officials led their men to welcome him. The new prefect of Gozu was named Zhang Fengyao. The former prefect Lin Tingdong had been taken by the Black Guard and was escorted to the capital to wait for the emperor's final ruling. According to reports, the emperor hated corrupt officials, and Lin Tingdong's fate, with his toes, everyone knew what it was like. Soon after arriving at the foot of Tandu Mountain, Xuanmen Master Xingyu went down to greet him personally. It was the first time Yi Daishanzi saw Xingyu Hua's true face. Although she is old, she can tell from her beautiful silhouette that Xingyu Hua was a martial arts beauty several decades ago. This is my East Palace, and this is my concubine. Yi Daishan was greatly stabbed by Xingyu Hua, and introduced Li Fei and Ling Fei to Xingyu Hua indifferently. He did this deliberately, and he was extremely upset about Xuanmen's interference in royal affairs. Today, he wanted to see what wonderful expression Xingyu Hua would have on her face. However, he was disappointed. Xingyu Hua looked indifferently towards Li Fei and Ling Fei, the supernatural demeanor of the cultivators who saw through the world and had nothing to do with the world. Concubine Li and concubine Ling are polite and polite. No matter what, Xingyu Hua can be considered their elders, even if they are natural enemies. At this time, they are imperial concubines, representing the Yi family of the Great Zhou dynasty. Yi Daishanzi grinned, pretending, just pretend. Brother doesn't believe you really see through Hongjian. Liu Jun is quiet. Under the guidance of Xingyu Hua, the Emperor Yi Da climbed the mountain. Behind him was a group of expert guards. 1,000 Yilin followed up the mountain and stayed outside the gate, while the army camped under the Tandu mountain. Up to the fairy peak, all the Xuanmen disciples on the peak were gathered in the Zhenwu Hall to welcome the emperor. According to the heavens, the emperor's edict said that he bestows Xingyu as the great master of the empire to protect the country, and all the disciples in the door have a reward. The little six read the imperial decree, and the feminine and harsh voice echoed in the Zhenwu palace. Emperor Xingyu hesitated, but finally got down on her knees and was sealed. Yi Daishanzi grinned. First, he was happy. The goal of suppressing the mysterious door was achieved. At the same time, he quietly relaxed. If Xingyu doesn't want to kneel down and be sealed, he really has a headache and destroys the profound door, Fairy Yan will turn against him, and he will regret if there is no such thing as a non-cannibal incense in the harem. Second, his midfielder was quietly pinched by Li Fei's face was calm, and no one saw her small movements except for the big sister Ji Yuling, who was standing next to her behind the emperor. The two of them looked at each other and showed a knowing smile. Xingyu Hua, who has always been aloof, knelt down and was sealed this time. He must be very upset in his heart. However, if he refuses, the consequences are unpredictable. The ups and downs are likely to be wiped out and become history. The emperor is strong and is known for his iron and blood. Today, all the masters who are accompanying him up the mountain are carefully selected masters. She alone is enough to destroy the profound door. However, a wise man must have lost everything. No matter how clever Xingyu is, she still missed something. She probably didn't know that someone had wrong thoughts about Fairy Yan. She just refused to be banned, and someone was helpless. I dare not really order the Xuanmen to be destroyed. In his hand he held a super trump card that could bring various benefits to the profound door, but he didn't know how to use it. And Xingyu was nothing more than that. Some palace ladies held gorgeous robes and put on Xingyu, who was kneeling on the ground. After Xingyu thanked her, gong and put on various cloths, brocades and other things, and even rouge gouache and other things. All the rewards were given to all the Xuanmen disciples. The young disciple accepted it with a smile. Although the Xuanmen gate rules were strict, it did not prohibit the disciples in the gate from quitting meat and practicing casually. Who of these young disciples didn't want to dress themselves up? When the goal was achieved, Tanzi was very happy, but it was a pity that Fairy Yan went back to the mountain to retreat and practiced. His idea of taking the opportunity to eat some tofu did not succeed. Chapter 384 Waiting for you to jump down the pit. At this time it was almost evening, the sky was gloomy, and the icy mountain road was slippery and slippery. I had to wait until tomorrow to go down the mountain. Fortunately, the mountain gate was flat and spacious, barely able to accommodate more than 1,000 people, and the palace ladies and eunuchs all went down to follow that. Chiba Linwai temporarily squeezed all night. Yi Shanzi, Leaf, Lingf and others naturally live in the Xuanmen. There is a row of empty wing rooms in the Xuanmen. They are usually used to entertain visiting guests. Now they just come in handy. However, there are too many guards and they can only be in the eaves. The floor was laid down. Food is not a problem. Although there is food in the Xuanmen, there is not too much. Fortunately, when Yi Daishan came here, he planned to live on Fairy Peak for a few days and molested Fairy Yan. So when he went up the mountain, Yulin Wai was by the way. Bring all the food. At night, the cold wind cried, and the snowflakes were still falling. Everyone shrank in the room, surrounded by the brazier and warmed by the fire. Two dark shadows sneaked over the wall of the back room. Before they fell to the ground, they were immediately put on their necks by several gleaming long swords. The two people who overcame the wall quickly raised their hands and desperately lowered their voices and said, "We have important things to meet with Master Crossing. Let them come in." Xini Uhua's voice came from the wing, and those profound sect disciples immediately took away their swords and hid in the darkness, leaving one person to lead the way. Why did the guardian visit late at night? Xini Uwa stood with her hands folded, looking at the wretched middle-aged man indifferently. Master Star, excuse me. The wretched man was Yi Daishan's dog-headed Sergeant Y Washsu. His face was serious, but he seemed a little nervous. You all retreat. No one is allowed to enter the dormitory. Xini Uwa waved to the disciples in the room, motioning them to go out. Yes, head teacher. Several female disciples bowed and exited, guarding outside the house. Y Wuji said, "This is Jugui, School Lieutenant Yubayashi." The younger generations visit in the middle of the night. They are often offended, and the star teaches no wonder. Dugui held her fists and salutes, with a respectful and polite manner, showing the demeanor of a well-educated family. "Please sit down." Xini Uwa made an inviting gesture, then sat down cross-legged, waiting for the two to speak. They sneaked in the middle of the night, and there was something shady. She guessed something in her heart, only to wait for them to say it to be sure. Waiwuji and Jugui sat cross-legged on the barricade. The two looked at each other, and Jugui clasped his fists and said, "Master Xing, you must have heard of the fact that your clan tried to kill Li Witch." Xini Uwa nodded. She knew that the Duga family had united with several big families and tried their best to intercept and kill Leaf, but she killed many masters. The big families have suffered heavy casualties and are so embarrassing. Naturally, people from several major families would not say it, and Leaf did not make a public announcement. But people from several major families did not dare to trouble her anymore. It would really annoy her, and it would be possible to slaughter her. Not to mention how terrifying Li Fei's martial arts is. Several big families have roots and foundations. At that time, Leaf was like a rootless Pioping. Her whereabouts were erratic. She really wanted to be cruel to kill, not to be afraid. The junior came this time because he was entrusted by the patriarch. His old man was busy with official duties and was inconvenienced to come. Master Wanwang Xing, forgive me. Duguai clasped his fists again, and Xini Uwu understood the following without needing to say anything. Witch Li now enters the East Palace and is also a queen. Her status is only second to Queen Dugu, but her power is not lost to Queen Dugu. It is said that she can sit on an equal footing. How can Xini Uwu know how powerful Li Witch is? The Queen of Dugu is absolutely unable to suppress the other party. Dugu Jin has a foresight, and the witch Chenglai will kill her before she officially enters the palace, but unfortunately she has failed. The status of the Queen of Dugu is in jeopardy, and Dugu is forced to advance. And sending her relatives in the clan to ask for help is also a last resort. However, with such an important matter, if you are too busy to come here in person, right? No matter how magnanimous Xini Uwu was, she felt a little bit of unhappiness in her heart, but she didn't show it, Her stern and frightening gaze fell on Wai Wuji's face. Wai Wuji gave a light cough and clasped his fist. Presumably, Master Star also understands what's going on in the palace. Just a reminder below that Queen Jin can't fight Witch Li at all. Now, if you add another Witch Ji, Queen Jin never fights back. This guy said a big deal. The Emperor is still young and wise, and can still suppress the two witches. In case the Emperor gets old and the people get old, it is inevitable to get old and confused. During this period, the two witches secretly cultivated cronies and control the government. Not to mention whether there is any danger in the Great Zhou Empire, the profound sect is a natural enemy, and they are the first to be destroyed. Probably it is the profound sect, right? Even if the mysterious door is powerful, they can also use the power of the imperial military, and under the encirclement and suppression of the army, the fairy peak will have to be turned into ashes. As far as he knew, Witch Li had already accepted a female disciple named Qingja in the palace, and it was unclear whether there would be more disciples in the future. Witch is a female pirate of the Megatron Sea. There are thousands of people under her. She has been recruited by the Emperor and became an imperial soldier. Those pirates have been promoted to officers because of their rich experience in naval battles. Witch is even more appreciated by the Emperor and is currently in the Royal Military. After graduating from the academy, the Emperor appointed her the Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Navy and commanded the Imperial Navy. A few years later, Witch Ji led the Imperial Navy fleet to conquer the Yanri Empire. If she succeeds in destroying the Yanri Empire, her prestige in the military will reach its peak and can affect the entire Imperial Navy. Hearing this, Xini Uhua's original calm face finally revealed a trace of anxiety. Witch is really capable of commanding the Imperial Navy? The Emperor really dared to make her the captain of the Imperial Navy? Whether this matter is true or not, we still need to verify it. But the purpose of these two people's coming this time is to beg her to take action and kill the two witches. Regarding this matter, even if she used all the power of the profound door, she was not the opponent of Li Witch. Her cultivation level was too terrifying, and she had to wait for Yan to practice and leave the gate. At the moment, she said calmly, please use tea. Please use tea, which means seeing off the guests. Wai Wuji and Zhu Gui have said everything they should have said. The goal has been achieved. Now they got up and retired, led by the disciples of the Xuanmen, and left through the back door. After sending the two away, Xini Uwa closed her eyes cross-legged, recalling what the two had just said, confirming that there was nothing suspicious before thinking about it again. The words of these two guys sounded a bit alarmist, but in the long run, it seemed that this was the case, and her brows gradually frowned. After Wai Wuji and Du Gui returned, they cautiously reported to Yi Daishanzi. Yi Daishan nodded with satisfaction, warned them, and waved them back to rest. The pit has been dug, just waiting for Xini Uwa to jump down automatically. Chapter 385 Imperial Dignity. Early the next morning, after having breakfast, Tanzi went down the mountain surrounded by Yilinwei, and Fairy Yan took a retreat to practice. There was no opportunity for molesting, so naturally it was not fun. He didn't return to the Imperial City, but took a light car and went for a private visit. Feng Fu wants to take charge of the Black Guard and sits in the town government office. Naturally, he can't go with him. Ji Yuling wants to go to school and can't follow. Dan Zi brought only the three daughters of Leaf, Qingja, and Feng Nishang, Xiao Liu's and the 8 Dragon Tiger Guards to follow, and all the others returned to Beijing. With that said, how could Ji Yuling feel relieved, waiting for someone to walk away? She ordered the 100 inner palace guards to disguise as ordinary people and follow the guards secretly, and Feng Fu also sent black guards to protect her secretly. Yi Daishanzi never liked riding horses, not to mention that it was such a cold day. He shrank in the warm horsey-drawn carriage and hugged Leaf for sightseeing. Anyway, the world was a silvery white color, so this servant simply got out of the car curtain to appreciate the beauty of the spring. Feng Nishang and Qingja rode in another carriage, and there were only 2 people in the carriage, and Leaf let him go. Walking slowly all the way, passing through many counties, towns, and towns, nothing happened. Occasionally, one of the people who bullied the male and female tyrant hit his hand and did it directly. Since the establishment of the report box in the Blackguards branch office, many corrupt officials and bullies have been reported by the bitter owner. After the Blackguards have verified, they will be directly taken down for questioning. This kind of incident has been reduced a lot. If you want to fight injustice, it is difficult for a chivalrous man to fight justice. It took nearly a month before Yi Daishan arrived at Pingtung Pass. Gong Tangfing led the Flying Eagle Court to sit on the border to deter the two empires of Yan and Chu. After receiving a secret report from the Blackguard, he only led his guards out of the city to welcome the holy driver. The Emperor Yi Daishan encouraged him and waved his hand. Gong Tangfing led the guards to leave, but dispatched military masters to secretly protect, so that the team that secretly followed the protection emperor was like a snowball, with more and more people rolling. Yi Daishan chose a very clean inn and settled down. After eating, he took leave, Feng Nishang, and King Jia to stroll around the street. There was no snow in the south, and there were a lot of people walking on the street. After strolling for a while, Yi Daishanzi was tired from walking, so he stopped for tea in the tea house on the side of the road. Suddenly there was a bleak Sioux owner from the street in front, and as soon as I heard it, someone was doing a funeral. Birth, old age, sickness and death, this is a natural law. Yi Daishan didn't think much, and continued to accompany the beauty to drink tea and chat. Oh, Huang Li is really pitiful. A tea guest in the tea house sighed. A good man, that's all. A tea guest said angrily, those Yan soldiers are too arrogant. Yi Daishanzi frowned when listening to it, and told Xiaoluzi to find out what happened. Xiaoluzi spent a couple of silver, and quickly inquired clearly. Huang Yufu is a small local businessman who is doing a small business and his family is considered to be decent. A few days ago, he pulled a truck of goods out of customs and sold them at the buffer market between Zuyan and Yan. There are buffer zones on the borders of several empires. Except for taxation checkpoints to collect tariffs, troops cannot be stationed in order to facilitate business exchanges between the two countries. Even if the two countries fought, they quickly recovered after the armistice. This is also the mainland for thousands of years. Unwritten agreement. However, when Huang Yufu pulled the goods out of the customs to buy and sell, a few drunk Yan soldiers also ran to the buffer market to hang out. They insisted on buying the goods sold by Huang Yufu at a low price. Huang Yufu saw that the profit was too low. It is not enough to pay tariffs and refused to sell. The two sides quarreled and turned into a gang fight. Huang Yufu was severely injured and died when his friend took home. This kind of thing happens from time to time at border crossings, and it is not strange to see it. If you are lucky, you can only admit it. Yi Daishan's expression was gloomy, and he stood up and strode straight to the general's house. Xiaoluzi showed off the guard's waist card. How dare the guards stop him? Let him go, and ran in hurriedly. Commander-in-Chief, Gong Tangfeng just greeted Shengjia back to the mansion, and his butt hadn't been hot yet. He heard that the soldiers reported that he hurried out of the mansion to welcome Shengjia. The minister knocked on the emperor. Seeing the emperor's face was so gloomy and frightening, Gong Tangfeng was taken aback, hurriedly knelt down, and muttered in his heart, which bastard did a good deed that made the emperor so angry? Flat body. Yi Daishan flicked his big sleeve and went straight into the mansion. Gong Tangfeng quickly stood up, followed closely behind, and ordered the soldiers to serve tea. The emperor, he asked cautiously, I don't know what makes the emperor so unhappy. The emperor Yi Da Marjintao sat down. Do you know about the Huang Li family? Gong Tangfeng looked dazed and bowed and said, the minister doesn't know it. Please speak from the emperor. When the little six talked about Huang Yufu, Gong Tangfeng understood what was going on. This kind of thing was so common that the emperor was furious about it. Long Yan? Yi Daishan said coldly, Huang Yufu is a citizen of the empire, but he was beaten to death by Yan soldiers. This is about the dignity of our empire. Gong Tangfeng's face was solemn, and he bowed and said, it is the fault of the minister. please the emperor to confess the crime. He understands what the emperor meant. The honor and disgrace of the people under the rule of the empire are all related to the dignity of the empire, and no one is allowed to trample on it. Even if he does not hesitate to fight, he must maintain the dignity of the empire. Yi Shanzi waved his hand. It's not your fault. Immediately draft a letter, send a messenger, and protest solemnly. The minister abides by the order. Gong Tangfing breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately ordered his soldiers to call the clerk to fuck the letter. The defender guarding Kang City was Dragon Cavalry General Shen Chengbin, the confidant of the new emperor of the Great Yan Dynasty, Zhao Weihing. When Dia's protest letter was delivered to him, he sneered and threw the letter into the brazier. Compensation? Hand over the murderer. Humphrey, it's so arrogant. Come here, blast me. The messenger of Diazu. The messenger sent by Gong Tangfing came back to report in embarrassment. At this time, Gong Tangfing had already sent people around on the street in accordance with Yi Shanzi's instructions. Huang Yufu's death was related to the dignity of the empire and to seek justice for Huang Yufu. In order to maintain the dignity of the emperor, the imperial army did not hesitate to declare war on the Great Yan Kingdom. At the same time, businessmen and local residents doing business in the small buffer market also received notifications, closed their stalls, and ran back to the customs in a panic. Gong Tangfing issued military orders at the same time, ordering the army to assemble and prepare for war. 200,000 soldiers of the Flying Eagle Corps and nearly 100,000 tribal fighters were scattered around Pington. It took a certain time to assemble. Yi Shanzi sent a messenger again to issue an ultimatum to the country of Yan. This time, the messenger did not enter Dian's Kang City, but tied the pass to the arrow and shot into the city with a strong bow. Shen Chengbin once again threw the pass into the brazier and laughed loudly. Declare war? If you have the courage to let go of the palace. He didn't participate in the decisive battle. He just heard that Zijun's firearms were very powerful, but he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. He thought it was a low-level excuse for those remnants to shirk the responsibility of defeat and exaggerate. The walls of Kang City are thick, easy to defend and difficult to attack. He defended according to the dangers. There were 100,000 troops in the city, with sufficient weapons and grain. If Zijun dared to attack the city, blood would flow into a river and he would suffer heavy losses. Chapter 386. In bullying, you report to the general, and find that the Flying Eagle Legion is abnormally mobilized. A scout came to report. Shen Chengbin laughed. The surname Gong really dare to fight. This general will stay with him to the end. I'm afraid he won't dare to attack the city. When there is war, military personnel have the opportunity to earn military merit and promotion. Shen Chengbin is also a well-known general of Dian, and he is also a militant, hoping to fight in order to earn military merit. The million allied forces failed to invade the Great Zhou Empire and suffered heavy losses. The vitality of the empire was severely damaged and morale was lost. A victory is needed to boost morale. If a victory is won, it will undoubtedly be a reward for the emperor. Maybe it can be promoted to one level again. Shen Chengbin did not ignore the abnormal movement of the Flying Eagle Legion. He ordered scouts to monitor Yanmi. The troops strengthened their guard, and the whole city entered a state of combat readiness. Early the next morning, Gong Tangfeng Xuan's 50,000 infantry troops left the pass and set up a battle under Kang City, while Yi Shanzi was mixed in his personal guard. It takes 2 to 3 days at the fastest for the army to complete the assembly, but Yi Shan only wanted to fight a small local battle. Although the empire defeated the invasion of the millions of coalition forces, it was also badly injured. He needed a rest. Lightly start the war and increase the burden on the people. The walls of Kang City are thick and strong, easy to defend and difficult to attack, and only fools can attack the city. Therefore, 50,000 infantry and 20,000 cavalry wing guards are enough. Not engaging in hand-to-hand combat will also teach the Yan army a profound lesson. Therefore, all the thunder chariots and explosives bags accumulated in the city were brought out. Hundreds of thunder chariots were laid out. The soldiers of the Shenji battalion filled with giant arrows bound with explosives. Without an order from the officer, It was an indiscriminate bombardment directly at Kang City. Shen Chengbin stood on the top of the city and supervised the battle. He saw a strange dong-dong put on by the army next week. Some veterans who had participated in the war saw the strange dong-dong, and suddenly screamed, "Thunder fight! Car, hide quickly!" Boom 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 boom. Violent explosions sounded one after another, and the entire Kang City shook violently. The solid large blue stone was blown into cavities, and a few huge arrows flew into the city, blasting the building to collapse, and soldiers flying in blood and flesh. This was just the first wave of shooting of the Shenjing. After adjusting the position again, the second wave of shooting, all shooting into the city, within the firepower coverage. The creatures were blown into blood and blood. The building rumbling and collapsed, shrouded in a sea of flames. Shen Chengbin's face was pale and bloodless, and he finally saw the terrifying lethality of Zijun's firearms, and under the guard of his own soldiers, he hurriedly got into the pit of Tibetan soldiers to hide. Fortunately, he was hiding fast. The tower was shot by a huge arrow, and it collapsed. Some recruits who were running slowly screamed and threw them, and their broken bodies rolled down the city along the steps. The veterans had rich experience and had already hid first. The new recruits were miserable. They went to the battlefield for the first time and were stupefied by the deafening and violent explosions. Like headless flies, they ran around and were blown down. The next few rounds of the Thunder Chariot's fire did not cause any harm to the Yan army. However, the houses and other buildings were miserable. They were blasted to the ground, and the flames soared to the sky. The fire dragon raged and spread with the help of the wind. Most of the houses in the block were burned down. If the residents in the city were not desperately carrying water to put out the fire, the whole city would have been enveloped by fire demon. The bombardment was suspended, and the Emperor Yi Daishan asked him to shoot the warning letter into the city, and then he withdrew his troops and returned to customs. Shen Chengbin's hands were shaking with the warning letter. This time, he did not dare to throw Zijun's warning letter into the brazier. The letter is still a stern warning. If the murderer is not handed over and the losses of Huang Yufa's family are compensated, the attack on Kang City will continue. Shen Chengbin's head is big, just for a little bitch. Can he commit such a big fight? Gong Tangfing is a lunatic, and Dai Zhao's faint June is a big lunatic. The loss was quickly counted. More than 700 soldiers died and more than 1,000 were injured. This is not counted as the people who died or wounded more than 1,000. There are also many houses that were blown up and burned. This account has to be counted. This loss is big enough, and all of this was caused by those bastard soldiers. Yield? This made him faceless. Never give up. If Zijun really uses that wicked firearm to bombard every day, who can stand it? My lord, if that's not the case. There was a deputy who offered advice and sent an envoy to stabilize the Zha people. This was a way to slow down the army. At the same time, the flying cavalry played to report to the emperor, asking the emperor to decide. Shen Chengbin couldn't help nodding his head. This was a good idea. It was a trivial matter of sesame mung bean. But now it has been escalated to the imperial war. It is up to the emperor to decide. If the emperor refuses Zijun's request, he can only bite the bullet and hold on. If the emperor agrees to Zijun's request, he will not suffer any loss, and his reputation will be preserved. As for the face of the empire, he doesn't bother to care so much. The dispatched messenger soon returned to report that Zijun agreed to suspend the attack, but the compensation rose from 10,000 tls to 100,000, delaying the addition of 10,000 tls a day in interest. I'm so angry. Shen Chengbin smashed the case table with a punch, only to vomit blood on the spot. However, getting angry, he didn't dare to be a little sloppy about this matter, and continued to send envoys to Pingtongguan to negotiate. Gong Tangfing didn't even see him, so he only asked his subordinates to send a message to the envoy of the Kingdom of Yan. If you feel that the conditions are harsh, you don't need to accept it. I will continue to attack the city tomorrow. I'm not happy. I'm just bullying you. Why? Faced with such a threat of eating fruit, Shen Chengbin was so angry that he smashed the new case table he had just sent. His memorial was sent to King Yan, and the court of Dine became a quarrel. The main warrior believed that yielding was a national shame and could not be accepted. The peace seekers believed that it was not cost-effective to start a war for a pariah, and the empire was vigorous. The empire's finances are unbearable, and if you can't bear it, you'll have to pay 100 and 200,000 tals of silver to exchange for peace on the border. This account is not worthwhile, you see. Do it. The fainted monarch of Diezu is a lunatic. Are you also crazy with him? Of course, whether it is the main battle group or the peace seeker group, and whether or not they have expressed their opinions, the centrists all yelled at him. Diezu's faint lord was a madman, a complete madman, and a war madman. In the end, Kaiyu faction had the upper hand. King Yan sent envoys to Kung City and ordered Kangkeeper Shen Chengbin to supervise the matter. He was scolded by the emperor for no reason. Shen Chengbin felt aggrieved. Fortunately, his reputation was not damaged. He immediately ordered the 4 soldiers who had beaten Huang Yufu to the death to be arrested, beaten 100 army sticks, and then taken 5 from the prison. A condemned prisoner brought it forward, and was escorted by the 5 flowers. Of course, he also brought 200,000 tals of compensation, and the incident was calmed down. For those 5 unlucky ghosts, Yi Daishan didn't need to verify his body. He directly ordered the beheading to show the public. Huang Yufu's family also received 15,000 tals of silver. The remaining 185,000, Yi Daishan gave 5,000 rewards were given to Gong Tangfeng, and all the rest was put in his own pocket. Chapter 387. Rest and rest. The whole Pingtung Pass was boiling, and the people rushed to tell each other. The grateful Huang Li also took a family of young and old to kneel outside the general's mansion, calling for the emperor's wise and martial arts. Under the propaganda of the caring people, the people swarmed like a tide of water, and knelt down a large piece of black, sing praises of virtue, the emperor's wise and martial arts, the cultural heritage of martial arts, for thousands of years, dominate the world. Yi Daishan has always been a master who is happy to do good deeds and must keep his name. He showed up at the right time to accept the praises of the people. Facing the excited crowd of people, Gong Tangfeng had to order additional guards to form several walls of people to stop them outside. Dan Ziyi took the opportunity to proclaim the glory of his empire and brainwashed the people. You are all my people, all of the empire. You have the duty to fight for the empire, and the empire has the duty to protect you. These words of his, but concentrated into the internal force, the sound broke through the clouds, echoed in the Pingtung Pass, and did not disperse for a long time. The black-clothed secret spy rushed to shout, defend the homeland, fight for the empire. The people are blind obedience. Who is kind to them? They are grateful, and remember that there is such a good emperor for the people in their hearts. How can they not be grateful and happy? Defend your homeland, fight for the empire. Thousands of arms raised high, and thousands of voices gathered, cracking through the sky. Their zealous young man clamored for enlistment and enlistment. Unfortunately, the legions are full now, and there are still a large number of tribal fighters. The Emperor Yi Daishan is doing everything possible to reduce the army. Where can he dare to enlist? Yi Daishan continued to use his tongue. It doesn't matter if he can't join the army now. When the empire needs you, it will naturally need you. Now, you work hard, farm hard, produce hard, and give birth to a son. It has made a great contribution to the empire. You are all my good people. As for me, I will do my best to let you live well and eat well. Everyone has fields, food and meat, and a daughter-in-law's wife to warm the pit and warm the quilt. Long live the emperor, long live, long live. The people shouted in unison, such a wise emperor who does not support him. Having made enough of the loyalty of the people like Pingtung, Yi Daishanzi left for Beijing with satisfaction. This incident caused a sensation in the mainland, and it was slanderous. Diazu was also discussing this matter. The people cheered and supported it, but there were different voices in the DPRK. It was a pariah, so laborious, and he did not hesitate to start the war. The emperor is really a lunatic. Of course, no one dared to say such rebellious remarks, and can only be buried in their hearts, unless you feel impatient of yourself. There are also visionaries who believe that although the Emperor of the Great Zoo may seem crazy, it has far-reaching significance. It won the hearts of the people and formed a cohesive force. It is worthy of a rare and wise monarch in a century. The kings of the four empires were deeply afraid of the terrifying firearms and thunder chariots of the Great Zoo. They gave orders and must find out the secrets at all costs. Under the Holy Order, a large number of secret spies entered the territory of the Great Zoo with various identities, doing everything possible to obtain the secrets of firearms and thunder chariots. Yi Deshanzi has always been doing his own way, so he doesn't bother to care what others think of him, and the group quietly returned to the capital. During this period, the tribes such as Senwainim, Hutton, and Kelua used as an excuse to spend the winter without food, gathered crowds to make trouble, robbed the food brigades transported to the tribes, and besieged Chuoching and other counties and towns, which evolved into rebellions. Mu Chunfing quickly led the Black Wolf Legion and the tribal coalition forces to suppress them, and slaughtered these rebellious small and medium-sized tribes with chilling iron and blood methods. When Mu Chunfing's memorial was passed to the palace, the chaos of the war had subsided, but Bolinxian and other tribal elders were all frightened to their faces, fearing that the emperor would cut them off by this incident. The Emperor Yi sent someone to appease, and these tribes were relieved. Flowers bloom in spring, everything grows, and there is a vibrant scene everywhere. The current priorities of the empire are still building bridges and official roads, building water conservancy projects, and emigrating and managing outside the Great Wall are the top priorities. A large number of large water wheels were erected on the Ditakan River and other rivers. Under the threat of swords and guns, hundreds of thousands of Japanese and Bangtsai prisoners excavated water conservancy, dug through some river channels, and cleared some riverbed sediments. Dig out a number of wells. Although these river water conservancy wells did not all solve the entire drinking water problem outside the Great Wall, as pieces of wasteland were reclaimed and planted with crops, the local herdsmen had seen hope. The people have hope in their hearts, who would want to rebel against you and make jokes about their life. These are exactly what Yi Deshanzi hoped. While reclaiming a large amount of wasteland on the prairie, Yi Deshan did not forget the protection and management of the desert. Tens of thousands of sticks and Japanese prisoners of war were also forced to plant a series of shelter forests, and the first planted tree survived. They can get a little more white rice and a little bit of minced meat, which also gives them hope of survival. After a cold winter, more than 30,000 prisoners of war died of illnesses. Some of them couldn't stand suicide, and some tried to escape. The end was chased by the cavalry and sentenced to death by 5 horses. It can be said that every shelter forest, every one water conservancy, artificial rivers are all excavated from numerous bones. In a continent where the weak and the strong eat the flesh, prisoners of war and slaves have no human rights. No one will pity you. The survival of the fittest is the law of nature. Of course, some lucky prisoners of war received the care of the local widows and occasionally helped some food. A few of them had strong physiques and were handsome and lucky, and they took a lot of thought and soaked in the local widows. You can live, eat and live in their homes. For these lucky prisoners of war, they went directly from hell to heaven, and they did not dare to escape. The local parent officials adopted the method of sitting in a row. Every group of 10 people would run one, and the whole group would be killed. Everyone supervised each other. If you dare to escape, your comrades will beat you to death without waiting for the officers and soldiers to take action. The food has been greatly improved. The survival rate of these people can be said to have reached 100%. As long as they honestly gritted their teeth for a few years, they can marry a good woman, get rid of slavery, and become a glorious citizen of the Zhou dynasty. For this kind of thing, the Emperor Yi Da would naturally set a good example, publicize it, and encourage those prisoners of war to work hard. There is a lot of food. As for the flower girl, it depends on personal luck. Prisoners of war are not humans, but the cheapest labor, but they are also wealth. They can create infinite wealth. Therefore, the stingy Emperor Yi finally made a big stroke and generously allocated after repeated calculations. He paid a sum of money for food, gave these prisoners of war a little more food, reduced their work time by 1 hour, and even sent a medical team captain to the prisoner of war camp to treat these prisoners of war. Under Yi Daishan's humanitarianism, the death rate of these prisoners of war gradually decreased, and the number of suicide and escape incidents also decreased. The fourth non-commissioned officer of the Imperial Military Academy graduated. Yi Daishanzi presided over the graduation ceremony and once again brainwashed the students, earning their loyalty enough, and then issued several imperial decree. Chapter 388. The Imperial Navy was formally established, with Zhi Yuling as the chief governor, Zubayan as the commander of the army, commanding the first main fleet, and Lu Shaixun as the deputy commander, commanding the second main fleet, and the candidate for the army and Zima, who was chosen by him, recommended by Zhi Yuling, Duan Peng and Xu Zhenwu, who studied at the Imperial Royal Military Academy, were incorporated into the first fleet. Ding Fenyang and Zong Dafa were incorporated into the second main fleet, and the two families of Jing Nanshu Jinghong and Nanling Zhangxun were compiled into the first main fleet. The Imperial Navy was still just an empty shelf, but Yi Daishan decided to set up the frame first. The original naval force was still reluctant to fight pirates and pirates. Seeing the main fleet of Japanese pirates, they could only escape. These imperial edicts have caused a lot of shocks in the wild continent. The ambition of Emperor Diazi to dominate the world is undoubtedly exposed. The kings of the four empires pay close attention to them, and at the same time, they are desperately recruiting troops to expand the army. There are different opinions on Zhi Yuling's appointment. Some people think that Zhi Yuling was born handsome and talented, and that the emperor can trust the important task. Others say that the military and political affairs of the Zhou monarch are arbitrary, and the appointment of his concubine to take on this important task is not enough. Odd. Feng Fu, the first female official with real power in the Great Zhou Empire, was once a hot topic. In the past few years, it has faded out of people's vision, but now, because of Zhi Yuling's appointment, it has been mentioned again and has become one of the hot topics. Many people were skeptical about Zhi Yuling's military capabilities, and even Yi Daishan was uneasy. However, at this point, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and hold on. Zhi Yuling will go to Jinghai to take up his post in a few days. The Emperor Yi Dia has been with her all the time, and Zhi Yuling will show off the tenderness that is unique to a woman, and greet her with tenderness. She didn't say anything or guarantee anything about all the criticisms from outside. She understood that the emperor would have been under tremendous pressure. A few days later, Zhi Yuling set off for Jinghai, where Yi Daishanzi led the crowd to send out 10 miles. Looking at the worried and unwilling expression in the emperor's eyes, Zhi Yuling's heart was full of happiness. Senior sister, take care. Leaf shook her hand, feeling a lot of moments in her heart. The senior sister has changed, and she can really help the emperor. The calm Zhi Yuling nodded, and said softly, serve the emperor well. After that, she turned on her horse, and was surrounded by the guards and Habayashi before leaving. When Xinayu Huidezi was meditating on the fairy peak of Tandu Mountain, a strange expression appeared on her calm face, and she began to rethink what Wai Wuji and Du Guai said. However, she didn't know that Wai Wuji was a real existence. The current imperial military master worshipped wine, and Du Gui was also a real existence. However, he did not go to Tandu Mountain that day, and that Du Gui who went to Tandu Mountain had already arrived outside the Great Wall and assumed office. Lieutenant of the commanding army of the government. The court of the Yanri Empire was also noisy at this time. The Great Zhou Empire established a navy and formed 2 main fleets. Its ambition to dominate the world has undoubtedly been exposed and cannot be ignored. The Korean ministers were divided into 3 factions. One faction was the centrist who rode on the wall to watch the excitement. The main battle faction believed that the navy of Dazu should be wiped out in the bud, and the threat of the empire was wiped out before the formation of the navy. The other faction disagrees. The imperial navy has been in the sea for hundreds of years. How can it fear the navy of the Great Zhou Empire since it has been invincible? Don't worry about them. The empire's finances are tight, so let's invest funds in other areas. The Japanese pirates were all militants, and the main battle faction prevailed in the end. Yamato veteran Koizumi was ordered to command a fleet to attack the naval base in Qinghai and wipe out the navy of Dazu in the bud. During Ji Yuling's study at the Royal Military Academy, Qinghai governor was instructed by the emperor to provide weapons, equipment, food and other military materials to the palace family. Lord Gingu asked for firearms and thunder cannons, but he refused them on the basis of imperial military secrets. The power of the palace family that received the aid of the Great Zhou increased again and began to relentlessly purge the pirates entrenched in the Qinghai area. The survivors survived, and the recalcitrants were killed without mercy. The palace clan suppressed more than 24 large and small pirates, and its power surged. It is said that it has more than 200 large and small warships, and it has become a hegemony of the sea, which is enough to fight against the small fleet of the Yanri Empire. It is also because of the purge of the palace clan, the death of the pirates from all walks of life, the scattered, the descending, and the fleeing, the people in Qinghai have temporarily obtained rare peace. Jie Lingfeng arrived in Qinghai, and Master Jingong had already sent news of the invasion of the main Japanese fleet. At this time, the empire's naval base had been built. The fortress was well defended, and the city was surrounded by fortresses. There were 150,000 troops stationed in the Qinghai area for many years. Ji Yuling was not worried. Qinghai Governor Yan Zongyang also didn't worry. He couldn't beat you at sea, but on land, I played you to death. I haven't fought for many years. I was worried about the chance of not showing up. Yan Zongyang is a very capable Confucian general. He has guarded the city of Qinghai for many years and has not made any major mistakes. Of course, he has not shown any major achievements. But if you think about it carefully, under the harsh conditions where the Japanese pirate fleet is rampant and there are so many pirates, Qinghai city is still solid, and the people don't have much complaints. These abilities have been admired. Moreover, although Japanese pirates frequently harass coastal villages, they have never attacked Qinghai city. No matter how powerful Yan Zongyang is, he has no chance to show it. But now he has a chance to show it. The Japanese pirates are about to commit a crime. The whole city begins to martial law, enters a state of combat readiness. The fortifications should be strengthened as soon as they need to be strengthened, and make preparations to meet the invading enemy. Such an important matter naturally has to report to the emperor. When receiving the urgent report of Babali, Yi Daishan was admiring Gongzheng's dancing skills. As for the unconscious monarch, there are naturally a lot of concubines. In order to reach the highest state of unconscious monarch, he has desperately strengthened the strength of the empire, conquered the world, and unified the mainland. Although he is naturally uncomfortable with Japanese pirates and sticks, he still does not reject the beauties of the two countries. Hangako is quiet and meek, a bit similar to Feng Nishang, but the red kimono is more exotic and has been well received. It seems that Feng Nishang's education has undergone some kind of training, which is something that Feng Nishang can't compare. The emperor, Qinghai 800 miles to expedite the report. Xiliuzi respectfully submitted the report. When Yi Daishan looked at him, he stood up and his face was a little pale. What was the most worrying in his heart? But what happened? Is he a bit bad luck lately? He doesn't let go of the soul feather, but now even if he is on the road without stopping, the time is too late. After a long while, he ordered Yan Zongyang to stick to Qinghai city and protect the naval base. At the same time, he ordered Zufu county towns in Qinghai area make good preparations, and make every effort to reinforce Qinghai once the war becomes tight. Xiao Luzi took the order and bowed back. Yi Daishanzi frowned and held his hand in circles. Huazi noticed that he was in a bad mood, stopped, poured a cup of fragrant tea, and knelt in front of him. The emperor, please use tea. Yi Daishanzi lifted her chin with her index finger. Hanako, the people of your empire have invaded my territory again. Huazi's pretty face is still so quiet and peaceful. The emperor, Huazi is yours. Yi Daishan grinned, but evil thoughts surged in his heart. Concubine Ling, you have to be careful. I'm here to vent your anger for you. Hee hee. Chapter 389 Jinghai, the Imperial Naval Base. Rimizora looked at the behemoth in front of her, sighing in her heart. The Central Plains is rich in resources and outstanding people, so that such a huge ship can be built. If you wait for Diaza to build a large number of five-toothed giant ships, the Imperial Invincible Fleet will face immense pressure. Well, as long as she owns 50 ships, she has the confidence to challenge any main fleet of the Empire on the sea. Itchy teeth in Gong Zhangri's hatred was the glamorous and moving concubine of the Emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty. The Imperial Navy's chief governor Ji Yuling only showed her some ordinary facilities, and did not allow her to board the 5-yard giant ship. Take a look at the structure inside. The fortress city did not take her to visit. Another purpose of her this time is to see the structure of the thunder cannon of the Great Zhou Empire, but unfortunately it is not satisfactory. If Deputy Governor Lu Shaixun led the way, she wouldn't mind using her beauty tricks, and giving her body was worth it. Unfortunately, the beauty in front of her is like a 1,000-year-old fox that has been trained to become a spirit. She hasn't spoken yet. People have already taken the lead. One step, a military secret, forbids her to say it if it is not open. She was jealous and restless at this time. It can be described as mixed. Although it takes 1 or 2 years for the Great Zhou Empire's navy to build the five-toothed giant ship, it takes 1 or 2 years to train into the army, which is 4 or 5 years longer. During this period, if she can't hold more bargaining chips, she will fight. The Emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty could not win more benefits through negotiations. Master of the palace, please. Ji Yuling made an inviting gesture, and said politely, the banquet has been set up, please invite Master of the palace. The Governor General is so polite. Gong Zhanglai Huijiao laughed, lovingly holding Ji Yuling's hand side by side. Ji Yuling's heart jumped suddenly, and the words that the Emperor had repeatedly urged before setting off flashed in his mind. Thunder cannons, gunpowder, and five-toothed warships are all big killers to defeat the Japanese pirate fleet, while fortresses are the basis for guarding naval bases, all of which are military secrets. For the assistance of the palace family, in the early stage, as long as the request is not excessive, they can be satisfied as much as possible. The ambition of the Japanese pirate wolf child has always had the heart to kill me. Therefore, it is not trustworthy. It is okay to use it. Missouri is very ambitious. It is very likely that he wants to be the Japanese emperor. For the time being, she can cooperate with her. This woman is not only ambitious, but also very capable. She is the kind of person who can do whatever it takes to achieve her goal. So she must be careful not to play in. Someone reminded her to be careful of Mizurui playing the beautiful boy and the beautiful lily timing, and she also laughed at the time and asked what the lily was. When someone explained it, Ji Yuling was so embarrassed that he swiped her powder fist and beat him. This kind of thing has been happening since ancient times, and it is called a mirror, but she is not the kind of unpleasant man like Bijin Yuoking, but only likes women. Woman. Out of courtesy, she pretended to tidy up her military uniform, and naturally threw away Mizurai's hand and invited her to sit down and have a meal. Normally, she only had 2 dishes and 1 soup. This time, there were guests and ordered the chef to cook a few more dishes. A big table for 2 people is also very rich. The Yanri Empire's fleet is approaching. After discussion, Ji Yuling has made corresponding deployments. Since the Imperial Navy is still being formed, its strength is weak and it is not enough to fight the enemy. This time, it will focus on defense. Both Sun and Yun Zhongyan strongly agree. Mizurui volunteered, and the tribe led the Black Dragon Society warship cruising around the periphery, looking for opportunities to attack Koizumi's logistics transportation line. She knew in her heart that people who supported you with a large amount of weapons, equipment, food and other materials for free. You have to pay back. So she volunteered to take on this important task. Jiuling, Lu Shaixan, and Yun Zongyang are equally aware that Koizumi's attack is known as 300,000 people. The water inside can be ignored. No matter how many warships you have, it is impossible to transport 300,000 horses at once. Come here, up to 50,000 to 60,000 people at a time. You are considered to have a strong enough transportation capacity. Moreover, regardless of the fortress sturdiness, the vast sea is a natural barrier and a sea of death. The huge waves that are raised when a strong wind blows are enough to destroy any creatures. No matter how big a ship is, it is very difficult for logistics transportation. How long can Koizumi's army support the difficulties? According to the estimates of the three, at most 20 days, no more than a month, Koizumi's subordinates could not be attacked for a long time, and his spirit was greatly frustrated. Want to rob a village along the coast? There is no door. Before the conquest of the Golden Kingdom, the emperor ordered the walls to clear the fields, all shrink and retreat into the city, leaving you with no grain. During the meal, Mizora Ryui smiled and looked at Jiuling. Master Ji is full of style and beauty, not to mention a man. Even a woman can't resist the magic of adults. This shrine is also full of heart. It swayed. In her heart, Jiuling is naturally charming, beautiful and unparalleled. The mature charm of a woman is by no means comparable to that of a flower. She gave birth to a prince. The mother is expensive by the child, and he is naturally favored by the emperor. Being able to serve as the chief governor of the Great Zhou Empire's navy is justified. If you can conquer her under her own pomegranate skirt, and then join hands with Hangeko to blow the pillow breeze, there will be many benefits. Gongzhang rekeets all men and women. If it weren't for the emperor of Diezhou, a little beauty like Hangeko would have been eaten to death by her, and she would have become her ban on prostitution. Conquering such beautiful women who are so beautiful and unparalleled also gave her a sense of accomplishment, so she gave birth to the evil idea of conquering Jiuling. Jiuling was really speechless for this kind of fruit-eating tease. Could the emperor really have the skills of an unpredictable prophet, so that this ghost woman would seduce herself? Thinking of the tight expression the emperor said when she said this, she felt funny and happy in her heart. Before, she was obsessed with someone on the orders of her master, and had to indulge herself. Now, the master is no longer there and the son is born. It is not easy to get to this point, and she certainly cherishes it very much. Besides, the emperor really loves himself, and he is sincere to the emperor. How can he be foolish? She just bowed her head to dine, and ignored Mizorai's molesting. The more you answer, the more she slapped her with a snake and a stick, entangled. Even if Jiuling was a little annoyed in her heart, she could only endure it. In the future, this ghost woman would still be useful to conquer the Yanri Empire, and she didn't want to turn her face off for the time being. Gongzhang Ryui's face was still smiling. Jiuling's reaction was normal. It was a kind of instinctive self-protection of human beings. As long as you don't turn your face, this lord will still have a chance. However, it is not the time to wait for the army that has repelled Koizumi. She has time. Since cooperating with the Great Zhou Empire, to show her sincerity, she bought a mansion in Jinghai City. She usually lives in the city, and she communicates all orders through her subordinates. Gongzhang Ryui started to talk about family affairs again, and Jiuling was wary of her, so she didn't talk much. At this time, the personal bodyguard Cheng Hongmai came in to report, Koizumi's fleet has been closed near the sea, with as many as 300 large and small warships. Chapter 390 Fortress Defense 1. On the sea level, one warship after another appeared, and it quickly became a large area of black, like a dark cloud. There was no one on the empty beach, only the sound of the waves crashing on the beach. Standing on the tall mast of the flagship, Koizumi looked at the fortress towering offshore, with a smirk on his skinny face. Tomorrow, the Imperial Army will seize this fortress and destroy the naval base of the Great Zhou Empire. Although he is arrogant, he is not so arrogant that he loses his mind. Instead, He ordered the fleet to drop anchor in the offshore waters, rest for the night, and launch an offensive in the early morning. The huge fleet rides the wind and waves all the way, and there are various pirate gangsters joining along the way. These pirate gangsters are mostly Ronin warriors of their own countries. Koizumi is always willing to come, and the more people the better. Let these guys take the lead and act as cannon fodder. There are dozens of medium-sized warships approaching the shallow sea. Small boats rushed from behind the fleet and docked beside the warship. The soldiers on the ship descended along the soft ladder. After being full of people, they galloped towards the shore. These soldiers of the Yanri Empire landed swaggeringly. The sky above the bustling beach is swinging, and there are no ghosts in sight. These landing Japanese soldiers whispered the incomprehensible bird language. Looking at the expression, it should be triumphant. It's no wonder that they set foot on the territory of the enemy country unscrupulously, did not see the soldiers of the enemy country, let alone resisted. They all scared the Empire's huge fleet. Just as proud, there was a sudden vibration on the ground, followed by the sound of Yinlsian hoofs, and it seemed that a brigade of cavalry was coming. The faces of these Japanese pirate soldiers changed slightly, and the officers who led the team drew out their swords and roared quietly. Nearly 1,000 Japanese pirate soldiers quickly formed an array. The spearmen formed a spear formation that resisted the impact of the horses. Archers suppressing the formation, but also well-trained. The galloping desert cavalry has only 100 cavalry. If there is no long spear formation, the assault infantry formation may be successful. Facing the long spear formation, it seems that the strength is too weak. But let alone, the 100 cavalry really rushed towards the Japanese pirates' gun formation. The pirate officer's black face showed a bloodthirsty grin, and he ordered the spearman to stabilize, and the archer was ready to shoot the arrow. The 100 cavalry rushed to a few steps away from the shooting range of the bow and arrow, took off the riding bow on their back, took the arrow to shoot, and then moved the horse's head half a circle and turned outward. These 100 cavalry are all tribal warriors, and they are now soldiers of the Great Zhou Empire, and their weapons and equipment are naturally the standard Great Zhou army standard. The Cypriot tribes dominate the mainland by shooting. The Yanri Empire is far away from the Great Wall. Naturally, they have never fought with the Golden Army, nor have they ever experienced the power of shooting. 100 powerful arrows were shot one after another, and dozens of Japanese soldiers screamed and fell, frightening the Japanese officers. Can they still shoot arrows on horseback? The 100 cavalry circled half or circle and turned back again in a charging formation, rushing in, arrows out, and circles. After 2 rounds, the Japanese pirate soldiers had killed and injured more than 100 people, and there was no chance to fight back. The gang of Japanese pirate soldiers were so angry that they yelled. The Japanese pirate officer pointed at the sword and ordered the shield soldiers to advance. It can be seen that these Japanese pirate soldiers are well-trained elites. The 2 waves of arrow rain did not cause them any panic, but instead aroused their anger and fighting spirit. The 100s of cavalry apparently had no intention of rushing into the formation, but just galloped shooting arrows to kill these Japanese soldiers. In the entanglement, 100 more tribal cavalry rushed towards the back of the Japanese pirates. Jiang Jian was a rain of arrows. The shield soldiers were all transferred to the front. The soldiers in the rear were not covered by large shields, and they all became archery targets. There were also Japanese archers shooting arrows to fight back. Most of them were too far away, and there were also a few cavalry who rushed too close. The arrow was wounded and he pulled the horse back. The Japanese pirate officer screamed with anger, and only had to be beaten. How could this battle be fought? He made a decisive decision and ordered a retreat. The 2 large cavalry teams were divided into 4 teams. The front and back guards the retreating Japanese pirate soldiers. Jinshi shot and fired at the dense target. From time to time, the Japanese pirate soldiers shot arrows and fell horribly. When these Japanese pirate soldiers climbed onto the corresponding small boat and evacuated, 1,000 people lost half of them. On the beach, Many Japanese pirate soldiers who were wounded and survived were struggling to call out. 200 tribal cavalrymen surrounded them. No matter whether they were alive or dead, all lassoed. They picked up weapons, shields and other things, whizzed away, and was dragged with blood marks on the beach. Standing on a warship near the sea, Koizumi witnessed this small battle that was not a battle. His face was ugly. He sent this small force to test the reality of the Jinghai garrison. He didn't expect Jinghaizu. The army has such a fighting capacity, and the army will land tomorrow. I'm afraid there will be a tough battle. When the sun rose from the sea level, Koizumi High gave the order to attack. Boats and speedboats full of soldiers from the Yanri Empire docked, and the soldiers who landed quickly assembled in a standard defensive phalanx. After the small speedboat transported the first group of soldiers ashore, it turned around, picked up the second group of soldiers, and continued to transport to the shore. Soon, 3 groups of 5 or 6,000 soldiers were already on the shore, and the fourth group of soldiers was being transported. Under Jinghai City, Yun Zongyang was also commanding the army formation. This was an excellent opportunity for him to show his abilities. How would he miss it? The army was lined up, with a single-color infantry in the middle. There were 2,000 cavalry wings on the left and right wings. The infantry moved forward slowly, and the 4,000 cavalry screamed and crushed the Japanese pirates. He is now leading the army to attack, just in response to the halfway attack of the art of war. The Japanese pirate soldiers have landed ashore and their position is not stable. Most of them are still on the bumpy sea. They are transported by small boats and speedboats, waiting for these soldiers to come ashore. Daylily, it's cold. Retreat, retreat. Koizumi's face was very ugly, cursing, Han, very cunning. He was still wise and decisive, and did not silly force the soldiers to continue to land and fight Zijun. His army is known as 300,000 people, but the current strength is only 50,000 to 60,000. One transport can transport 1 or 2,000 soldiers ashore, while the Great Zhou army dispatched 60,000 horses in a single sex. If you spit a mouthful of water, you can drown. The small speedboat carrying the fourth batch of soldiers saw the retreat signal sent by the flagboat and hurriedly turned the bow to retreat. The 5 or 6,000 Japanese soldiers who had landed were miserable. The entire infantry was killed by 4,000 cavalry. Tormented to death, the casualties were heavy. However, these Japanese pirate soldiers were really ruthless enough that they did not lay down their weapons and surrendered. They were covered by shield soldiers. Archers chaotic and fired to stop the tribal cavalry from rushing into the formation, and step by step to retreat to the sea. Seeing that the Japanese pirate soldiers were about to retreat into the sea, the clouds raised anxiously, pointed their long sword, and shouted loudly, "Soldiers, kill!" The Great Zhou infantry roared, rushing to the Japanese pirate army like a tide of water. Facing the black and heavy forces of the Great Zhou, the Japanese pirate soldiers finally collapsed. One by one, they threw away Wuzhong's weapons and ran to the sea desperately, taking off their armor while running. This thing was too heavy and affected the speed of the stroke. When the enemy formation collapsed, the 4,000 tribal cavalry immediately rushed forward. The Japanese pirate soldiers who fled were knocked down by the war horses, trampled into patties by iron hooves, and knocked down by war knives. Chapter 391 Fortress Defense 2. The Japanese pirate soldiers who jumped into the sea and paddled desperately did not escape their chances. The tribal warriors who drove into the sea did not hurriedly drew their bowstrings, aimed at the target and shot. Thousands of archers on the beach also opened their bows to shoot, and under the intensive rain of arrows, the Japanese soldiers screamed and sank to the bottom of the sea. The surface of the sea was quickly stained red with blood. Koizumi could only watch his soldiers being slaughtered, and was so angry that he yelled and yelled at Zijun for being cunning, without the spirit of Bushido, so he didn't dare to fight with him in a fair and honest manner. 5 or 6,000 elites landed, only 5 or 600 people escaped alive, with heavy losses. The landing failed. Koizumi ordered the fleet to attack the fortress directly. The ring-shaped island is at the junction of deep and shallow seas, and large warships can approach. This is why Yi Daishan desperately asked for the fortifications to be strengthened and built a large number of fortresses. The dozens of large warships from the Japanese pirates rushed violently, and the stone dumping car in the bow had been filled with large stone bullets, just waiting to enter the fire range, and immediately bombarded, let the Diezu army see their power. The quiet Jiuling stood on the top of the fortress, and the sea breeze blew her red cloak into a hunting noise. A soldier reported, "Report to the chief governor, the enemy ship has entered the fire range. Aim at the target. Freely send a shoot." Jiuling gave the order to attack. All the thunder cannons on the front of the fortress have long been filled with giant arrows, ready to be launched, and the soldiers immediately ignite the fuses and shoot the giant arrows. Giant arrows with thick arms whizzed out, enveloping the dozens of Japanese pirates who rushed forward. In the banging violent city quake, a huge arrow with a thick arm pierced the ship's building. Then, within 10 seconds, the explosive package attached to the arrow banged and exploded, and the flames fired the entire ship. Shrouded in fire, the Japanese pirate soldiers on the boat were so scared that they jumped into the sea and rowed out desperately to avoid being hit by the approaching warship. The undulating sea was full of floating human heads. Some giant arrows glided past the hull, shooting into the sea, causing a wave of waves, and some passing through the sails. After all, it was the first wave of shooting. The arrows were not aligned properly, and the arrows were not aligned. The two large warships that rushed to the front were enveloped in fire and soon sank to the bottom of the sea. The enemy ships continued to rush, and the soldiers of the Shenji camp quickly filled the giant arrows and fired. This time, the probability of hitting was quite high. 5 more battleships were shot and exploded, causing a fire, billowing smoke, and obscuring the sky. Baga Koizumi cursed with gritted teeth. Unexpectedly, Zijun's thunder cannon fired so far, and the warships on the side were sunk 7 ships before they entered the fire range of the stone dumper. Large warship, send a small boat to land. He gave the order, ordering the warship to continue the attack, and the small speedboat to carry the soldiers to the island to fight. Boats and speedboats full of Japanese soldiers sailed through the waves, and Jiuling, who was condescending and watching the battle, also ordered, "Don't pay attention to the small boats, aim at the big ship that enters the shooting range and shoot." Standing next to her, Lu Shaixun nodded secretly. The general governor's decision was completely correct. The large warship was equipped with a stone dumper. The large stone bullets still caused some damage to the fortress wall. The thunder cannon should concentrate its firepower, shoot until it sinks. As for the Japanese pirate soldiers, what about climbing the island? The fortress was built very high, and the rock walls were tied wet and not slippery. It was difficult to climb. Even with heavy siege equipment, there was no way to lay it out. Climbing on a ladder would be deadly. The small speedboat full of soldiers quickly approached the island, and a large group of Japanese soldiers landed in a weird manner and moved the ladders from the boat. Let the arrow. Jiuling waved his hand, and calmly ordered the archer to shoot. The archers on the city's head are already ready to go. They give an order and immediately fire at the large group of Japanese soldiers under the city. The arrows of the Japanese pirate soldiers screamed and fell, and some rolled into the sea, and quickly sank, floating wisps of red liquid bodies. Under the cover of the shield soldiers, the Japanese pirate soldiers leaned the ladder against the fortress wall and climbed up in a dense rain of arrows. An officer of the Shinji camp looked down with a probe, rushed to Jiuling excitedly, saluted a military salute, and suggested, "Thanks to the general governor, there are all enemy soldiers underneath, and the targets are crowded, isn't it?" Below the fortress was crowded with Japanese pirate soldiers. If the bombing thunder was thrown down, a large area would be killed and wounded, making the Japanese pirate soldiers ecstatic. Until the critical moment, you are not allowed to use the sky bombardment. Jiuling rejected the suggestion of the officer. Koizumi was alarmed, So he ordered the infantry to go to the island from the sea to attack the fortress. There is no way to unfold it at all, and there is no use of heavy siege equipment, unless all the fortresses in the fortress are completely abandoned, and a large number of grinding giants are used to blast the walls of the fortress, and then there is a chance of success. She was not allowed to use the sky-bombing thunder, because she was afraid that the Japanese pirate soldiers would blow it up and did not dare to attack again. With this strong fortress, it could consume the active power of the Japanese pirates. None of the Japanese soldiers climbing along the ladder can climb to the top of the city. They either shooted the archers and killed them, or they were pierced by chaotic spears when they got close, and they were knocked down by chaotic knives and fell to the city. The intensive rain of arrows took turns to shoot, and the Japanese pirate soldiers under the city suffered heavy casualties. On the sea, the Japanese warships that were within the fire range of the thunder cannon were shot by huge arrows, exploded and sunk, and occasionally one or two warships could shoot out the huge boulders once, and several of them were killed. Zibing received troops. Koizumi, commanded by the flagship, reluctantly ordered to stop the attack. Only in the first round of the attack, he lost 9 large warships, 8 medium-sized warships, and a few small boats. Over 10,000 soldiers were killed and the loss was huge. He had to hurt him, and his confidence in victory dropped sharply. The fortress is too strong, the firepower is fierce, and there are no dead corners at all. The warships on the site have no chance to get close and shoot the huge boulders. The infantry can go to the island to fight, but the place is too narrow and the force cannot be deployed. Heavy attack. The city weapon cannot be used, and it is unwise to attack from the sea. Only by landing and attacking can it be possible to capture the fortress. However, with the existing forces, not to mention the offensive, even the ability to occupy the beachhead cannot be achieved, only to wait a few days, wait for the transport fleet to transport the army before making plans. Koizumi no longer ordered an attack on the fortress, but only sent a small group of pirates to land secretly to investigate the terrain and detect the movement of the Zhou army. There was no war for several days. The two sides entered a state of confrontation, and in the western waters, there was a small naval battle. Takemiya Hideo is the commander responsible for escorting the transport fleet, leading 30 large and medium-sized warships, and escorting a large number of transport fleets in the middle. Although the sea was an excellent natural barrier, it also greatly blocked the expansion of the Yanri Empire. The logistics and transportation alone were terribly exhausting, and the longer battle made it difficult for them to support it. Master Wugong, there is a fleet in front of us, which is approaching us. The sentry who stood on the mast tower and looked on said loudly. Chapter 392 Intercepting Transport Team. With an order from Takemiya Hideo, all the frigates immediately entered a state of combat readiness, and the two warships stepped forward to intercept. The distance between the two sides narrowed, and the watchman on the mast tower could already see the red sun battle flag on the white background hung on the main mast of the coming ship, which was the national flag of the empire. The watchman reported in semaphore. Takemiya appeared to be extremely cautious, and ordered the watchman to ask in semaphore, and each ship remained vigilant in case of accidents. Master Takemiya, this is the ship of Chief Yamamoto. The watchman reported to Hideo Takemiya through the semaphore sent by the opponent. Hideo Takemiya breathed a sigh of relief. It is estimated that Lord Koizumi was extremely dissatisfied with the fact that the transport team had not arrived, so he sent Yamamoto-kun to urge him. This can't be blamed on him. The fleet encountered a storm in the middle of the journey and lost 2 luggage, a transport ship full of soldiers, and a few small speedboats. It was a great fortune in misfortune. The distance between the two sides quickly narrowed. The commanders of the two warships that came out stood on the deck and waved their hands to show good wishes. Yamamoto, one of the most famous family in the empire, was so powerful that even the emperor had to show some face. Soldiers on both sides squeezed on the deck and waved and shouted, standard imperial language, their own people, what else to watch out for? The moment the ship approached, the sailors on the Yamamoto-kun ships suddenly raised their bows and shooted. How could the sailors on the frigate think that they would have killed the killer in pain, and screamed for most of them? The kerosene tank was thrown and smashed, followed by the rocket shooting, and the two frigates that came out suddenly ignited a raging fire. The warships of the Cold Weapon Age were all wooden, and water battles were dominated by rappellers and rockets. Together with the fire, there was no way to extinguish them, and they had to jump into the sea to escape. The Yamamoto-kun warship quickly turned its bow, and the stone thrower on the side of the ship fired at the same time. With a bang, it hit Hideo Takemiya's flagship. The front deck was smashed into a big hole, and all the soldiers on the deck were smashed, shocked and fell down. The sudden change made everyone stupid. "What's the matter? Isn't it your own person?" When they reacted, the Yamamoto-kun ship had completely turned its course and evacuated at full speed. The accompanying warships also turned around and evacuated. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Only then did the soldiers on the frigate react and immediately pursued at full speed. Hideo Takemiya gritted his teeth and cursed, and ordered several warships to keep chasing him, and must sink the attacking enemy ship. After a battle was not fought, he lost two large warships inexplicably. The sailors who jumped into the sea to escape were all rescued, standing wet on the deck, their faces pale and bloodless. This would still be in shock. Master Wu Gong, the right wing, found that 3 warships of the Black Dragon Association are approaching. The watchman on the mast tower warned loudly that the Black Dragon Association was a member of the Palace family, and the Palace was an enemy of the Empire. Everyone knew. Hideo Takemiya hurriedly ordered 5 escort warships to go forward and attack. Before the two sides entered the trebuchet fire range, the warships of the Black Dragon Club turned around and ran away. The 5 escort warships quickly disappeared into the sea. On Master Wu Gong, the left wing, found 3 warships of the Black Dragon Association. The watchman reported in a hurry. Hideo Takemiya screamed with anger, and personally led the 3 warships to turn to fight. Although his flagship was damaged, it did not affect the speed and combat effectiveness of the ship. The warship of the Black Dragon Club did not dare to fight, turned the bow and ran away, and Takeo Hideo, who was so angry that he was going to run away, ordered a close pursuit. As soon as they fled and chased, the two sides played a game of peekaboo on the boundless sea. After chasing for nearly 20 nautical miles, Takemiya Hideo suddenly remembered something. His face changed suddenly, hissing loudly, "Go home, hurry home." At this time, more than 24 Black Dragon battleships armed to the teeth launched a fatal attack on the transport team. Those transport ships were temporarily requisitioned cargo ships. They had no combat power at all and all became the prey of the Black Dragon battleship. The remaining 6 frigates tried desperately to intercept, and they were outnumbered and sank 4 enemy ships and wounded 1. They were extremely powerful. The warships of the Black Dragon Club sank the last 6 frigates, and then sank a stubborn troop carrier and a heavy ship. Under the threat of force, the remaining troop carriers and heavy ships were encumbered and followed. Takemiya's lead ship retreated, and headed into 10 Black Dragon battleships that rushed forward. The two sides fought fiercely on the sea. In the end, Takemiya was outnumbered, leaving only 1 flagship with bruises to flee the battlefield. The warships of the Black Dragon Club did not chase, but were busy salvaging the sailors who escaped from diving. In the vast sea, no matter how good your water is, you must be buried on the bottom of the sea. Those sailors obediently climbed onto the warships of the Black Dragon Club and acted as prisoners. The entire fleet can be described by the annihilation of the entire army, and Hideo Takemiya apologizes by caesarean section. Several frigates escaped from the battle and the chasing ships were spared, fled to the sea near Jinghai, and reported to the fleet commander Koizumi Nichi that Koizumi ran away on the spot, drew out a war knife and directly split the captains in half, and then ordered the retreat. Replenishment at sea is very difficult. His logistics team made the Black Dragon Society intercept. If they did not retreat immediately and wait for the enemy to attack, they would have starved to death. After Koizumi's fleet returned to China, He had a laparotomy in front of the emperor and apologized. Imperial generals Masashiro Itabashi and Norihide each commanded a fleet to clean up the remnants of the palace. The navy of the Great Zhou Empire is still empty. The remnants of the palace are powerful and have seriously threatened the navy of the empire. The top priority is to eliminate the forces of the palace first. The Jinghaemen ushered in the first victory against the huge Japanese fleet. The whole city sang and danced, celebrating the victory, and there was a lively scene of celebration everywhere. Ji Yuling, Lu Shixun and a group of high-ranking generals gathered for a meeting in the fortress Metropolitan Governor's Mansion. This fortress defense battle was won very easily. Ji Yuling was not complacent. One was that the Japanese pirates underestimated the enemy, and the other was that he had defended against danger. The strong fortress and the mighty firepower of the fortress were greatly utilized. His fleet successfully attacked Koizumi's logistics and transport fleet, only to force Koizumi had to retreat, and the real battle did not happen. When the Japanese warships attacked the fortress, they faced the fierce fire coverage of the fortress. Although some warships were hit and ignited soaring to the sky, they were still advancing and retreating in an orderly manner. The formation was not chaotic, which shows that they are well trained. The combat power is extremely high. The emperor said that in the future conquests of the Yanri Empire, one must first obtain command of the sea before the infantry can be transported ashore, landed on the island for combat, and logistics transportation is guaranteed. To obtain absolute control of the sea, you must first destroy the Yanri Empire's major main fleets. This naval battle must be fought. The Imperial Navy has a long way to go. In the memorial to repay the soldiers for meritorious service, Ji Yuling incidentally integrated some of his analysis and suggestions with Lu Shixun and others, wrote it in the memorial, and sent someone to send it back to Beijing. A few days later, Ji Yuling received an invitation from Gongzhang Ryui. Chapter 393, Maxiang Yi Daishanzi has been paying attention to Jinghai's battle situation. He has been uneasy, worried that the concubine Ling will have a spot. Anyway, he is idle, and simply sneaks into Jinghai. When approaching Jinghai, a postman rushed past, shouting all the way, "Jinghai great victory! Jinghai great victory!" At this time, the Emperor Yi Daishan breathed a sigh of relief, and the concubine Ling had made a military exploit and naturally won the award. He grinned. "Tonight, I will give a good award." He. When I arrived at the naval base, I learned that the concubine Ling had been invited by Missouri to go to a banquet. "Lead the way." Yi Daishan flicked his sleeve and turned on his horse. Gongzhang Ryui was too ambitious, and he was worried. Gongzhang Ryui's mansion is in the alley of West Street in Jinghai City. Because of the strong walls and clear fields, a large number of people have poured into the city. There are no empty land or idle vacancies. Her mansion is still specially approved by the Cloud, and it is a symbol of sex. It cost a little bit of money to buy it. Gongzhang Lihui can enjoy it very much, and spent a lot of money to redecorate the entire mansion. Beautifully decorated, it can be called the first mansion in Jinghai City. Having been a pirate for many years, she went around killing and looting, robbed a lot of gold and silver and jewels, and often black, earning more. After that, she wanted to use Da Zhao's power to kill her back to China. In recent years, she ordered only robbery goods. Do not kill the people of Da Zhao. After receiving the assistance of Yi Daishanzi, the robbery was also greatly curtailed. If the Emperor Dazi learned that the assistance was cut off, the loss would be even greater. A shrewd woman like her would never do something stupid that would be worth the loss. On the pretext of celebrating the victory and discussing future cooperation issues, by the way, she invited Ji Yuling to invite them to a banquet. Ji Yuling refused inconvenience, and brought the guards and the 4 guards to the banquet. The furnishings of the palace gauze and bead curtains in the hall are mainly decorated with pink color, beautifully decorated, warm and quite tantalizing. The floor is covered with thick wool blankets. People step on it, like stepping on the cotton pile is average, soft and uncomfortable. Milarik meticulously repainted, dressed in a bright red kimono, like a married bride. The half-open front concealed the so-catching Snow-White gully. She is a natural stunner, and after careful whitewashing, she exudes a fascinating magical power from all over her body. The guards came to report that Governor Jidie had arrived at the gate of the mansion. Gongzang lit the incense in the incense burner, and a smile appeared on his face. "Welcome, Remizera," who greeted him at the door, followed the etiquette of the Yanri Empire and bowed to a 90-degree. Jiuling replied and asked the guards to stay outside, bringing only 4 guards in. Seeing the luxurious decoration in the room, I couldn't help but sigh. This ghost woman would really enjoy it. The banquet was placed in the hall, separated only by paper screens. Cheng Hongmai and the 4 guards stayed outside the hall. Through the screens, the figures inside could be seen. As soon as Jiuling entered the hall, he immediately smelled a faint scent in the middle of his nose. Gongzang Huijiao smiled and said, "It smells good, right? That is the country's Chiro vanilla. It smells good and refreshing." Jiuling secretly used his internal skills and did not notice any poisoning, so he was relieved. Sitting cross-legged on the brocade mat, and the maid served various exquisite dishes that appealed to the appetite. Come, pay, see, these are our country's dishes. Presumably the governor hasn't paid for it. Gongzang Rihui graciously took the dishes to her. Jiuling is also not welcome. One by one, the quality is acceptable, but she doesn't like it very much. It's okay to pay for the freshness. The 2 of them were eating and chatting. Gongzang Lihui frequently toasted. Jiuling was always willing to come. For a master like her, he could drink as much alcohol as he could, and could use his internal skills to force the body at any time. Remizera drank a dozen cups, and her white cheeks gradually became flushed, making her look extraordinarily coquettish and charming. For men, she was definitely full of great seductive power. It all depends on the command of the chief governor to defeat Koizumi's fleet, and we will salute the chief governor again. Jiuling just smiled. The main defensive battle was that the Black Dragon successfully intercepted Koizumi's transport fleet. The logistics were not available, so Koizumi had to retreat. People flattered her, but she was disrespectful. During the small talk, she felt a little hot. It was summer now, and she might have drunk a lot of wine, but Jiuling didn't care much. Seeing Jiuling's blushing jade cheeks gradually floated, Misery smiled. Kilio vanilla is indeed just a normal spice. It is okay to smell at ordinary times. It does have a refreshing effect. But when it is lit while drinking, it will change. The slow sex of the mysterious mind will induce your instinctive desires bit by bit without knowing it. The more you smell, the more alcohol you drink, the more powerful the effect of this fascination. At the time of the attack, you have unknowingly lost your nature. Jiuling drank a few more glasses of water and wine with her. She felt that her cheeks were a little hot, and she instinctively raised her hand to touch, twisting her delicate body uncomfortably. I don't know why, she feels an incomprehensible rush of heat surging in her body, slowly scouring her nerves. Yeah, what's wrong with me? Jiuling was so ashamed that she knew what the craze meant, and only left him for a few months. Why did she think about it? I blame him for tossing her to death every time. The feeling of ecstasy makes her unforgettable, and she just wants to die under his might. She was thinking about it, the craze surging more and more intensely, and she couldn't help but let out a low moan. Hey, how could this be? Jiuling was so ashamed that she stood up and wanted to say goodbye, but found her whole body weak and weak. The governor is drunk? Remizera stretched out her hand to help, but she didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, with one hand resting on the towering peaks. Ah! Jiuling gasped and let out a low groan, leaning on Mizera's body feebly. I don't know why, she felt a blur in front of her, as if the person supporting her was the one who was supporting her. Emperor, Emperor. She was panting, trembling and clinging to the Emperor, because one of the Emperor's hands stretched into her chest, and the familiar feeling made her instinctively welcomed it. Seeing the lost and sex prey in his arms, Remizera gave a swing laugh, and immediately hugged the person into the inner room. In order to enjoy herself, she did not take the medicine herself, but she usually ignited chili or vanilla to refresh herself, and smelled too much. The effect of Maxiang didn't come on so quickly. In addition, her secret luck suppressed her internal energy and she became sober. Mostly, Jiuling, who has lost his essence and sex, has blushing cheeks with spring, glamorous eyes, snorting, breathless, the emperor. Mr. Eric Dang with a smile. Beauty, here. Yi Daishanzi came to the outside of Gongzhang Lihui's house surrounded by guards. The Gongzhang family had long been ordered by the Lord Jinghong, and no one was allowed to come in and disturb. Seeing these Japanese gatekeepers stretched out their hands to stop them, the Emperor Yi Dai was upset, and Xiao Luzi shot the Emperor's face immediately and stopped the gatekeepers. Yi Daishan rushed in with a swagger. Cheng Hongmai and the other four guards, who were guarding outside the hall, saw the Emperor approaching, and hurriedly knelt and saluted. Flat Body, seeing the four Japanese pirates guarding outside the hall, wanted to go in. Yi Daishan gave a mouth to Xiao Luzi. Xiao Luzi's figure shook, and he was bullied into the middle of the four guards, hurriedly poking his fingers and restraining his acupuncture point. You stay outside. Yi Daishan gave a gesture and motioned for Xiao Luzi to follow. As soon as he entered the hall, he immediately heard the sound of dangling breathless groaning from the inside, as well as the dangling laughter of Miluri. Chapter 394. I'm taking revenge for you. The Emperor Yi Daishan broke in with the sound and saw that the concubine who had been lost and lost his heart was sex. Son, you stuff, this ghost woman is so shameless and evil. The Emperor Yi Daishan got angry, stepped forward, reached out and grabbed Rimizora and flicked it out, threw the person off the bed, bent down to pick up the spirit feather, but was entangled like an octopus by the concubine. The Emperor ... come soon. The concubines can't wait. In a certain aspect, Yi Daishanzi, whose resistance value was close to 0, burst into the brain, and the peerless god soldier immediately burst into the sky. He knew that Ling Fai would be so lost and disheartened sex if the concubine was caught by Maxiang. Well, saving people is like fighting fire. He relied on the sevenfold Emperor's heart art, and he didn't need to use the antidote, but directly dedicated himself to detoxification. Xiao Luzi didn't dare to follow up. He served the Emperor too much. As soon as he heard the sound, he knew that the Emperor was plowing the fields. He quietly exited and ordered the guard outside the door to guard. No one was allowed to come in. After that, he watched his nose and his heart. Guarded outside the door of the inner room. Towards the evening, Jiuling, who was meditating, opened her eyes, and saw the Emperors still tossing Gongzhangri. She cursed bitterly. Originally, she had been lost and lost her heart and sex. As a firefighter, the Emperor Yi Dai operated the 7th Emperor's heart and used the method of double cultivation to help her get rid of the charming poison. Jiuling didn't feel the loss of essence. On the contrary, the true energy in the body was full, and there was a breakthrough phenomenon, and he couldn't take care of so much. After putting on clothes, he sat on the ground and performed magical magic, successfully breaking through the 8th of the heavenly magic heavy realm. She couldn't wait to slaughter Gongzhangri with a palm, but the Emperor was tossing happily, and she had to thank this ghost woman. The Emperor used the sevenfold Emperor's heart technique to drive her away from the fascination and poison in her meridians. A large amount of true essence remained in her position. With the help of these true essences, she was able to break through the realm that she had not been able to break through for several years of hard training in one fell swoop. Regardless, the Emperor must have lost his true essence for her, so let this ghost woman repay it. The Emperor's heart, she has seen, is indeed an extremely profound magic. After practicing to the 7th level, it can easily absorb the other party's true essence. Gongzhangri has to cry. She took a deep breath and walked out of the inner room. The little six who was guarding the door hurriedly bowed and saluted. Congratulations, Niang Niang, for her great accomplishment. From time to time, he and the little 5 sons got Li Fei's guidance, and further breakthroughs in her cultivation base. Looking at the entire imperial city, except for Li Fei and the Emperor, the 2 brothers had the highest cultivation base. At a glance, he could see that Lingf was different from the past. The divine light is completely restrained, and I can no longer feel the slightest inner breath. Jiuling was in a good mood, smiled, waved to him not to be polite, and walked out of the hall with a willow in the wind. The guards guarding outside bowed and saluted. Jiuling ordered them to guard here, no one can enter, and then left with Cheng Hongmai and other 4 guards and the personal guards. The entire mansion was packed with the emperor's guards, and there was no need for her to leave her guards to protect the emperor. The guards in Hui's palace in the palace found something strange and wanted to go in to see what was going on, but they were blocked by the guards, so they could only wait outside for someone old. Nearly midnight, the Emperor Yi Daishan came out from inside in a hurry. His whole body was fierce and vigorous, and it seemed that he was a little overpowered. The guards of Gongzhang Ryui dared to enter when the Emperor of the Great Zhou had gone. The inner room where the shrine is located cannot be chaotically intruded. Only the personal servants of the lords of the shrine can enter. A few servants walked into the chamber tremblingly, and saw the horror of Lord Jingwu. All of them were shocked. Fortunately, Lord Jing's chest was still undulating, indicating that people were still panting. The tragic situation of Lord Gengong must have been caused by His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty. It is so fascinating. The Emperor of the real dragon is naturally the incarnation of the dragon. No matter how powerful the Lord of the Palace is, he must be under the dragon's might. It is normal to think about this kind of thing. The maids who were serving them carefully looked at the bed full of mess, and the cheeks of these maids flew red. After Jiuling went back, she didn't dare to sleep. After all, she felt guilty and would only wait for the emperor to return. Anyway, she had just completed her magical work and she was so energetic that she didn't feel sleepy. Until midnight, seeing the emperor coming in, Jiuling blushed, knelt down and said in shame, "The emperor." Yi Daishan hurriedly supported her, not letting her kneel down, and comforted her softly. "It's not your fault. Blame only that ghost woman." He grinned and said with a smile, "I have already helped you take revenge." Jiuling's jade cheeks were reddish, and she whispered, "The emperor, you really don't blame your concubines?" Yi Daishanzi hugged her and comforted her softly. In fact, this servant often played the game of raptors and phoenixes, and didn't find it disgusting. On the contrary, he felt irritating. It's just that Milleri, a ghost woman who dared to play yin, made him unhappy and dealt with her fiercely. This ghost girl's internal strength was quite high and made him suck for a while. The master has become a low hand. This is a punishment for her. Jiuling whispered, "The concubine serves the emperor to take a shower." She knew that even though Miserik should be killed, but with the emperor's sex, he would not really be poisoned. How could Miserik be a natural stunner, who would be willing to kill flowers? On the second day, Emperor Yi Darking inspected the naval base and boarded the first Fifth ship that was about to be completed. The cost of building such a behemoth is very high, not counting the money spent on medium-sized warships, boats, and speedboats. At least 2.5 main fleets must be built. I don't know how much money will be spent on him. It is rare to come to Jinghai, so he stayed for a few more days, accompanied by the concubine Ling, and browsed the beautiful scenery around Jinghai. A few days later, Yi Daishanzi was telling the story of Snow White and the 7 dwarfs with his concubine Ling in his room. Xiao Luzi was at the door and asked to see him in the palace. Jiuling snorted coldly, and Qiao Nian instantly became as cold as frost. Yi Daishan patted her attractive plump hips. "Let her come in." The emperor, the concubine Ling Fai, forgive the sins. As soon as Gongzhang Lihui came in, she knelt on the ground to apologize. Her face was pale, and she hurried over to apologize before she recovered her vitality. She whispered, "The emperor, Li Hui has always liked the concubine Ling concubine in her heart, so, please forgive the emperor." This ghost woman, Jiuling's cheeks are slightly red. Is this ghost woman really like Bichun Yuo King and Princess Yuning? She glanced at the emperor uncomfortably. Yi Daishan's face sank, and he sternly scolded, "In front of me, how dare you open your eyes and talk nonsense?" Rimizora shuddered in fright. and kowtow desperately. "The Emperor, forgive me, what he said is true." At this point, she had to gritted her teeth and insisted that she liked this tune. Seeing the beautiful and incomparable Ling Fei Empress, she naturally couldn't help but love her, and feared that Ling Fei would refuse, so she had to use some means. Chapter 395 I want to make money. Jiuling twisted her delicate body uncomfortably. Her expression was a bit unnatural and nervous. There has never been a woman who confessed this way. How embarrassing she was. What she worries about is what the Emperor will think in his heart. Yi Deshanzi held her soft little hand, patted it lightly to show comfort, and said calmly to Gong Zhangalai, "Get up." He knew in his heart that Rimizo didn't dare to tell the truth when he was killed. This ghost woman had great ambitions, but she was still useful at present, so let her go for the time being. Emperor Xi, concubine Ling. Gong Zhangalai kowtowed her head to thank her. Then she stood up, bowed her head, and dared not meet the gazes of the two people. She knew in her heart that although the Emperor of Xi made an understatement, she could understand. Feeling the strong warning and cold murderous intentions inside. After Gong Zhangalai left, the Emperor Yi Dei smiled. Jiuling's expression seemed a little embarrassing. She thought that the Emperor was laughing at her, and said, "The Emperor." The Emperor Yi Dei laughed and said, "There are still some capable people under Gong Zhangalai. You just wait to receive part of her strength." Jiuling was in a daze, puzzled. What does the Emperor mean by this? Yi Deshanzi explained that the Japanese pirates have always had wolf ambitions. Mizururi was able to suppress the tribe, half of which was based on her personal strength. Now, her internal strength is quite large and there are still 2030% left. Even if she has the ability, it is also difficult to suppress the powerful and ambitious guys in the clan. Over time, there will be changes in the palace family. In order to protect herself, Mizururika had to take refuge in a desperate manner. After all, she has run the Black Dragon Club for so many years, and there must be some loyal subordinates. These people, if they really return to Diezu, can be used, if they are heart-conscious. Second heart, just cut it off. Don't have to be merciful. The Emperor is wise. Jiuling praised sincerely. The Emperor looked far and considered the problem farther. This is called ambitious, far-sighted, and worthy of the first Emperor of the ages. Yi Daishan grinned, and put her in his arms. "I concubine, I will be going back in 2 days." "Yeah?" Jiuling responded in a low voice, clinging to his generous chest, arms around his bare waist tightly. And the feeling of resting in his arms was really good, warm, safe and happy. "So," Yi Daishan said with a grin, and said with a chuckle, "These 2 days, I want to comfort my concubine, the Emperor." Jiuling was ashamed, but when she thought of the Emperor's terrifying combat power, she was a little frightened, and she could be overcome by herself. She yelled, "Or, the concubine let Hongmei take care of her bed." Yi Deshanzi shook his head. "Cheng Hongmei's appearance and figure are all good. But forget it, I am not I will ruin it when I see a beautiful woman. It is no different from an animal." Jiuling rolled her eyes and glared. "You are not but a super big. Mizururi has all the ghosts and women." And he said that he was venting his anger for the slave. "Such words are only you. Just say it." Yi Daishan glared at her viciously, gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I dare to say that I am a superhero. I want to punish you. Help." A few days later, the Emperor Yi Daishan returned to the imperial capital, summoned Li Jin, Shangxiu, into the palace, and asked at the beginning, "Li King, how much silver does my treasury have?" Li Jin leaned forward and said, returning to the Emperor, "The treasury currently has 523,536 tals." "So few." Yi Daishan glared at him, frowning. Didn't he earn tens of millions from selling those noble prisoners? Bang Tsai has paid a lot of tens of thousands of compensation. Welfare lottery tickets are paid in every month. How can it be so small? The Emperor. No. A lot. Li Jin gave him such a stare, and big beads of sweat leaked out of his fleshy face. Wouldn't the Emperor suspect that I am greedy for ink? After the repetition, He lost some weight, but he was still very large, and he sweated profusely when he moved. He wiped his sweat, held his fingers to the emperor to calculate the account, the payment for the death of the soldiers, and the cost of arranging the disabled soldiers were as high as 4 million tals. In the past few months, you have just reviewed the money and food allocated to the outside of the Great Wall. As much as 7 million. The resettlement costs have not been counted. The amount of funds allocated for resettlement and reconstruction of civilian houses destroyed by war is 2.5 million. The construction of official roads and bridges, construction of water conservancy projects, etc. are not counted. The coastal areas are solid and clear, and the people have no income. They must be comforted and guaranteed they don't starve to death. And the amount of money alone is as high as 4 to 5 million tals per month. It's good to say, first pull up the shelf of the Imperial Navy, and then slowly build the warship, but you swiped a big pen last time and set aside 3 million tals. The monthly salary must be paid. The veteran has already used it. Eat all the strength of milk, desperately plan carefully, desperately save you. The treasury still has so much left. The minister has done his best. Seeing Li Jin's complaint with his nose and tears, Yi Daishan smiled bitterly and patted his shoulder. Li Aking has worked hard, or else, I will give you another Korean beauty. In addition to cashing the empire, the stick compensates the empire with various discounts. Beauty is one of them. The king of the stick sent many beauties. There are still a few stick beauties in the harem. It is also a big waste. So Yi Daishanzi has often rewarded foreign beauties to ministers who have done meritorious service recently. Li Jin was so frightened that he shook his hand quickly and rejected the emperor's goodwill. He had a single wife and a concubine in the family. After Li Jin retired, the emperor Yi Daishan summoned the dog's head soldier Ywazi again, and directly issued the imperial decree. I want to think of some ways to make money. During the campaign, Haiyi's wine workshop was mostly used to purify the doctor's alcohol to disinfect the wounded. The output of Tanyan wine was once greatly reduced. This thing also came with money and can expand the scale of production. This is one of the ways to make money. Why was he scratched his head, turned his head desperately, and sold officials? This trick has already been used, and it is still useful when money is desperately needed. After all, it is insulting to be gentle, and the world's scholars strongly oppose it, and now it's not counted. When money is urgently used, Danjlao, the Prime Minister's chief minister on national affairs, must strongly oppose it. Sweat beads on his forehead slowly ooze out, and Y has a bitter face. The emperor, if this money is to be made so well, the minister has already made a fortune. Isn't it the life of the minister? Think slowly. Not in a hurry. It's okay to make a small mess, and accumulate less. Yi Daishanzi hasn't been overbearing to the point where he can't think of a way to chop your head. He also knows it's very difficult to defend. This fellow is a top master of yin, but not a great man in the business world. Why Wuji quietly breathed a sigh of relief. You have to ask the minister to get millions of tals of silver in one go, just like the last time. That is really a humiliation for the minister, a little trouble. Think about it again. There should be a way, right? Chapter 396 Beauty Pageant. The imperial capital is still so prosperous and lively, the people are still busy for their livelihoods, and the dudes are still spending time and wine. But a news that I don't know where it came from has caused the whole city to boil. According to rumors, the emperor will personally hold a beauty pageant, and choose the flower of the empire. The flower of the empire. This name alone has made countless women startled. This is the #1 beauty recognized by the empire. She won this name and her value has skyrocketed. If it doesn't work, the emperor's admiration will take her into the palace as a concubine. Rongwa, rich and honorable, enjoy inexhaustible. No matter how bad, can you marry a rich and powerful husband? Of course, this news is unreliable and has to be verified. Afterwards, an announcement came out. confirming the authenticity of the news. People looked at each other. The notice was very long. It listed some rules of the competition. The specific details are yet to be discussed. The conditions of the contestants are listed in detail. Participants must be adults, that is, over 14 years of age, under 25 years of age, unmarried. No restriction on status or status, anyone is allowed. The scope of the school examination, not only the appearance and body, but also some ability to test the school. At least if you have a skill, you can participate by paying a registration fee of 12 tills of silver. The elimination system is adopted. The winner advances to the next round of the competition until the first place is determined. The winner has a certain bonus, an empire certificate, etc. Regarding the scoring of the contestants, the number of flowers that they will receive determines the winners and losers. Every audience has the opportunity to give flowers to the contestants they are optimistic about. There is no upper limit, anyway. The more the better. This is a way to make money that Washu has racked his brains to come up with. Yi Daishanzi modified it slightly and played it according to a modern beauty pageant. The price of a flower is priced at 10 tills of silver. For the rich man either. Those dudes who often go to the kiln laughed for the Pomeranian, but spent a lot of money, throwing money into the water, without frowning, and not earning their money. I am really sorry for the big money. Many daughters of aristocratic families are all gearing up, ready to show off. It doesn't matter if you lose the election, you can take the opportunity to show your face, and you can become famous if you don't get it right. In the brothel, the girls who do not sell themselves are also secretly preparing. This is a perfect opportunity to become famous in one fell swoop. Who doesn't want to fight for it? They all have the same thoughts. Even if they lose the election, they at least show their faces to let people know their names. Besides, their appearance and body, they may not lose to other women. They are so proficient, but how can they be proficient in one subject? Of course. For girls from poor families, the registration fee of 10 tills of silver has made them discouraged. Yi Daishanzi's original intention is only for the rich, but he played a famous role in the text to reflect the beauty pageant. Fairness. The registration time for the beauty pageant is 3 months, in order to let all the empire's daughters, ladies have the opportunity to participate. The more people who participate, the more the money will be earned. Those rich contestants to win, you must organize a group of relatives and friends to join in. If it works properly, the beauty contest will become a money-fighting contest. Of course, this beauty pageant has also met with opposition from many defenders. Women who have not been out of the cabinet are showing their faces. How can this be the same? Regardless of whether it is against or for support, the vast majority of people are eagerly looking forward to it. After all, this is the first time in the wild continent, fresh and exciting. Regarding the emperor's mischief, Queen Jin and the concubines were very helpless. However, the purpose of the emperor's beauty pageant was to raise money, and they couldn't say anything, so they could only let him make mischief. The beauty pageant is still unable to make money. Yi Daishanzi then launched Yipin's High, which was hosted by the official website. He copied the modern one. If you have a good stuff, you can get it if you want to sell it at a good price. Yipin's High actually shot it, and it has its own experts to verify the authenticity, which is safe and fair. And the official only charges 2% of the handling fee. In order to start the Yipin's High brand, Yi Daishan himself went to the treasure house in the palace to dig through the chests and found out a dozen valuable antique calligraphy and paintings. Then he personally waved it and plagiarized 2 ancient poems, one signed as Cherish the Playboy, the other signed Yitan, and was stamped with his jade seal. It is generally impossible for the emperor's handwriting to flow out of the folks, not to mention his big seal, which is worth tens of thousands of gold, plus the ancient poem that is absolutely a masterpiece. It is so unique and more valuable, incalculable. Yi Daishanzi was beating his abacus in his heart, and there were nearly 20 pieces to be auctioned. With the secret operation, how could he make tens of millions of silver? Of course. Before the opening of Yipin's High, he sent people to post notices everywhere, and he sent people to spread the news among the people to promote it. Actually shooting, it is a new business that makes people feel fresh and curious, and many people are talking about it and looking forward to it. 10 days later, it was converted into a private house. The meticulously whitewashed Yipins High was officially opened. The crowds outside the gate were all to watch the excitement. There were a large number of soldiers guarding the outside. Can't get in. The spacious room was filled with brightly dressed elders, as well as a lot of greasy-faced elder brothers. They sat happily and talked, looking at the rubbed auction rules text indifferently, waiting curiously for the auction meeting. Inception. In order to reflect the fairness of the auction and prevent some powerful family members or court officials from using their power to suppress others, the Emperor Yi has made the imperial decree. If he is threatened, he can send a report to the Blackguard office. Check and punish severely. Emperor Yi also solemnly affirmed several times in the court, and summoned the patriarchs of those aristocratic families to personally declare that whoever dares to use power to suppress others, don't blame me for turning my face and denying people. In order to reflect the important sex of the auction, he also persuaded the cabinet chief assistant Tan Jiangmin to preside over the opening and deliver a speech. As soon as the high-ranking Tan Jiangmin stepped onto the stage, the originally chaotic lobby was immediately silent. Tan Jiangmin spoke literally for a while, and then announced that the shooting had started. A middle-aged man with the appearance of a master stepped onto the stage, arched his hands to the crowd, cleared his throat, and said, "The first item that was actually photographed was the painting of the sacred child Kaizen Chunjiang Hui. The base price is 100,000 tals. Among the great masters who have been photographed, many are moved, innocent, and recognized by the mainland as a master of red and green. They are good at landscape painting. They died prematurely, coupled with years of wars and chaos. There are not many works left. Chunjiang Hui, it's a treasure, and it's valuable." Every work to be auctioned before, Yi Dacian called an expert early to estimate the price. Tong Kaizen's Chunjiang Hui is worth between 200,000 to 300,000, and the starting price of 200,000 is not a loss, nor is it high. Someone eagerly raised a placard. It was 10,000 at a time. The old master said, 210,000. The first time. Someone raised a placard again. 220,000. The first time. 250,000. The wealthy businessman directly called the price to 250,000. 350,000. Some family members said, he was not a fool, but was ordered by the head of the family to support the emperor. If 350,000 can win Chunjiang Hui, it is worth the money. Antique calligraphy and painting, the longer they stay, the more they appreciate. Chapter 397. The Emperor sells poems. Tong Kaizen's Chunjiang Flower Moon Night was finally photographed by the Chu clan of Jingnan for 400,000 yuan. This time, the Chu clan was also a special place to hold the emperor. Then I started to photograph an item. These items were treasures in the palace. The price was naturally high. They were all sold at a price of more than 400,000 yuan. Several of them were sold at a sky-high price of 2 million yuan. Photographed by the four families of Shang, Gong and Zheng. Of course, the emperor's flattery must be shot, and at this time, it is a gift in the snow, with a different meaning. It is showing loyalty to the emperor. Moreover, their contributions are rewarded. Some children in the clan will be taken care of. For example, promotion. Foreigners put it in place. In short, it's too fat. Next, the original calligraphy of Xungtsai Jiangnan Chun will be auctioned. Thousands of miles of warblers sing green and red, water villages, mountains and Guojiu flag wind. In the 480 temples of the southern dynasties, how many buildings are in the mist and rain? Duma's Cheech poem describing the spring scenery in the south of the Yangtze River has been well known for thousands of years, ranking 10th among the 10 famous ancient poems in the Tang dynasty. As soon as this auction item was released, the audience was a sensation, and some celebrities in the literary world sighed. As soon as this poem came out, Who would dare to describe the spring scenery in Jiangnan in the future? The value of this Chij poem is already very high. It is a pity that Playboy is also the youngest master of the time. The original style is now universal in the mainland, and his authenticity has never been seen before. Playboy Ecstasy once helped with her women to write a rather offbeat advertisement. It was considered the only authentic piece that was circulated among the people, but it was not signed. Even the authentic piece is regrettable. Jiangnan scenery is the only authentic calligraphy from Playboy Ecstasy, the only often in the world, and its value is inestimable. Moreover, Playboy Ecstasy is the sage of today. This is no secret. It's worth it. It's hard to say. The price starts at 2 million. After people watched each other, the old master started shouting, 2,100,000, 2 and 2 million, 2 and 5 million, 3 million, 3 and 5 million. The whole auction event has entered a climax of fierce price competition, such a rare often product with priceless value. Everyone wants to own it. As long as it is within the psychological bottom line, it does not hesitate to bid, and it is not deliberately raised. A high-priced self. Backstage, behind the heavy curtains, Yi Daishanzi was looking out with a smile. The first time the filming was opened, he was so successful that he was so happy. How could he get 20 million kills of silver? Of course, this is indispensable for the vigorous support of several big family patriarchs. The chief minister of the cabinet, Dan Zhao, was sighed. The emperor's ability to make money was unpredictable and admirable. What struck him most was the emperor's amazing and brilliant literary talent. He was also called a celebrity and contemporary. Everyone, but they can't make a masterpiece like Jiangnan scenery that has been passed down through the ages. The emperor's military strategy, for thousands of years. Why can't the world be unified? The first emperor of the ages. After a tragic shooting, Jiangnan scenery was finally sold by a giant merchant from Jiangbai at an astronomical price of 5 million, which made many people who were interested in collecting this often product regretful. Yi Daishanzi also lamented that there are so many large-scale private funds. The empire has always suppressed business and emphasized agriculture and despised businessmen. In fact, this approach is wrong, and businessmen should pay the same attention. Boom! The old master knocked on the wooden hammer and said loudly, "The last item at auction is the authentic work of the Emperor Will Entering Wine, starting at 5 million. When these words came out, the audience was shocked. The patriarchs of several major families who came to the studio all flashed the same thoughts. Is the emperor mad about money? Many giants looked at each other. Who would dare to ask for the emperor's autographs? Are you afraid of being ransacked and annihilated? The previous Jiangnan scenery was also the emperor's own calligraphy, but the signature was only for the playboy, and everyone knew it and pretended to be confused. Yi Daishan had considered this problem long ago, and winked at the little six next to Shili. The latter understood the imperial decree in his hand, and said in a feminine and harsh tone, "The emperor's imperial decree." All the people present hurriedly knelt down and listened to the emperor's will. The imperial decree of Yi Daishanzi is nothing more than, the empire was invaded by coalition forces and the people were poisoned by war. I auctioned the original works, nothing more than to raise money, help the people rebuild their homes, and let them live and work in peace and contentment. Therefore, those who own this calligraphy of ours are not guilty. And given the title of patriot, this imperial decree will be given as a free gift to those who photographed Will Entering Wine. Everyone hissed and inhaled, and regardless of the value of coming into the wine and the emperor's original calligraphy, the imperial decree alone is invaluable. With this imperial decree, even if you commit a crime in the future and show the emperor's imperial decree, you can enter the palace and ask for forgiveness. Even if you can't save your own life, you can still save your family's sex life, although it is not immune to death. The imperial edict, but its meaning is almost the same. There was a maid holding Will Entering Wine for everyone to watch. Don't you see? The water of the yellow river comes from the sky, rushes to the sea and never returns. Do you see? Gotang Mingjing has white hair in sorrow, and the morning is like a blue silk. You must be happy in life. Don't let Jinzon empty to the moon. I am born to be useful, and come back after all my money is gone. In ancient times, the saints and sages were lonely, and only the drinkers kept their names. In the old days, Wang Chen feasted on peace and bantered. What is the master's word for less money? You have to sell to the king. 5 flowered horse, golden fur. Here will exchange fine wines, and sell the eternal sorrows together with you. Li Bei will entering wine is deep and vigorous, with extraordinary weather, big ups and downs, unrestrained ups and downs, jittery styles, fast and slow changes, and rapid decline. It ranks 4th among China's top 10 famous ancient poems. It is invincible in the literary world of the wild mainland. Device. There were many celebrities of the kingly who were present, and the song Jiangnan scenery has made them sigh and sigh. Jiang Jinjiu even more sighed and ashamed of them. This is the real supermaster level. 500 and 100,000. 5 and 5 million. 5 and 600,000. 6 million. At the beginning of the shooting, the whole shooting venue became crazy in an instant. For this priceless orphan, people from a few big families weren't cheering for this priceless orphan product, but were really fighting for it. 8 million, 8.2 million, 8.5 million, 9 million. Actual shooting has evolved into a hand-to-hand battle of handover. Nowadays, it is not only the emperor's orphan calligraphy, but also the strength and face of the family. People from several major families have barely broken their faces. The Emperor Yi Da, who was hiding behind the scenes and peeking, was so happy that his mouth was crooked. What he liked the most was the effect of this crazy price bidding. The crazier he was, the higher the price of Jing Jinjiu was sold. In this auction, how can it be done? Earn nearly 20 million kls, right? In his pride, Xiao Luzi leaned over and whispered, "The emperor, the blackguard, misery has entered Beijing." Yi Dacian was startled. What is this ghost woman doing? Chapter 398 Surrender in the auction room. The fierce bidding has pushed the price of Jiang Jinjiu to an astronomical price of 10 million kls. 10 million liang. This is indeed a terrible price. It was made by the Jiangnan giants with money and wealth, which made the people of the major families gritted their teeth and helpless. Their family has a big business, and they definitely have tens of millions of property, but they also spend a lot of money. Otherwise, how can they afford to raise so many people and still have more than 1,000 family slaves? At this price, they have exceeded their psychological bottom line. Even if they want to desperately, they can only give up helplessly. 10 million, the first time. 10 million, the second time. The old master's voice was hoarse, but hit the family members like a sledgehammer. He hated money and wealth in his heart, but he was helpless. No one dared to take the emperor's warning as the emperor's warning. Earwind. 20 million. Suddenly, the feminine voice of bewildering sounded, which seemed extremely abrupt, but shocked everyone in the audience. 20 million. Did you hear me wrong? After a long moment, all the talents turned their heads and looked at the glamorous young women who came slowly. Suddenly, it was Misery, the head of the palace family, who was dressed in a bright red dress, showing a beautiful figure that dang people's heart and soul. There are no lust people in the field, but everyone ignored her beauty and style, but looked at her stupidly and regarded her as a lunatic. 20 million, what is that number? Out of such astronomical figures, what is not a lunatic? The Emperor Yi Da, who was hiding behind the scenes, was also shocked by the sky-high price of Gong Zurayui. Is this woman crazy? He is not worried about not being able to pay for it. After photographing Dongdong, he must first pay a 5% deposit, and then ask you to go back to raise the money, pay directly to the local government, transfer the national treasury, and then there will be Habayashi escort the photograph. Items delivered to the door. 20 million. 5% of the deposit is 1 million. If you can't pay within a month, you will auction again, and the deposit will go to the public. Furthermore, the emperor's fuck is behind the scenes, and Mr. Dan personally presided over the competition. Who would dare to hit the scene during the filming? The astronomical figure of 20 million, the rich and the rich can only retreat gorgeously, Jiang Jinjiu was photographed by Misery. A small eunuch came out and took Gongzhang Lihui into the Yipin Zai Haotang. Everyone who participated in the auction sighed helplessly, paid the deposit one after another, and then went back to raise the silvertle. In the back hall of Yipin's High, the Emperor Yi Dama sits with a golden sword. Ri Hui worships the Emperor. Long live the Emperor, long live the Emperor. Gongzu Rixing bowed 90 degrees. Flat body, give a seat. The Emperor yes expression was indifferent, and he was speculating about the true intentions of Hui Jinjing in the palace. If the guess is correct, there are already powerful figures in the Mizo family who have begun to play tricks. Mizo felt the danger, and came to the capital to ask for help, using the sky-high price of 20 million to ask for peace. Right? Pray for the emperor to be the master. Gongzhang Lihuiki sobbed, crying so much that it rained with pear blossoms, a little bit more pitiful. Yi Deishanzi sighed and asked softly, what's the matter? He has always thought that he is the most pitiful person in the world, and he is extremely pity for the beauty of King Chinkingo, and Midori is also regarded as the level of King Chinkingo, not to mention being tossed so badly by himself. Seeing her crying like this it's miserable, and my heart can't help being softened. Gongzhang Rik cried even more sadly, and cried out what happened in Jinghai. Misery's skill is only more than 20% left. Although she deliberately concealed it, the news went out. Misery Kamji, the second person in the Misery family, was originally very ambitious, but was only frightened by the force of Misery's force. Can only forbear. This servant was scheming, ostensibly obsessed with the camp, and often flattered, but secretly bought a group of desperados. Rimura didn't know that he had such ambitions, and entrusted him with the important task of letting him take charge of the second main fleet of the Black Dragon Association. Mizora Kamji took the opportunity to develop his power, and desperately installed his cronies to firmly control the second fleet. In the hands. This guy took someone to Jinghai on the grounds that he had something important to report, and then he left. The assassin who followed took the opportunity to lurch and sneak into the palace in the dark. Suddenly, he was in trouble. Fortunately, the death beside palace in the palace, the soldiers tried their best to protect, and the roaring sound alarmed the defenders in the city. The army surrounded the city and searched the whole city, killing the killers sent by Gongzangia. Although Midori still holds the first fleet loyal to her, Mizora Kamaja's betrayal has left most of the family's strength and vitality severely injured, and the disillusionment of using Diezao's power to regain the empire. She is a very savvy woman, knowing that the bargaining chips in her hand are not enough to negotiate with the emperor of the Great Zoo. She wants to preserve the family's lineage, so she can only honestly surrender to the emperor of the Great Zoo. This is because she hurried over the purpose of the imperial capital. To surrender, you have to behave, donate all the gold and silver jewelry that you have robbed over the years, and a lot of money brought out from the country when you retreat. This is just the first step. Of course, if she really wants to hand over 20 million, she will go bankrupt and donate 10 million, so that the children of the family who follow her can enjoy wealth. The second step is to hand over all the power she holds in her hand to show her sincerity. The more than 30 large, medium and small ships of the First Fleet, under the control of Hideo Mizora, the child of her most trusted clan, have evacuated to another island for assembly, waiting for her orders. Originally, there were nearly 60 large, medium and small warships in the First Fleet, but Mizora Kamji was caught off guard and lost nearly half. This was also the reason why she was desperate and determined to surrender. Yi Deishanzi didn't expect the Gongzang Turtle Club to be launched so quickly, and at the same time secretly praised Gongzang Ri's decision. This ghost girl is indeed very difficult, and she will surrender before losing all the chips in her hand, so she can earn a little bit more benefit. The Japanese pirates are still a bit capable. The logistics transport fleet that successfully attacked Koizumi was under the command of Hideo Mizora. If he was sincere, he could be reused. Gongzang didn't have 20 million to buy Jingjinju. Yi Dietanzi was not angry, and could sell it to Kienu Kai, the rich man. Anyway, Gongzhang donated 10 million free of charge, plus the money is rich. Of the 10 million, still made 20 million. Coupled with the over 10 million earned from auctions, it has greatly enriched the national treasury and eased financial tensions. This year is a good year and it should be another bumper year. The Great Week only needs to rest for another 2 or 3 years. Not only will the vitality be restored, the national strength is even better than before. At that time, he would use his troops against Yan or Chu again, even if he faced the coalition forces of the 4 empires again. He was confident and his dream of unifying the mainland was no longer long and distant. Yi Daishan ordered the people to stop the money and wealth who was about to go home, and told the reason. The latter happily rushed home to raise money. What do you think? Yi Daishan looked at the dog's head soldier Why at a loss. Wai Wuji replied respectfully, the emperor. The minister thought that Miss Ryui should have hidden the eyeliner of Mizora Kamji by her side. Chapter 399 Mantis catching the cicada. For the 10 million tals of silver that Gongzhang was willing to donate, Yi Daishan was very concerned about the power of Gongzhang Giji, so he set on the road to Jinghai again. Leaf has some small things to deal with, and she has been away from the palace for a few days. This time, only Feng Nishang is the only one who will serve this time. The 5 little sons, the 6 little ones, and the 4 dragons will be guarded by the guards. The dog-headed soldiers will also be accompanied this time, hundreds of people. The guard of the inner palace, accompanied by 2,000 harem guards, still claims that a certain minister is patrolling the world. The emperor, isn't Ryui's massage techniques acceptable? In the carriage, Gongzhang Lai Huijiao asked bit by bit. In order to please the emperor, she tried her best to rob Feng Nishang's service job. Yi Daishan couldn't answer, he closed his eyes and enjoyed it. To be honest, this ghost woman's massage technique is indeed very clever. He didn't worry at all that this ghost woman would take the assassination. In order to save her life and keep the palace, she really surrendered. But how to arrange it still gave him a headache. This ghost woman is very scheming and very good at naval battles. The reason why the Gongzhang family can grow rapidly is inseparable from her efforts. Before conquering various pirates, she personally commanded only a few warships to fight. Being so idle, it seems to be a bit wasteful. I put it next to Concubine Ling as an assistant, and worried that Concubine Ling is unhappy. It seems that if Concubine Ling has no objection, he wants Misery to act as Concubine Ling. The deputy, even if it was just a briefing for the staff. After all, he was still worried in his heart that if Ling Concubine made any mistakes, he would regret his intestines. This time, after Yi Daishan arrived in Jinghai, he did not keep a low profile, but entered the city with great fanfare. Jiu Ling, Lu Shaixan, and Shi Yun's Hongyang led a group of officials and people to greet the holy driver. After some publicity, the Emperor Yi Da and his entourage moved into the naval base, and Misery returned to her residence. Early the next morning, she dressed up and took her to the naval base. She said she was attending an important meeting. Near the evening, Misery came back with an unhappy expression and cursed Diezu Hunjun for being greedy and shameless in his native language. Only when he had enough cursing, he called everyone in and asked them to pick up their personal clothes. He would follow her in a few days. I set off to the imperial capital of the Great Zhou dynasty, and took advantage of these few days to sell it. She herself will go out to sea, take out the buried treasure, and dedicate most of it to the emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty. In the dead of night, there was a dark shadow climbing the wall from the mansion and quietly came to the backyard of the building. Not long after that, the dark shadow returned to their mansion again. 3 other dark shadows ran out from the building, with the help of the cover of the night, quietly and silently climbed to the top of the city, then descended outside the city along a long rope, and disappeared into the darkness. 2 days later, Rimizara took dozens of guards aboard the warships of the Great Zhou Empire and raised their tents to sea, accompanied by 3 warships. The fleet sailed north, and it took nearly a day to reach Huayan Island, where Hideo Mizura's fleet was hidden. Ryui Gongzo stopped the ship and landed on the island. He dug out large wooden boxes full of gold and silver jewels in the sand on the west side of the island, and ordered people to carry it on board. The waterline of the warship was quite deep. It was getting late. Mizura and his party rested on the island for one night. At dawn, Hideo Mizura led his fleet to China Eastern Airlines. The 4 warships sailed for 50 to 60 nautical miles, and the watchman on the mast reported that the warships of the Black Dragon Society were found on the left and right wings, and they were fast approaching us. Transfer at full speed and throw away all the boxes. Mizura issued a shocking order. Master Jing-U, the boxes are all gold and silver jewelry. Many people from the palace clan asked in surprise, "Is Master Jing-U crazy?" Mizura said cruelly, "My lord would rather throw into the sea than give Mizura turtle too." When he finished speaking, the warship turned around, and the sailors of Diezu had thrown large wooden boxes into the sea, like throwing stones, and it didn't hurt. After throwing the box, the ship's load was reduced, and the speed of the ship was suddenly increased. After turning the bow, it sailed towards Yuan Island at full speed. Want to escape? Mizura Kameji sneered and ordered the fleet to move forward at full speed. He received an inside secret report and split the fleet into 2. Outflank Mizura's warship from the left and right wings. The right-wing fleet was commanded by Mizura Kameji's right-hand man, Kosuke Matsushita, who also ordered the fleet to advance at full speed and pursue Mizura's warship. Master Matsushita, our left wing found that the Zijun fleet was fast approaching. The watchman discovered that a fleet was fast approaching in the sea to the left, and hurriedly reported the navy of the Great Zhou Empire. Fortunately, Matsushita yelled, "Send Master Jing-U, all turn around to face Dazu navy." The imperial fleet was rampant across the sea, and the poor fleet in Diezu was like a mouse and a cat, fleeing in panic, usually bullying some weak pirates, and running into a group of powerful pirates. They also fled. Kosuke Matsushita did not pay attention to Diezu's fleet at all. This time, he took this opportunity to destroy Diezu's junk fleet. Mizura Kameji ignored the sudden appearance of the Diezu fleet and pursued the several warships of Mizura at full speed. Like Kosuke Matsushita, he did not pay attention to Diezu's warships at all. Kosuke Matsushita's fleet turned its course and quickly rushed towards the approaching Osu fleet. His command ship rushed to the forefront. The sailors had loaded the stone bombs on the Rapella, just waiting to enter the shooting range. Immediately shoot. A number of bang, bang, bang sounds suddenly rang out, causing the warship to shake violently, and the sailors staggered. "What's the matter?" Kosuke Matsushita asked loudly, and he almost fell over by the sudden violent vibration. No one answered his question yet, and the earth-shaking violent explosion suddenly sounded. Matsushita Kosuke was shaken and fell to the ground. When he grabbed the shipbuilding and climbed up again, he couldn't help but open his mouth. His warship was already burning and enveloped, and the sailors fled in all directions, jumping into the sea desperately. "What the hell is going on?" Kosuke Matsushita looked blank. "What was the violent thunder sound just now? Why did your own warship catch fire? Could it be that it was struck by lightning?" "My lord, the ship is sinking, so quickly jump into the sea." Several guards rushed, dragged him out of the command cabin, and then jumped into the sea. The battleship had already started to tilt, and if he didn't jump, he would have to be buried in the sea. Matsushita Kosuke screamed, jumped up and jumped out of the battleship. At the moment he jumped into the sea, he heard several violent thunders again, and the 2 escorting warships ignited, soaring fire one after another, and thick smoke covered the sky. There were heads with floating heads everywhere on the sea. The Japanese pirates desperately called for help. Some companions came in a small boat to rescue the people in the sea. Kosuke Matsushita climbed into the boat, and a huge arrow with a thick arm screamed, and the boat was pierced with a bang, and all the people on the boat fell into the sea screaming. Chapter 400 Trap. After Kosuke Matsushita was rescued again and climbed onto another large warship, he discovered that Zujun's navy was very powerful and had a long range of firing. There was no chance of shooting. 6 large and medium warships had been taken. The bombardment could catch fire and sink. Full speed, get close, get entangled with the enemy ship. Kosuk Matsushita hissed loudly, and ordered the flag soldiers to signal the ships. Zhao's giant arrow shot far away. Long-range warfare has already suffered a lot, only to get close. Entangling, attacking with rockets, can burn Zhao's warships. There are not many warships in the Zhao army. There are only 10 big warships, a few small boats that serve as reconnaissance missions, and there are already more than 30 large and medium-sized warships. As long as they are close to close combat, this battle will win. Not to mention, although the Black Dragon Club is a group of pirates composed of all the colorful bandits, its combat power is not inferior to the regular navy army of the Yanri Empire. The sailors screamed and screamed desperately, rushed towards the Great Zhou fleet. The commander of these 10 Great Zhou warships was Ding Fenyan, and he calmly issued the order, retreat and maintain the same speed as the enemy ship. All the battleships of the Empire dismantled the heavy drappers and installed rotating thunder cannons. The number of turrets at the stern was as large as the bow, and there were more turrets on both sides of the ship's string. It was really necessary to fight sideways, and the firepower was stronger. But Yi Daishanzi was dedicated to arming the warship to his teeth and turning it into a real assault ship. The warship was originally responsible for the attack. He wanted to land in battle and had his own transport ship to carry soldiers. Kosuk Matsushita's decision is undoubtedly correct. If the two sides are in close combat, the thunder cannon loses the power of long-range attacks. Ding Fenyan also issued the correct destiny. You advance and I retreat, maintaining the same speed, as long as the thunder cannon is still in the air. Shooting within the range can also beat you to crying father and mother. During the battle, another 5 Japanese warships were shot and burst into flames. Fortunately, Matsushita was so angry that he screamed and ordered the wings to outflank and attack the 2 wings of the Deza fleet in a roundabout way. Ding Fenyan made corresponding adjustments, with 3 warships on each side facing the enemy sideways, and he led 4 warships to confront the enemy ship coming from the front. The warships faced the enemy laterally, and they could even more exert the intensive firepower of the thunder cannons. The 6 warships on the left and right wings turned slowly and swung apart in the endless great navy. All the artillery aimed at the first enemy ship and fired. The commander of the warship gave the order calmly. The captains of each ship are the leaders of the Phoenix pirate group, who have rich experience in naval battles. The dozens of thunder cannons on each ship fired at the same time. At least half of the giant arrows hit the target, and the giant arrows that did not hit the target were shooted into the sea, igniting numerous waves. With several booms, the Japanese warship that rushed forward made a series of violent explosions. The hull broke, seawater poured in, and it quickly tilted. Then, the second Japanese pirate warship was bombarded with intensive firepower. It also tilted on fire, and then sank. Master Matsushita, the firepower of the Deza battleship is too strong, and the fire range is too long. Our ship cannot attack, and it has suffered heavy losses. Let's retreat. An officer asked to retreat. There was no chance to attack. With nearly half the loss, how can we fight this battle? Retreat. Fortunately, Matsushita was furious, but he hadn't gone mad to lose his mind. This battle really couldn't be fought. If he didn't retreat quickly, the whole army would be wiped out. Seeing the enemy ship retreating, Ding Fenyan ordered a chase at full speed. Every warship in the Empire, except for sailors shaking oars and paddling, was equipped with a single-color combat soldier, with few people and light ships, and the huge arrows were all made of wood. Also very light, slightly faster than the warship of the Japanese pirates. The Japanese pirate warships used stone dumplings as weapons. The stone bullets were heavy and there were many people. The speed of the ship was slower than that of the Great Zhou warship. In addition, the warships were shot and sank before, and each ship rescued a large number of soldiers who fell into the water. the speed of the ship became slower. Several of the dragged warships were overtaken by the Dazu warship. Several of the warships were bombarded by thunder cannons, hit by bullets and caught fire, and soon sank. The sea was full of Japanese pirates struggling for help. The Dazu warship rode the wind and waves, crushed it, and screamed and sank to the bottom of the unhurried Japanese pirate soldiers. The Dazu soldiers squeezed on both sides of the ship's string with strong bows, and many Japanese pirate soldiers were killed by arrows. Luckily, he escaped the catastrophe, but floating on the vast sea, letting you be a white stripe in the waves, if there is no boat passing by, you will be ruined. Moreover, the soldiers shot by the rain of arrows burst out with wisps of blood. Dyeing the sea red, it will soon attract the cannibal beasts in the sea and swallow people in one bite. In the vast sea, the two sides launched a chasing battle. The Japanese warships were chased and sunk. Fortunately, Panasonic was so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot. This battle was very frustrating. His fleet had 30 ships. Now that there are only 5 large and medium-sized warships left, the loss is so great that he has not dared to go back to face Mizora Turtle II, intending to flee to another place to become the Sea King. Throw away all the heavy objects such as the stone bullets. This servant can be regarded as a sea warfare veteran, and once again gave the correct order. The remaining 5 Japanese pirate warships threw oil bombs and other heavy objects into the sea. The warship's load was reduced a lot and the speed of the warship increased. Stop chasing, turn left, and sail at full speed. On the flagship, Ding Fengyang issued an order. The battle was a complete victory. He didn't bother to pay attention to the remaining 5 enemy ships. It was the business to chase Mizora Kamage's fleet after the tail. In order to destroy the power of Gongzangi, the emperor came to Jinghai and carefully set up this trap. Who can resist this temptation? In the waters near Uion Island, 40 warships under the command of Mizora Kamaji and 20 Dazu warships fought fiercely. The long-range attacks of the thunder artillery made Mizora Kamaji's fleet suffer. As soon as the battle, 5 large warships were lost. Master Jinghong, our left wing, found that the enemy ship was quickly approaching. The watchman on the mast called the police urgently, and he suddenly cried out strangely, "The right wing, God! What is that?" On the right wing, the first 5-toothed giant ship of the Imperial Navy of the Great Zhou Dynasty is slowly approaching. There are 4 large warship wings on the left and right sides. Retreat, retreat. Gongzangi's face turned green. This is clearly a trap, but he stupidly drilled into the trap and suffered from enemies on 3 sides. If he didn't escape, he could only wait for the corpse to sink into the sea and become a marine fish. Belly food. As long as the ship moving at full speed turned around, it would take some time. It was just such a delay. The great Z battleship that forced from the left and right wings had already pulled closer, and the thunder cannon fired, and there were a few more Japanese warships. It caught fire and quickly tilted. It was only a matter of time before it sank. The Japanese pirates also saw the behemoth that appeared on the right wing, all hissing and breathing in the air conditioning. God, such a huge ship, if it is hit, the ship will surely be destroyed. What's more terrible is that the firepower of that huge ship is extremely fierce. It is simply the sum of the firepower of the 3 warships on Tuesday. In each round of fire, 1 warship is finished. Master Jing-U, the enemy ship is quickly approaching from the rear. The watchman on the mast tower screamed, making the Japanese pirates on the ship chill.